Chapter 1. I have transformed into a sword. The heavens rumbled with thunder, and dark clouds loomed ominously overhead. In the desolate wilderness, the distant roars of beasts pierced the air with an unsettling intensity. A dilapidated long sword lay amongst the ruins on a patch of grass. Startled by the terrifying thunder, Yi Fan awoke with a jolt. However, to his bewilderment, he realized his hands seemed to have vanished. Not only his hands, but his feet were also gone. Yet, astonishingly, he felt a remarkable sense of vision, as though he possessed a complete 360-degree view. Hearing closely, he gasped, "What the heck?" Suddenly, memories flooded back had been accidentally pushed off a cliff. To his astonishment, he found himself alive, seemingly having traversed into another realm. But while others transported to new worlds wielded incredible powers and wooed exquisite women, he had inexplicably morphed into a sword. Yi Fan felt a wave of desolation wash over him. Was he destined to eternally remain in this desolate ruin? System initializing. What on earth? Just then, a line of text appeared before him. Could it be a system? A surge of excitement coursed through him. Thank heavens he had not been entirely forsaken by fate. System initialization successful. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Host: Yi Fan. Rank: dilapidated long sword. Active skills: none. Passive skills: none. Evolution points: 0-10. Energy: 0. What do evolution points and energy mean? Gazing at the system interface, Yi Fan felt utterly perplexed. Hey system, can you hear me? System? What the hell? What's the difference between having a system and not having one? Yi Fan muttered, exasperated. So boring. I'm just a sword, lying here motionless. The past few days felt like an eternity to Yi Fan. Why are you pursuing me? Suddenly, a voice broke through the silence. Huh? Peering closely, he noticed a man fleeing in disarray toward his position. A group of men in black was hot on his heels. Zhang Tianyi, you're as good as dead. You murderous fiend. You slaughtered the entire Qian family and refused to surrender. The assailants donned fine attire and brandished sharp weapons, encircling him ominously. They brought this upon themselves. As the man named Zhang Tianyi retreated, he spoke coldly. At that moment, his foot landed squarely on Yi Fan's blade. Are you serious? You just stepped on my face, get off me. Yi Fan exclaimed in frustration. Had he truly become a sword only to be bullied? To his surprise, Zhang Tianyi appeared to notice the neglected sword hidden amongst the weeds. He quickly picked it up and grasped it firmly. Though it's a bit battered, it will suffice. A sinister grin spread across his face, starkly contrasting with his previous fear. Zhang Tianyi, are you seeking death? The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions sharpening. If you desire my demise, I have no choice but to fight to the bitter end. Zhang Tianyi retorted coldly. He was a martial artist who wielded a sword. His previous blade had been damaged in battle, and he was on his way to forge a new one when he was ambushed by these men. Kill him. With a command from the leader, the assailants lunged forward, weapons raised. Courting death. Zhang Tianyi roared as he lunged forward with the long sword. In a matter of moments, he had slain one of the attackers. Blood sprayed across the blade, staining the once dilapidated sword in crimson. Then, an eerie event transpired. The blood on the blade seemed to vanish at an astonishing rate. What the? Yi Fan was astounded, feeling a wave of warmth wash over him from within the sword. Ding! Kill achieved against a Kwasa warrior, earning 10 evolution points. Ding! Host has sufficient evolution points. Would you like to evolve? Yes. Yi Fan replied without hesitation. At that moment, the battered long sword began to tremble slightly. Then it transformed entirely, becoming rejuvenated. Evolution successful. Crimson Iron Sword. A sword crafted from crimson iron, possessing moderate sharpness. Holy cow! He had evolved? Yi Fan was utterly dumbfounded. Moreover, the points required for the next evolution had now doubled to 20. This sword has changed? Zhang Tianyi quickly noticed the transformation, his expression shifting radically. This was no ordinary sword. After he had killed someone, the blade absorbed the blood and became revitalized. Could this be a legendary demon sword? Breathless with excitement, Zhang Tianyi chuckled madly. Ha! You all will perish. With a wicked grin, he brandished the crimson iron sword at the encroaching foes. Blood soon dyed the blade anew, and the system notifications chimed incessantly. Absorbing vital essence, gaining 0.1 energy points. Ding! Kill achieved against a Kwasa warrior, earning 10 evolution points. Ding! Kill achieved against a Kwasa warrior, earning 10 evolution points. As notifications flooded in, Yi Fan realized he could evolve once more. Evolution successful. With the new alerts, he noticed changes to his system panel. Host, Yi Fan. Sword name. Blood-sucking sword, a sword capable of absorbing vital essence. Exceptionally sharp. Quality E. Passive skill. Blood-sucking a level absorbs vital essence to enhance sharpness and earn energy points. Evolution points. 0-100. Energy, 1.1. Zhang Tianyi. You're as good as dead. As Zhang Tianyi felled more opponents, an adversary pierced his chest with a dagger. Outnumbered and overwhelmed. Boom! Zhang Tianyi collapsed on the ground. Just then, the blood from his corpse splattered onto Yi Fan's blade. In an instant, the blood was promptly absorbed. Absorbing the blood of the sword master deceased, earning 100 evolution points. What the hell? Yi Fan was left astounded. Achievement skill unlocked. Devourer the previous sword master met their demise in under 10 minutes. What a tragic fate. Host has sufficient evolution points. Would you like to evolve? Yes. Evolution successful. Blood-drinking sword. Quality D. Active skills. Passive skills. Blood-sucking level absorbs vital essence. To augment sharpness, Devourer level automatically absorbs the energy of its master upon their demise. This Devourer skill was granted upon unlocking the achievement. It seems I am destined to become a demon sword. Yi Fan couldn't help but reflect solemnly. Weapon qualities ranged from the highest SSS to the lowest F, and now he stood proudly at D rank. Boss, look at this sword. The remaining survivors, horrified, gazed at Zhang Tianyi's lifeless body, which had withered to a semblance of a dried corpse. Yet the blood-drinking sword in his hand emitted a haunting glimmer, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Chapter 2: The Cursed Sword. It appears that this is a cursed sword. The remaining few men, having become the warriors of the leader, approached. After a brief moment of hesitation, he could no longer resist the allure within, and seized the sword from Zhang Tianyi's grasp. Boss, this sword. The others gasped in surprise at this scene. The sword, look who wields it. With my imposing presence, I shall undoubtedly subdue it and make it my own. At this moment, Wang Ba sneered coldly. Hearing his words, Yi Fan within the sword couldn't help but let out a disdainful laugh. But what does this energy point signify? Upon closer inspection, Yi Fan had already discovered that. Following the recent evolution, his energy points had reached 12. Could it be? Just then, with a flicker of Yi Fan's thought, the sword began to tremble as if it were about to take flight. Look, it resonates with me. It seems it has chosen me as its master. Wang Ba exclaimed with excitement. Evidently, this sword had been intimidated by his dominating aura. Hearing his words, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle coldly. However, it was now certain that by expending energy points, he could move freely. Having just consumed 1 energy point, had he not been grasped, he could have soared into the air. This thought filled Yi Fan with exhilaration. If this were the case, he too could achieve freedom of movement. Yet, considering the energy consumed with 12 points, he estimated that he wouldn't be able to stay airborne for long before plummeting. The energy points were still insufficient. Let us depart. Wang Ba and the others began to leave the area. Along the way, through their conversations, he gathered a general understanding of the world, that it was one where martial artists reigned supreme. The world comprised 8 great empires, and he was currently situated in the Tianbar Empire. Among martial artists, the weakest were the quasi-martial artists, followed by levels 1 to 9, and above them were the martial masters, martial kings, martial saints, and martial gods. Beyond the towns, mutated beasts roamed, posing significant danger. Wang Ba was currently a second-tier martial artist and the leader of a small mercenary group. Roar! As the 5 were about to return to the town, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. What was that sound? Wang Ba exclaimed in surprise. Lifting his gaze ahead, he clearly spotted a massive figure charging towards them. Second tier. Red-eyed wolf. The others gasped in alarm at the sight. Damn it! Wang Ba's expression shifted slightly at the sight. The second-tier red-eyed wolf was colossal and incredibly agile. even as a second-tier martial artist. It wouldn't be easy to slay. Fear not, for I wield a divine sword. Wang Ba bellowed as he gripped the blood-drinking sword, charging forward as the red-eyed wolf lunged at him. Wang Ba's swordsmanship was commendable, even as the wolf's claw struck him. He managed to slice off the creature's right paw with the blood-drinking sword. The blue blood that spurted from the severed limb splashed onto Yi Fan, causing him to feel a surge of heat. The blue blood on the sword quickly vanished, absorbed by Yi Fan. Absorbed second-tier red-eyed wolf essence, gained 1 energy point. It feels somewhat akin to drinking hot water, Yi Fan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Roar, the second-tier red-eyed wolf, now missing its right paw, emitted a furious howl, its red eyes fixated on Wang Ba, filled with wariness that it wasn't wary of Wang Ba, but rather of the sword he wielded. With this divine sword in hand, a mere red-eyed wolf dares to challenge me. Wang Ba laughed heartily. In that instant, without waiting for the wolf to attack again, a surge of confidence propelled Wang Ba forward with a blood-drinking sword. The red-eyed wolf, known for its formidable defenses, was no match for the razor-sharp, blood-drinking sword. In no time, Wang Ba dispatched the red-eyed wolf. Slain second-tier red-eyed wolf gained 200 evolution points. To evolve again, I require 1,000 evolution points, Yi Fan mused, relishing the recent ascension. However, 1,000 points was not insurmountable. As long as Wang Ba continued to slay beasts, he would accrue evolution points. Yet, aside from upgrading the sword, evolution points seem to have little other use, he pondered. Evolution points can be exchanged for skills. Current host possesses 200 evolution points, can exchange for skill, Phantom Dance. At this moment, the system's prompt appeared once more. Skills can be exchanged? What is Phantom Dance? Yi Fan felt a surge of excitement. It turned out evolution points could be exchanged for skills. This wretched system should have mentioned it earlier. The system's text continued to materialize before Yi Fan. Phantom Dance. Degrade, a dazzling sword dance that inflicts substantial damage upon the opponent. Exchange. Yi Fan contemplated briefly before directly opting for this skill, consuming 200 evolution points. Huff, huff. Damn red-eyed wolf. Wang Ba gasped for breath. Revealing a bloody wound on his chest, he retrieved a vial of medicinal powder from his pack and sprinkled it over his injury. Wincing at the sharp sting, "Boss, are you all right?" The other men approached, concern etched on their faces. "Of course, I'm fine. It's merely a second-tier beast," Wang Ba grunted, attempting to mask the pain. "Boss, you've struck gold. This divine sword is extraordinarily sharp. Truly fearsome," one man exclaimed, gazing enviously at the long sword in Wang Ba's grip. Wang Ba chuckled, admiring the blood-drinking sword, growing increasingly fond of it. Beasts of the second tier were not easily slain. Yet this sword made the task remarkably effortless. "I can't shake the feeling that this sword possesses some extraordinary qualities yet to be uncovered," Wang Ba murmured to himself, after a brief respite. They made their way toward the city center, Tianlang City. This town belonged to the northwestern region of the Tianbar Empire. Upon arriving at a subterranean tavern, Wang Ba announced, "The task is complete. Here lies Zhang Tiany's corpse." He extracted the body from the sack. "This is Zhang Tiany." The task issuer frowned upon seeing the corpse, which resembled a desiccated husk. "Indeed, take a closer look," Wang Ba replied coldly. The man scrutinized the remains, noting the clothing and features, confirming it was indeed Zhang Tiany. Additionally, he discovered peculiar tattoos on the shriveled skin, evidence of Zhang Tiany's identity. However, how did he end up like this? Chapter 3, Revenge. The task issuer was left dumbfounded. "A secret," Wang Ba replied with a mysterious smile that he would not divulge the matter of the divine sword to anyone else. "The reward." He extended his hand toward the task issuer. "Here." The man tossed a pouch of coins into Wang Ba's palm. 100 gold coins. Hardly worth it. "I've lost several brothers," Wang Ba lamented as he pocketed the coins. After leaving, he planned to forge a sword sheath. "Damn it, I don't want a sheath." Yi Fan cursed silently upon realizing Wang Ba's intentions. Once the sheath was donned, he would be blind to everything. Like a sightless fool. This sword. The blacksmith gazed at the blood-drinking sword in Wang Ba's hand, astonished by its sharpness and the aura it exuded. What is wrong with this sword? Although Wang Ba knew it was extraordinary, He feigned ignorance. I have no suitable sheath for this sword. The blacksmith shook his head. A standard sheath would likely be unable to withstand its sharpness and would be damaged. I wonder whose craftsmanship this is? He looked at Wang Ba, unable to contain his admiration. This was a masterpiece. He had never encountered such a perfect sword in all his years of weapon forging. Ha! Wang Ba chuckled, offering no response that he felt he had struck gold on this venture, even with the loss of several subordinates. There was little to grieve over. This is your reward. Wang Ba distributed 5 gold coins to each of his men before departing. Night fell. It's been a few days, and I've missed you dearly. In a dimly lit room, Wang Ba was entwined with a voluptuous woman. As the sounds of their passion echoed, Yi Fan, resting by the bedside, could only shake his head in disbelief that he truly treated the sword as an afterthought. Yet, Wang Ba was indeed a ruthless individual. Despite a sizable wound on his chest, he still indulged in such pursuits by night. Just as he was immersed in the moment, a shadow crept stealthily forward. Wang Ba, oblivious, had yet to notice. However, being a second-tier martial artist, he reacted swiftly as the figure approached the bedside. A cold chuckle echoed as he gripped the blood-drinking sword tightly. Tian Jinshin, what are you doing? Wang Ba exclaimed in shock upon recognizing the figure. The woman beside him gasped in surprise. For a bounty of 100 gold coins, you offer me a mere 5? Tian Jinshin pointed the blood-drinking sword at Wang Ba, speaking coldly. Put down my weapon. With a fierce expression, Wang Ba exclaimed, Ha ha ha, this is a divine sword. I will never relinquish it. As he spoke, Tian Jinshin extended his tongue and licked the blade. What the hell? You pervert. Retract your tongue immediately. At that moment, Yi Fan felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. With a mere thought, he expended energy, causing the sword to tremble. Tian Jinshin was taken aback and quickly withdrew his tongue, his eyes brimming with astonishment as he gazed at the sword. It has recognized its master. The divine sword has acknowledged its master. He too became exhilarated. Recognize this, you bastard. Wang Ba erupted in fury, unleashing a potent force that sent Tian Jinshin flying across the room, crashing through the window and landing heavily on the ground outside. Spitting blood as he rose, Tian Jinshin retorted, Wang Ba, you think a mere first-tier warrior can oppose me? Wang Ba stepped forward, his gaze icy as he regarded Tian Jinshin, sneering, I still remember how you stole my woman. Tian Jinshin's face turned cold. So what? Your woman was quite delightful. Wang Ba's smile turned sinister. The disparity between a second-tier and a first-tier warrior was monumental. Even in his injured state, Tian Jinshin was no match for him. What a disgusting individual, Yi Fan thought, silently critiquing the enmity between them. I have endured humiliation and feigned ignorance for this moment. With this divine sword, it should be capable of slaying you, right? Tian Jinshin's gaze fixated on the sword in his hand as he deliberately sliced open an artery on his arm, blood gushing forth. This blood began to flow steadily onto the sword. Good heavens. He's quite the ruthless character, Yi Fan noted, astonished. This man was feeding the sword with his own blood. Absorbing vital blood, gaining 0.1 energy points. Absorbing vital blood, gaining 0.1 energy points. The system notifications continued to ring out. Soon, with a considerable amount of Tian Jinshin's blood absorbed, Yi Fan felt his entire being sharpen. You've lost your mind. Wang Ba's expression shifted drastically at this sight. I am not mad. It is you who is about to perish. Tian Jinshin bellowed, wielding the blood-drinking sword as he lunged at Wang Ba, seeking death. Wang Ba's expression darkened as he sidestepped the thrust, evading the attack. Following the miss, Tian Jinshin quickly retaliated. Humph. Wang Ba scoffed, seizing the opportunity to deliver a kick that sent Tian Jinshin sprawling to the ground with a heavy thud. Blood pooled around him. A waste is a waste, Wang Ba taunted. Even with the divine sword, you are still a waste. Let me inform you, not only did I bed your woman, but I shall also take your sister. Ha ha! Wang Ba's laughter echoed. I will fight you. Tian Jinshin rose, his eyes ablaze with rage, but he channeled energy into the blood-drinking sword that Yi Fan, within the sword, could distinctly feel the vibrations coursing through to Tian Jinshin thrust the sword forward. Yi Fan's newly acquired skill activated in that instant. Phantom Dance. The sword moved with such swiftness that Wang Ba could hardly discern its path. What was this? Wang Ba's eyes widened. Did I end the next moment? He felt a sharp pain sear through him, his body disintegrating into pieces. Is this the sword technique of the divine sword? Tian Jinxin's eyes filled with astonishment. Killing a second-tier warrior grants 200 evolution points at that moment. The sword's unique ability activated, drawing in Wang Ba's vital essence until his form withered away. Sword Master deceased. Absorbing his vital essence grants 200 evolution points. I've gained another 400 evolution points. Yi Fan felt a surge of satisfaction. His total evolution points now reached 410. That this skill was indeed formidable. As long as these individuals infused their energy into it, it could be triggered. Wang Ba remained blissfully unaware of the true nature of the sword, proving to be quite foolish. Achievement: Unfathomable Sword. 5 sword masters must be slain to unlock this achievement. 2.5. Chapter 4: Unlocking Achievement Skill. Killing Intent. The achievement progress now stands at 2 points. Just 3 more, and it would reach 5. The Unfathomable Sword. It appears I must tread the path of the demonic sword. Yi Fan reflected, a hint of melancholy in his thoughts. However, it was for the best. He had no desire for others to wield him, especially that man from earlier, who was utterly grotesque for licking the sword with his tongue. The mere thought sent chills down Yi Fan's spine. That moment. Tian Jinxin produced some medicinal powder to staunch his bleeding wounds before making his way back to the room. A woman, now clothed, trembled before him. Come here, Tian Jinxin commanded coldly. Why yes. The woman quivered as she approached. Tian Jinxin seized her, forcing her head down. The world has fallen to decay, and humanity has lost its virtue, Yi Fan mused early in the morning. He had just witnessed a tumultuous clash of enmity and passion the night prior. Too exhilarating for words. Wang Ba was nothing but a pathetic fool. You are the strongest, the woman cooed, nestling against Tian Jinxin. Indeed, that waist fell to me with a single strike, Tian Jinxin replied, his voice icy as he rummaged under the covers. After a morning of exertion, he dressed and stepped outside. He had already disposed of Wang Ba's corpse the night before and discovered several hundred coins in his quarters, enough to last him quite a while. The sword craves blood, and I shall help you gather it, Tian Jinxin mused, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. What was this man planning? To wield himself against others? Yi Fan was intrigued. The warriors in this world possessed remarkable physiques, despite Tian Jinxin's injuries from the previous night. He had already healed significantly. After procuring some medicinal pills, he ventured in another direction, towards the prison of Tianlang City. You wish to execute a criminal? The warden was taken aback by Tian Jinxin's intent. Yes. 1 gold coin per kill, Tian Jinxin affirmed. Have you lost your mind? Leave at once. The warden waved dismissively, preparing to have him escorted away. 5 gold coins, Tian Jinxin countered. Wait. The warden halted, eyeing him anew. Are you serious? Of course, Tian Jinxin nodded slightly. He had unearthed over 500 coins from Wang Ba's residence. All right, there are 26 death row inmates. For your gold coins, you can execute them directly. The warden chuckled. These criminals were destined for death. So whether it was now or later made little difference that if there was profit to be made, why not? Though, this man was a bit unhinged, taking pleasure in slaying criminals. Here, Tian Jinxin handed over 130 coins. Splendid. The warden's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he led Tian Jinxin towards the execution chamber. Let me out, you wretched scum. Do you dare threaten me? As they approached the execution chamber, a chorus of vile curses erupted from the surrounding inmates. Truly, this place is filled with wicked souls, Yi Fan mused, observing the prisoners. His energy had now accumulated to over 30 points. If he could gather a bit more, he would gain autonomy. I wonder what it will be like to evolve to SSS level. Yi Fan felt a surge of anticipation. Enter, the warden commanded as he unlocked the door, allowing Tian Jinxin to step inside. Tian Jinxin's heart raced that he had never attempted to slay so many at once. But to empower the divine sword, he had no other choice. I shall be freed. A death row inmate charged at Tian Jinxin. Roaring with fury, seeking death, Tian Jinxin chuckled coldly, swiftly dispatching the man with his sword. Absorbing the vital blood of a quasi-warrior, gaining 0.1 points of energy. killing a quasi-warrior, gaining 10 evolution points with the inmate slain. Yi Fan received another system notification. Now, it's your turn. After dispatching the first inmate, Tian Jingxin's gaze turned towards the remaining prisoners. Warden, return here. It is not yet execution day. What are you planning? Soon, amidst Tian Jingxin's relentless onslaught, all the death row inmates fell beneath the blood-drinking sword. The blood upon the sword swiftly dissipated as it absorbed their essence. 20 kills achieved, unlocking achievement skill. Killing intent, another skill unlocked. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly began to inspect the situation. Malevolent energy. The sword emitted a sinister aura, sending shivers down one's spine and affecting those with weak wills, imposing a suppressive effect on enemies. It seems I truly must transform into a demonic sword. Yi Fan reflected as he gazed at the newly unlocked abilities. His evolution points had surpassed 400, yet it was still insufficient for further evolution. Tian Jingxin gripped the bloodthirsty sword, acutely aware of its newfound sharpness that a palpable killing intent flickered in his eyes. He yearned to kill again. Wait a moment. However, he soon shook his head, the murderous intent in his gaze returning to normal. This sword harbors malevolent energy. He distinctly sensed the chilling aura emanating from the long sword, which seemed to influence his own mindset. Fulit Wanba. What divine sword? This is clearly a demonic weapon, Tian Jingxin sneered. Yet, as long as my will remains resolute, this sword cannot sway me. His gaze lingered on the long sword in his hand, growing increasingly fond of it. The power unleashed by the sword had even slain Wang Ba. He promptly departed from the scene. Could it be that this person has been possessed? The warden, upon returning to find the death row inmates slain, could not help but shake his head. However, the thought of the gold coins he had acquired brought a smile to his face. Tonight, he could indulge in the company of several courtesans at the pleasure house. Upon returning to his quarters, Tian Jingxin began consuming the elixirs he had procured, sitting cross-legged to commence his cultivation. Cultivation, you say? He himself had no need for such practices. Killing creatures sufficed for his evolution. At that moment, Yi Fan hesitated briefly before touching the ground with the sword's tip, causing the sword to rise. By consuming energy points, I can move. Levitation consumes 1 energy point per second, while remaining grounded consumes only 0.1 points per second. Yi Fan experimented and quickly grasped the mechanics involved. Chapter 5. The sword master falls again. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would see a sword eerily levitating, its tip touching the ground as it spun in circles. Growing bored, Yi Fan reclined once more. The energy points are still too few. If only I had enough, I could soar into the skies. Currently, he had only 30 energy points left, allowing him to remain airborne for merely 30 seconds, a duration far too brief. He decided to rest for a while, eagerly awaiting his evolution. Not long after, footsteps echoed from outside. "Oh!" Tian Jingxin exclaimed, swiftly rising and seizing the bloodthirsty sword. Cautiously, he approached the door. Bang! In that instant, a long sword pierced through the wooden door, nearly striking Tian Jingxin. Startled, he hastily retreated, attempting to escape through the window at the back. Bang! But just then, the front door was kicked open, revealing a group of people. Don't even think about fleeing. The back has already been sealed off. A man standing at the doorway smirked. The Violent Tiger Mercenary Group. Tian Jingxin's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the individuals at the entrance. The Violent Tiger Mercenary Group was a relatively large organization, boasting around 40 to 50 members. Is that him? The leader of the Violent Tiger Mercenary Group? Zhang Hu pointed directly at Tian Jingxin. Yes, that's him. A woman cautiously emerged, indicating Tian Jingxin. Damn bitch. Tian Jingxin's expression darkened upon seeing the woman. How tragic, betrayed by yet another woman. Yi Fan, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. However, as a sword, he had no means to express his thoughts. "SK kid, you have guts even managing to kill Wang Ba. I had a connection with Wang Ba. Today, you shall undoubtedly die." Zhang Hu sneered, brandishing a long sword as he charged forward. Seeing this unfold, Tian Jingxin's expression immediately shifted. He raised the bloodthirsty sword to block the attack. Clang! The clash of metal echoed as Tian Jingxin staggered back a few steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. I've heard this is a fine sword, but it seems rather lackluster, Zhang Hu remarked, his gaze fixed on Tian Jingxin with amusement. Tian Jingxin glanced at the bloodthirsty sword in his grasp, noticing a small chip on the blade. Damn it. My teeth might be shattered. Yi Fan felt a surge of anger. The long knife wielded by Zhang Hu appeared far from ordinary. It was exceptionally resilient and sharp. His D-grade longsword had been chipped, indicating that Zhang Hu's weapon was certainly of C-grade quality or higher. My divine sword, Tian Jingxin lamented painfully. Divina Svot, you shall die. Zhang Hu bellowed, swinging his long knife downwards with ferocity. Third-tier martial technique. Gale Slash. As he shouted, the long knife sliced through the air with terrifying force. Boom. Tian Jingxin's body was cleaved in two. Swordmaster Death. Absorbing his blood, energy grants 100 evolution points. Achievement. Unnamed sword. Unlock this achievement by slaying 5 sword masters. 3-5 in that moment. As the system notification sounded, the bloodthirsty sword automatically absorbed Tian Jingxin's blood energy. Only 100 evolution points. It seems Tian Jingxin was merely a first-tier warrior, Yi Fan mused. A mere waste. Yet he puts on airs. Nonetheless, there is quite a bit of gold. Zhang Hu searched and retrieved the remaining coins from Tian Jingxin. Clean this up, then we depart. Zhang Hu turned to leave, while the others busied themselves with Tian Jingxin's corpse and the bloodstains. Casting glances at the bloodthirsty sword. Is the boss not taking the sword? One man remarked, eyeing the long sword. What nonsense. The boss wields a C-grade weapon. Why would he bother with this junk? Another scoffed. Damn it. How dare you insult me? Yi Fan seethed upon hearing the remarks. Were it not for the number of people present, he would have expended energy to demonstrate his power. Yet it was wiser to hold back for now, if he were to kill that man. The others might take him to the blacksmith to melt him down, and that would spell disaster. Just throw it away. Another chimed in. That long knife had clearly chipped the long sword. If you don't want it, then I'll take it. One man instinctively spoke up. Take it. We have no need for swords anyway. The rest expressed disinterest in the blade. The man named Yilan was a member of the Violent Tiger mercenary group, possessing only first-tier strength and primarily serving in menial roles that Yi Fan felt a sense of resignation. Why did such weaklings always end up with him? However, since this individual shared his surname, Yi Fan felt less animosity toward him. It was certainly preferable to Tian Jingxin, who had a penchant for licking swords, a thought that made Yi Fan want to retch out of course. Being a sword, he could not do so. Odd. The blade was clearly chipped by the boss. Why does it seem intact now? Yilan pondered it. His curiosity piqued that he would not have mistaken it. Could it be that this sword possesses self-repairing abilities? With that thought in mind, his eyes widened slightly as he cautiously glanced at the others, then gripped the bloodthirsty sword as if it were a treasure. In the following days, Yi Fan found himself quite bored that Yi Lan, as a low-ranking member of the mercenary group, spent his days running errands, either moving supplies for the leader or cleaning up messes. He craved bloodshed. How else could he level up? Yet every night, Yi Lan practiced his sword techniques that end his boredom. Yi Fan memorized their cultivation methods and sword techniques. One day. Today, I have accepted a significant mission. Zhang Hu summoned everyone to their headquarters. We are to eliminate the members of the Shadow Phantom mercenary group. He surveyed the crowd before speaking slowly. Upon hearing his words, the members jolted in surprise. The Shadow Phantom mercenary group? This group was their sworn enemy. However, the strengths of the two groups were comparable, and any conflicts had been minor. Now, their leader declared an intent to confront the Shadow Phantom mercenary group. Rest assured, someone will aid us tonight, allowing us to capture them all at once. Zhang Hu, a figure of cunning ambition, spoke coldly. It seems tonight will indeed witness bloodshed, Yi Fan thought as he listened to Zhang Hu's words. Chapter 6. Who are you calling a broken sword? Today, I must achieve merit. Within the rear courtyard, some warriors were sharpening their blades with fervor, while Yilan wielded the bloodthirsty sword, practicing his swings. However, his swordsmanship was rather poor, prompting Yi Fan to roll his eyes. I wonder if this fellow can even kill anyone. He might end up being killed instead. Yi Fan scoffed. The Violent Tiger Mercenary Group and the Shadow Phantom Mercenary Group were sworn foes, neither willing to yield in Tianlang City. Particularly during joint missions, territorial disputes often led to conflict. Over the past year, many had died due to clashes between the two groups. That as night fell, the territory of the Shadow Phantom Mercenary Group was brightly lit. Numerous burly men were gathered in the courtyard, raising their bottles to drink. That a man, shrouded in secrecy, stealthily produced a packet of powder, which he then mixed into the bottles of alcohol before carrying them away. The members of the Shadow Mercenary Group, engrossed in their revelry, paid no heed as they eagerly seized the bottles and began to drink. That son of a bitch Zhang who was trying to snatch a mission from our Shadow Mercenary Group again today. How infuriating, one exclaimed. Humph. The members of the Violent Tiger Mercenary Group won't be able to flaunt their bravado for long. We shall eradicate them all in due time. As they continued to drink and curse, the leader of the Shadow Mercenary Group, Sun Yuran, suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. This wine seems off, he remarked. Captain, this wine tastes rather good. What's the issue? Inquired another member, curious. Colorless and tasteless source restraining powder. Sun Yuran's expression darkened. Source power is the energy that resides within the bodies of martial artists in this world. This particular powder can render a martial artist's energy completely unusable for someone at his level. A third-tier martial artist, this posed a significant threat, meaning he would be unable to harness his combat skills. Who brought in this wine? Sun Yuran bellowed in fury. The laughter of those around him ceased as they turned their gazes towards him. What's wrong with the boss? Check if you can utilize your source power, he commanded coldly, his face growing increasingly grim. No need to check. We definitely can't use it, came a voice from the crowd. That moment, a sudden noise erupted from the entrance, causing everyone to look up in shock. Bang! The door swung open, and Zhang Hu, leading the Violent Tiger Mercenary Group, strode in with confidence. Zhang Hu. Sun Yuran's countenance fell as he regarded the intruders, a sense of foreboding settling in. It's the Violent Tiger Mercenary Group. Damn it! These bastards are audacious enough to come here. The members of the Shadow Mercenary Group erupted in outrage, reaching for their weapons. Yet they soon realized that the energy within their bodies was inexplicably dormant. As they recalled their captain's earlier words, their expressions turned grave, panic creeping in. Martial artists harness source power, which concentrates in their fists, rendering them nearly indestructible. Infusing it into weapons sharpens their lethality. Moreover, employing martial skills necessitates source power. It was Zhang Kuang who handled this batch of wine, one member of the Shadow Mercenary Group shouted. But to their horror, they discovered Zhang Kuang's presence had vanished. Damn it, traitor! No matter their furious denunciations, the reality remained unchanged. The wine they had consumed was laced with source-restraining powder, and now the Violent Tiger Mercenary Group had arrived. From this day forth, the Shadow Mercenary Group shall become a relic of the past. With a sinister smile, Zhang Hu unsheathed his long knife, and the others followed suit, brandishing their weapons. The time for glory has arrived, Yilan declared, gripping the blood-drinking sword tightly. It seems blood will flow. I wonder if this lad can truly kill. Yi Fan couldn't help but critique the apparent weakness of his current swordmaster. Zhang Hu, are you certain you wish to engage in mutual destruction? Sun Yuran tightened his grip on his weapon, his expression darkening. Without the ability to utilize source power, his strength was effectively halved. Mutuelle destruction? No, we shall slaughter you, Zhang Hu roared, raising his long knife and charging forward. Kill! The rest of the Violent Tiger Mercenary members echoed, launching themselves into the fray. Although the members of the Shadow Mercenary Group could not use their source power in the short term, their combat prowess remained intact. The two mercenary groups clashed fiercely, in the midst of the chaos. Yilan seized the opportunity to strike, piercing the body of a man engaged in battle with another martial artist. Absorb 0.1 energy points from first-tier martial artist's blood. Absorb 0.1 energy points from first-tier martial artist's blood. As the system notifications continued, Yi Fan felt invigorated, akin to drinking warm water. Yi Lan withdrew his sword from the pierced martial artist's body and swiftly aimed for the man's head, impaling it with lethal precision. Eliminated first-tier martial artist. Earned 100 evolution points. This lad, may not be skilled in swordplay. But he is certainly ruthless, Yi Fan mused, observing Yi Lan's lethal efficiency. The violent tiger mercenary group appeared equally merciless. It seemed they intended to obliterate the shadow mercenary group entirely at that moment. The blood-drinking sword emanated a faint aura of malevolence, influencing Yi Lan's demeanor. Kill, kill, kill. The bloodlust that surged within him intensified, and with the blood-drinking sword in hand, he continued to strike down the martial artists before him. The sword's blade was impossibly sharp, severing a martial artist's arm in an instant. The blood that splattered upon the sword began to be absorbed, enhancing its sharpness and radiating a chilling glow, rendering it even more menacing. This sword, something is amiss, Yi Lan noted, astonished. At that moment, a martial artist wielding a long knife charged at him. Clang! Yi Lan instinctively blocked the attack with the blood-drinking sword. But the force of the impact sent him stumbling back several steps. A broken sword dares to challenge a member of the shadow mercenary group, the burly man growled, continuing his assault. What did you call me? A broken sword? Yi Fan could no longer contain his irritation. With a thought, the long sword began to tremble slightly. Chapter 7. Evolution. Shadow blood-drinking sword. This sword. Yi Lan felt the tremors of the sword in his grasp, causing him to gasp in surprise. It was as if the sword craved his energy, seeking death. Filled with murderous intent, Yi Lan glared at the man brandishing the long knife, roaring as he infused his source power into the blood-drinking sword. The blade began to vibrate fiercely, and he sensed that he had triggered some latent power within the sword. He swiftly thrust the sword forward. Phantom Dance, this skill could be activated either by expending his own energy or through the Swordmaster's source power. Naturally, it was most efficient to absorb the Swordmaster's energy. The martial artist, taken aback by Yi Lan's dazzling swordplay, was caught off guard. In a matter of moments, his arm was severed. Ah, he screamed, utterly unprepared for the ferocity of Yi Lan's martial skills. You shall perish. Yi Lan sent it. Plunging the blood-drinking sword deeper into his foe, bang! The blade pierced the man's head. Eliminated first-tier martial artist. Earned 100 evolution points. I've struck gold, Yi Lan exclaimed, withdrawing the blood-drinking sword, his body quaking with excitement. Upon closer inspection, the sword remained unblemished by blood, as if it absorbed all the spilled essence. Moreover, he had just activated a unique ability of the sword. Yi Lan's confidence surged as he turned his gaze toward the ongoing battle. Charging into the fray, feeding the sword with blood. Is he influenced by the aura of malevolence? Or is it simply his own nature? Yi Fan pondered, observing Yi Lan's newfound ferocity. However, as someone with a system, he remained unaffected by the aura of malice. Absorbed 0.1 energy points from first-tier martial artist S blood. Eliminated first-tier martial artist. Earned 100 evolution points. As the Shadow Mercenary group faced annihilation, Yi Fan's accumulated evolution points soared to 1360. With 1,000 points required for evolution, he was ready. Detecting sufficient evolution points. Proceed with evolution? Yes, Yi Fan declared without hesitation. If evolution was possible, he would seize the opportunity. Evolution successful. As the notification resonated, Yi Fan noticed changes in the system panel. Host, Yi Fan's sword name. Shadow blood-drinking sword. A long sword imbued with dark energy, capable of absorbing blood. Exceptionally sharp. Quality. C. Active skill. Phantom Dance. C-level, a mesmerizing sword dance that inflicts significant damage to adversaries. Passive skills. Blood-sucking C-level. Absorbs blood to enhance blade sharpness and gain energy points. Devourer, C-level, absorbs energy from the Swordmaster's blood upon their demise. Dark energy, C-level, imbues the sword with dark energy when the Swordmaster channels their power. Evolution points, 360-5000, energy, 55. 6 inches now, C-level, Yi Fan exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Upon closer inspection, the shadow blood-drinking sword had taken on a darker hue. The blade bore an array of strange, archaic engravings, visible only when illuminated by the sun's rays. Furthermore, following its recent evolution, it had acquired the ability to unleash dark attribute attacks. It seems I underestimated Yi Lan. He has slain 6 members of the Shadow Mercenary Group tonight, he mused. Caught off guard by the revelation. Sun Yuran is dead. From this day forth, the Shadow Mercenary Group shall cease to exist. At that moment, Zhang Hu raised his weapon and bellowed. The surrounding warriors erupted into cheers. Zhang Kuang, you are the hero of the night. Zhang Hu laughed heartily as Zhang Kuang's figure appeared in the distance, prompting the crowd to direct their gazes towards him. Zhang Kuang, a former member of the Shadow Mercenary Group, so that was it. The crowd quickly grasped the situation. It was undoubtedly Zhang Kuang who had secretly incapacitated the members of the Shadow Mercenary Group, rendering them unable to utilize their powers. This time, the Tiger Mercenary Group had suffered significant losses. But the Shadow Mercenary Group was utterly annihilated. Brother Hu, you have my admiration, Zhang Kuang replied with a smile. Compile the statistics. Rewards will be distributed based on tonight's achievements. Zhang Hu's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man, who responded with a hearty laugh. With the destruction of the Shadow Mercenary Group, all of their possessions now belong to them, including territory, resources, and the domains they once controlled. Excellent. The middle-aged man nodded in approval. Excitement evident in the eyes of the others. They toiled tirelessly for wealth, and Zhang Hu was known for his generosity. They knew their rewards would be substantial. Yilan, having slain 6 foes, shall receive 600 gold coins. After collecting the spoils from the Shadow Mercenary Group, the rewards were promptly announced. He managed to kill 600 gold coins. The members of the Tiger Mercenary Group felt a surge of envy and resentment upon hearing the accountant's words. Yilan, who was once the lowest of the low within the mercenary group, had indeed achieved the remarkable feat of slaying 6. Thank you, Yilan exclaimed, exhilarated as he accepted the 600 gold coins. From now on, I shall continue to fight for our team. The accountant cast a satisfied glance his way before crossing his name off the reward list and proceeding to announce the next name. Some individuals fixated enviously on Yi Lan's coin pouch, feeling a twinge of bitterness. Yet, Yi Lan's accomplishment of killing 6 was undeniably commendable. Upon returning to his modest dwelling, Yi Lan opened the coin pouch, his face beaming with joy. 600 gold coins, 600 gold coins. He laughed heartily, nearly dancing with elation that Wei Fan, witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless. This man truly seemed as though he had never encountered wealth before. Yet 600 gold coins were indeed a significant sum, equivalent to over 100,000 in his original world. Even when Tian Jinshin had slain Wang Ba, he had only secured a few hundred gold coins. What a remarkable sword, Yilan thought, his excitement mounting as he admired the shadow blood-draining sword that had aided him in defeating those warriors. Fortunately, no one had claimed it before, allowing him to stumble upon this treasure. Did it transform as a result of slaying those warriors? He took a tattered cloth, wiping the blade while murmuring to himself. Reflecting on the events of the night, he found it utterly inconceivable that a sword could drain blood and undergo transformation. Indeed, the sword in Tian Jinshin's possession was anything but ordinary. My boss truly lacks insight, Yilan remarked, half jesting, yet feeling increasingly fortunate. Chapter 8. Yilan's transformation at this moment. Yilan wielded the shadow blood-draining sword and began to practice his swordsmanship. However, his technique remained rather rudimentary. Let us give this a try. As he concentrated, he infused his source energy into the sword. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the energy coursed through the blade, causing it to take on a deeper shade of black that in his mind. He sensed a thought suggesting he could employ a unique sword technique inherent to the blade, one he had unleashed during his confrontation with the Shadow Mercenary Group. However, not long after, Yilan found himself panting heavily, feeling as though the sword was draining all his strength. Useless, and he is already exhausted, Yi Fan muttered inwardly. The boy was clearly lacking in physical energy. He was far from being able to utilize his true potential. The lower his capabilities, the weaker the warriors he could defeat. Currently, evolution required 5,000 evolution points. Slaying a first-tier warrior yielded only 100 points, while a second-tier warrior provided merely 200. That it was uncertain how long it would take to upgrade further. I still need to train diligently. Otherwise, I won't be able to unleash the full power of this sword, Yilan contemplated, gazing at the long sword with determination. In the days that followed, Yilan exhibited an extraordinary commitment to his training. Much to Yi Fan's surprise, this kid has adapted rather quickly, he mused. Previously, Yilan had idled away his time, visiting brothels instead of honing his skills. With the gold coins he had earned, he purchased elixirs for cultivation and sword techniques. For Yi Fan, Yilan's newfound dedication was a positive development. After all, a stronger sword master could vanquish even more formidable foes. Yilan, come here and help us wash the clothes from a few days ago. A voice called out as Yilan practiced his swordplay. I'm busy, he replied coldly. Previously, he had accepted his lack of talent and refrained from striving for strength. However, things had changed. Now armed with a divine sword, he had the opportunity to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Attaining high-tier warrior status would bring him wealth and prestige. Yilan, are you getting a bit too arrogant? A man's face darkened at his response. Xian Haohui, what is the matter? Other members of the Tiger mercenary group approached. This Yilan has refused to wash our clothes, Xian Haohui said, his gaze fixed on Yilan with hostility. Yilan, don't think that just because you killed 6 members of the Shadow mercenary group, you can act high and mighty. Obey and wash those clothes. A burly man glared at Yilan, who was engrossed in his sword practice. I said, I'm busy. Yilan halted his movements, casting a cold glance at the burly man. The aura of bloodlust radiating from him altered his demeanor. The burly man felt an involuntary shiver at Yilan's gaze, which now held a hint of intimidation. This feeling unsettled him greatly. How could Yilan, of all people, inspire such fear? Are you looking for death? The burly man snarled, advancing with clenched fists, ready to strike Yilan. In an instant, Yilan thrust the shadow blood-draining sword forward, its tip poised dangerously close to the man's forehead. The sharp point pierced the skin, drawing a thin line of blood. If I move even slightly, you shall perish, Yilan declared, his gaze locked onto the burly man, a hint of disdain evident in his expression, that he was no longer the same individual he once was. With the divine sword in hand, his power had surged. His transformation is astonishing, Yi Fan observed, taken aback. Not long ago, Yilan seemed timid and compliant. Now he exhibited newfound confidence. Yet this change was advantageous for Yi Fan. At least he wouldn't need to find a new sword master for the time being. After all, he was still merely a C-grade weapon, and higher-tier experts would likely dismiss him. Should I move even slightly, you will meet your demise. Yilan's gaze remained fixed on the burly man as he let out a cold snort, retracting the shadow blood-draining sword. Xian Haohui and the others stood in shock, unable to fathom Yilan's newfound audacity. The burly man felt the sting from his forehead, trembling slightly as he recalled the menacing aura he had sensed moments before. It was an aura born of countless kills, a presence that only the most seasoned warriors possessed. How could Yilan exude such a murderous intent? I'm going to practice my swordsmanship now. Unless you have matters to discuss, I suggest you leave. Yilan replied nonchalantly. His ambition was to become a high-tier warrior. With the divine sword, he felt himself set apart from these individuals. They expected him to wash their clothes? Preposterous. Let us go, the burly man said, casting one last glance at his companions before departing. He perceived Yilan's drastic transformation, as if he had become an entirely different person. Xian Haohui pondered for a moment before snorting in frustration and following suit. With their departure, Yilan exhaled in relief. These people are insufferable. Moments ago, he had felt a flicker of instinctive trepidation, having been subservient to them for so long. Ah, so that was merely a forced calm, Yi Fan remarked, half amused. Nonetheless, it was evident that Yilan was undergoing a significant transformation. 3 days later, the Tiger mercenary group accepted a new mission, to venture outside the city and slay a large third-tier beast. Yilan, I hear you've been practicing your swordsmanship these past few days? Zhang Hu summoned Yilan to the courtyard. Indeed, Captain, Yilan replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Zhang Hu cast a fleeting glance at Yilan, and he still held a lingering impression of him. It seemed that Yilan had indeed undergone some transformation. Very well. For us warriors, striving to enhance our cultivation is a commendable pursuit. By the way, Let me see that sword of yours. At this moment, an idea appeared to dawn on Zhang Hu as he addressed Yilan. Upon hearing Zhang Hu's words, Yilan was momentarily taken aback. I have heard that sword was left behind by Tianjin Xin, and you have taken it for your own use. That sword has become useless after my long knife has marred it. Bring it to me, and I shall provide you with a replacement, Zhang Hu continued. Damn it! At that moment, a subtle shift occurred in Yi Lan's expression. Could it be that the commander had realized the sword was extraordinary? Chapter 9. Counterattack. What is the matter? Zhang Hu's gaze remained fixed upon Yilan. It's nothing. Commander, I shall bring you the sword shortly. Yilan replied respectfully. As he was to meet Zhang Hu, he could not bring any weapons with him, and the bloodthirsty sword was left at his residence. How dreadfully dull. Yifan, at this juncture, leaned against the energy-driven sword body, using the tip to touch the ground, spinning around in circles. The sharp tip of the sword promptly pierced a small hole into the ground. However, at that moment, Yifan heard the sound of footsteps, that he ceased expending energy, allowing the long sword to rest upon the ground. Creak. Yilan returned to his room with a darkened expression. Who has meddled with my sword? He glanced around, spotting his revered sword lying on the ground. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, he found no trace of anyone. Could it have simply fallen? He picked up the shadow, bloodthirsty sword, scrutinizing it closely, and then produced a cloth to begin polishing the blade. The more he looked at the sword, the more he cherished it. That night, it was this very sword that had enabled him to slay 6 members of the Shadow Mercenary Corps, earning him 600 gold coins, and now he commanded respect within the guild. No one dared to issue him orders any longer. Damn Zhang Hu, I have no intention of relinquishing my divine sword to him. Yilan gritted his teeth, his face contorted with intense hatred. This is my sword. To become a formidable warrior, he needed this sword to know no one could take it from him. So, Zhang Hu desires this sword. It seems that Yi Lan's recent actions have drawn suspicion, Yifan surmised. After all, there were witnesses when he took this very sword. What will this individual do next? Yifan waited with keen interest. For him, the greater the strength of the sword's master, the better. Advancing in ranks as a warrior is a formidable challenge. It is not an easy feat. Over these past few days, Yifan had gained considerable insight into this world. Moreover, for reasons unknown, his memory had notably improved that he had entirely memorized the cultivation techniques and even the sword skills practiced by Yilan. At this rate, will I become a mobile repository of secret tomes? Yifan mused. After all, each sword master remains oblivious to the fact that the sword possesses consciousness. Yilan, it appears that your sword is not an ordinary one. Just then, a voice echoed from the doorway. Yilan started, his gaze darting toward the entrance, where he beheld the figures of Xan Haohui and others. No wonder you seem off. It turns out you wielded Tian Jinxin's sword, initially regarded as a worthless blade that no one wanted. It has now fallen into your hands. It seems this sword is not what it first appeared to be, Xan Haohui remarked coldly. During this time, he had conducted inquiries that Yi Lan's transformation had commenced that fateful night when he slaughtered 6 members of the Shadow Mercenary Corps. Utilizing that very sword, that was clearly a blade that had been damaged by Zhang Hu, yet now it appeared unscathed and even sharper. His gaze settled on the long sword in Yi Lan's grasp, and a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. However, the matter had already been reported to Zhang Hu. That sword would undoubtedly be claimed by him. It's you. Yilan glowered at Xan Haohui, his gaze filled with animosity. Do not presume that possessing a sword grants you equal standing with us. We are among the oldest members of the guild. Xan Haohui responded coldly that Yilan was merely a first-tier warrior. He held no fear. Yet that sword seemed to possess peculiar qualities. Xan Haohui spoke. Yilan's countenance darkened further to know. He could not surrender this sword. He had no desire to revert to his former life, only with the divine sword in hand. Wielding its power, could he summon the courage to confront his foes? What is this? Do you not wish to hand it over? A bow. Seize his sword and present it to the commander, Xan ordered with a menacing expression. Understood. The man known as a bow approached, brandishing a long knife. Hand it over. Do you intend to defy the commander? His long knife was aimed at Yilan. "I will not," Yilan retorted indignantly. "Then hand it over," Bao scoffed. Yilan's expression fluctuated erratically to know he could not part with this sword. Flee. At worst, he would leave this place. In that instant, Yilan dashed away in the opposite direction. "Stop!" Bao's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. He had never anticipated that Yilan would suddenly run. He charged forward, holding his long knife, aiming to strike at Yilan's back. With remarkable speed, Yilan reacted swiftly, raising his long sword to deflect the attack. "Damn it! Yilan's kuntenas dakinet. You dare to resist. You seek death." Bao's expression turned frigid as he continued to swing his knife. Yilan's pupils contracted, and he infused his source power directly into the shadow bloodthirsty sword. In an instant, the sword's body turned pitch black. When their weapons clashed once more, dark energy erupted like sparks, splattering onto Bao's arm. The dark energy was terrifying. Upon contact, it obliterated flesh. His arm was riddled with craters, and his grip on the knife weakened. A golden opportunity. Observing this, Yilan's murderous intent flared. "Since you wish to kill me, then prepare for your demise." Fueled by rage, he thrust the shadow bloodthirsty sword backward. Bang! The sword pierced through Bao's chest. Blood gushed from the wound, splattering onto the blade of the shadow bloodthirsty sword. In no time, the sword absorbed the blood entirely. Absorbed blood of a first-tier warrior. Gaining 0.1 energy points. Absorbed blood of a first-tier warrior. Gaining 0.1 energy points. Notifications of energy point acquisition continued to resonate. The shadow bloodthirsty sword voraciously absorbed his blood. The blade grew, increasingly sharp. Yilan distinctly felt its power surge. A sinister smile crept across his face as he withdrew the long sword from Bao's lifeless body. Bao's eyes widened, and his entire form collapsed to the ground. He killed Bao? Exen Haohui and the others trembled, utterly taken aback. They had never expected Yilan would act in such a manner. It was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Indeed, the pursuit of power can profoundly alter an individual, Yifan noted, observing the scene with a sense of reflection. Nevertheless, while Yilan had suffered at the hands of the violent Tiger Mercenary Corps, he was not a virtuous character himself. He often bullied ordinary folk. I find myself increasingly eager to see what unfolds next. Yifan chuckled ominously. Chapter 10. Escape. At this moment, Yilan snapped back to reality. Glancing toward Xinhua before hastily fleeing, he ran. Having killed a member of the guild, if captured, his fate would be sealed. Furthermore, Zhang Hu was a third-tier warrior. Once Zhang Hu received the news, he would have no chance to escape. Yilan has killed a member of the guild. Xinhua bellowed, now fully aware of the situation. The members of the violent Tiger Mercenary Corps in the vicinity were stirred into action, converging toward this location. Although Bao was merely a first-tier warrior, his combat skills were formidable. That if he could be slain by Yilan's sword, then the threat was real. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Hu arrived. Commander, Yilan not only refused to surrender that sword, but has also slain Bao. Xinhua reported urgently upon Zhang Hu's arrival. Zhang Hu's expression darkened as he gazed upon Bao's corpse. He had never anticipated that Yilan would resort to such actions. This only confirmed that the sword must indeed be extraordinary. Bring him back, Zhang Hu commanded in a low tone. The violent Tiger Mercenary Corps was the strongest in Tianlang City. Allowing such an incident to transpire without recapturing Yilan would be utterly disgraceful. Understood. The members of the violent Tiger Mercenary Corps swiftly departed to apprehend Yilan. Puffed at this point, Yilan had already fled the city. Upon reaching the forest outside the city, he did not cease his flight. He ran far and deep into the woods before finally resting on a rock. Panting heavily, reflecting on the recent events, he felt a lingering sense of dread. Had he not fled the city promptly, he would have become an easy target. Damn those people, he thought, his countenance darkening. Were it not for them, he would not have had to escape the city. However, with the divine sword in hand, all I need to do is cultivate my strength further, thus enabling me to master this magnificent weapon. Yilan glanced at the shadow blood-drinking sword. recalling the surge of dark energy that had erupted upon infusing his source power into the blade. His gaze grew, increasingly fervent. This longsword evidently harbored numerous unknown abilities, waiting for him to uncover. He retrieved several elixirs from his bosom and promptly seated himself in meditation. The forest's intricate terrain would make it challenging for the members of the Violent Tiger Mercenary Corps to locate him. Presently, the priority was to swiftly enhance his prowess. As his strength increased and the quality of his source energy improved, he would be better equipped to wield the capabilities of this longsword. Have they found him yet? Soon, Zhang Hu emerged from the street outside. He has already escaped the city. A man spoke at that moment. It appears he is heading deep into the verdant forest. It seems he is not entirely foolish. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu scoffed. If he were still within the city, Yilan would be doomed. Captain, what should we do now? The remaining members turned their gazes toward Zhang Hu. He won't be able to run far. Recently, the verdant forest is on the verge of a beast tide. You should wait at the forest's exit. Once he emerges, capture him. Zhang Hu instructed in a grave tone. He could distinctly sense that the sword was no ordinary blade. He had heard tales of ancient warriors whose swords could bestow unique techniques upon their wielders. That it was evident that Yilan had acquired something extraordinary. Damn it, he felt a twinge of regret. He should have realized the sword's significance when Tian Jinxin killed Wang Ba to seize it to AT that time. Seeing the sword sustain a minor nick from his long knife, he had instinctively dismissed it as a worthless weapon. But now, it was too late for regrets. The pressing matter was to locate Yilan. Although I can bully ordinary people within the city relying on the name of the Violent Tiger Mercenary Corps, he lamented, I too am a target of bullying within the group. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. If one does not grow stronger, they will be oppressed. I refuse to be victimized by anyone ever again. Yilan clutched the long sword, as if speaking to himself or perhaps confiding in the sword. Alas, you cannot hear my words. He gazed at the shadow blood-drinking sword and shook his head. Though I wish to tell you that I can hear you, I doubt you comprehend that this sword possesses a consciousness. Inside the sword, Yi Fan silently scoffed. However, Zhang Hu is a third-tier warrior. After annexing the Shadow Mercenary Corps, the Violent Tiger Mercenary Corps now boasts over 100 members. They will likely find this place soon. When they do, will you be able to withstand them? Yi Fan mused from within the sword. Regardless, I must first enhance my strength. Yilan was oblivious to Yi Fan's words as he tightened his grip on the longsword. Roar! At that moment, a cacophony of otherworldly roars erupted around him. What is that sound? Yilan was startled. He turned his gaze forward and distinctly saw several massive wild boars charging towards him. First-tier iron-furred boars. Yilan observed the approaching first-tier beasts and couldn't help but smirk. Clenching the shadow, blood-drinking sword tightly, he swung it forth. The training he had undergone in swordsmanship over the past few days had yielded significant results. Coupled with the blade's sharpness, the first-tier iron-furred boars quickly fell beneath his sword. Absorb first-tier iron-furred boar's essence, gaining 0.1 energy points. Absorb first-tier iron-furred boar's essence, gaining 0.1 energy points. Killed first-tier iron-furred boar, gaining 200 evolution points. The system's notifications flooded in. For Yilan, this was undeniably exhilarating. Roar! Just then, the beastly roars intensified, and even more otherworldly creatures emerged from the depths of the forest. Beast tide! Yilan seemed to sense the impending danger, his complexion paling. This was disastrous. He had never anticipated a beast tide would manifest here. Yet now, he could not flee. The Violent Tiger Mercenary Corps awaited him outside. What to do? After a moment of hesitation, he gripped the shadow, blood-drinking sword tightly. Kill! Having just vanquished those first-tier beasts, the longsword appeared even sharper. That if this were the case, the blood of the otherworldly beasts could also nourish the divine sword. All of you, perish! Observing more beasts charging towards him, he let out a low growl and lunged forward with the shadow, blood-drinking sword. Is he not out yet? At this moment, Xi and Haohui, positioned at the periphery of the verdant forest, addressed the remaining members of the Violent Tiger Mercenary Corps. Within the forest, the sound of numerous beastly footsteps echoed. Every month during this period, a beast tide would occur. The reason behind it remained a mystery to all. Chapter 11. The divine sword and the demon sword, no. The members of the violent Tiger Mercenary Corps shook their heads. He is merely a first-tier warrior. Facing this beast tide, he is likely to be torn apart by the beasts. One man sneered at that moment. Xian Haohui furrowed his brow. Although Yi Lan was just a first-tier warrior, he possessed that sword, and it was uncertain what the outcome might be. For 3 entire days, Yi Lan remained within the verdant forest. The ground around him was strewn with the corpses of numerous otherworldly beasts. Who dares approach? Yi Lan, with disheveled hair and wild eyes, bellowed in madness that he had survived this wave of beasts, yet his left arm had been bitten off during the battle. Fortunately, he carried a specialized powder with him, preventing excessive blood loss and saving his life. However, his body had grown exceedingly weak. As the beast tide retreated, Yi Lan scanned his surroundings and, upon confirming that no beasts were approaching, began to feast upon the corpses of the fallen creatures, that he was utterly famished and could not afford to be picky. I can't believe he survived. Yi Fan was equally astonished. Over the past few days, numerous beasts had come forth, and it seemed Yi Lan was destined for death. Yet, this outcome was preferable. Otherwise, if he were to perish in this forest, the next Swordmaster would remain a mystery. The accumulated evolution points total 5,800. I can choose to evolve now. At this juncture, Yi Fan glanced at his accumulated evolution points and promptly selected evolution. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, Yi Lan could distinctly see the shadow blood-drinking sword beside him beginning to tremble slightly. What is happening? Yi Lan was taken aback and quickly picked up the sword to examine it. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the entire blade gradually undergoing a transformation. The patterns on the sword became more subdued. The blade lengthened, and it appeared sharper than before. When Yi Lan placed a strand of hair against the blade, it snapped upon contact. The sword's body turned black, yet when it moved, a shimmering light appeared. Evolution successful. As the system notification chimed, Yi Fan observed changes in the system panel. Host: Yi Fan sword name: Flowing Light Shadow Sword. A long sword imbued with dark energy, capable of absorbing essence. Exceptionally sharp. Quality: B. Active skill: Phantom Dance, B level, a dazzling sword dance that inflicts significant damage on foes. Passive skills: Bloodsucking, B level, absorbs essence, enhances blade sharpness, and grants a certain amount of energy points. Devour Master, B level, actively absorbs the essence energy of the sword master upon their demise. Attribute energy, B level. When the sword master infuses energy into the blade, it will carry attributes suitable for the sword master. Current attributes include light, dark, all attribute amplification, B level. Enhances the sword master's abilities based on their cultivation. Evolution points, 820,000 energy, 101. For inch, the quality has improved. At this level, it surpasses the weapons typically wielded by third-tier warriors. Yi Fan felt a surge of joy at the changes he had undergone. However, the next evolution required 20,000 points. The demand was escalating. Moreover, the new passive skill feels somewhat peculiar. It seems to grant a buff effect to the Swordmaster. Yi Fan pondered, slightly perplexed. The initial skills, Bloodsucking and Devour Master, gave him the impression that he would become a demon sword. Yet now, this all-attribute amplification passive skill, could it lead him down the path of a divine sword? The line between divinity and demonry is but a matter of perspective. Should the sword master continue to slay, I might evolve into a demon sword. However, recently, Yi Lan has merely been hunting otherworldly beasts, resulting in this evolution lacking sinister skills. Yi Fan could only speculate that it was highly likely that the evolution direction would change based on the sword wielder. This sword. At that moment, Yi Lan, wielding the evidently transformed flowing light shadow sword, was filled with a as he gripped the sword. He distinctly felt a strange power coursing through him, as if his entire being had transformed. His mind was clearer than ever, and his once exhausted body now felt invigorated. The divine sword truly is a divine sword. Yi Lan gazed at the flowing light shadow sword, murmuring to himself, "Damn Xian Haohui for causing me to lose my arm. I will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you all." At this moment, Yi Lan cast a glance at his severed arm, a profound expression of resentment etched on his face. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have found myself in this predicament, suffering such injuries. I am determined to exact my revenge. He gritted his teeth fiercely to end the days that followed. Yi Lan did not rush to leave. Instead, he dedicated himself to cultivating and restoring his strength. With the long sword in hand, he could distinctly sense the acceleration of his training progress. One evening, as he leaned against a fire kindled by friction, he roasted and consumed the flesh of a strange beast before grasping the shadow of light sword. Preparing to depart, he had now reached the pinnacle of the first tier. During this time, he had diligently practiced his swordsmanship, becoming exceedingly adept at it. He was confident that with this divine sword, he could even slay second-tier warriors. Before I leave, I must kill Xan Haohui. Upon exiting the Verdant Forest, he noticed the absence of the violent tiger mercenary group. That it was evident they had abandoned the hunt, perhaps believing him to have perished within the forest. Originally, Yi Lan intended to leave Tianlang City without delay. But the thought of Xan Haohui ignited his fury. In his heart, a knot had formed, as he held Xan Haohui responsible for his severed arm and all his misfortunes. During this period, Yi Lan had become somewhat disheveled, his hair unkempt and his clothes tattered, resembling a beggar. The guards merely glanced at him without comment. After all, he was just a one-armed beggar, holding a dark sword in his right hand. Back again. When did you leave Tianlang City? Yi Fan observed the surrounding streets, unable to suppress a sigh. The days spent within the sword had been exceedingly dull, and his words went unheard by others. If I can quickly elevate my weapon to SSS rank, I should be able to fully master myself, he mused. Currently, action required energy, yet there was hardly any, limiting his range. The Yi Lan sold some exotic beast crystals, exchanging them for a considerable sum of gold coins, and then indulged in a lavish feast at a tavern. In Tianlang City, many members of the violent tiger mercenary group were present, yet none recognized him. This was not only due to his disheveled appearance, but also because he had lost an arm. The disdainful glances from those around him darkened Yi Lan's expression further. He remained silent, continuously drinking from the bottle. As midnight approached, a voice resonated through the tavern. Everyone, the location of that third-tier beast should have been confirmed. The members of the violent tiger mercenary group had gathered in a particular area, drinking while conversing. Tomorrow, we shall follow the leader to slay that beast. In Tianlang City, only we are capable of handling such tasks. By the way, have we found Yi Lan's corpse? At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice reached Yi Lan's ears, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. Chapter 12. The wrath of Yi Lan. Yi Lan's gaze shifted toward the source of the voice, where he clearly saw Xan Haohui among the crowd. His grip tightened instinctively around the bottle. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he attempted to calm his emotions. We haven't found him. The beast tide has only just receded, and today we ventured deep into the verdant forest, discovering numerous beast carcasses. Could it be that Yi Lan was the one who killed them? A man hesitated momentarily before speaking. That waste, Yi Lan? Impossible, Xan Haohui replied, shaking his head. However, it is also possible he is truly dead. After all, I invited his mother to Tianlang City to pressure him into revealing himself, yet he never appeared. Xan Haohui shrugged. Bang. Upon hearing that sound, Yi Lan's body trembled, his right hand suddenly crushing the bottle in fury. Xan Haohui instinctively glanced in that direction upon hearing the dull thud. So it's just a one-armed man. He had initially thought Yi Lan might be present, but realized he had overestimated the situation. TSK. Xan Haohui, you truly have a way with things, bringing his mother over. The other members of the violent tiger mercenary group laughed in agreement. Of course, she is his only family, living in the countryside. As if I wouldn't, Since he hasn't shown up these past few days, I fed her to the dogs, Xan Haohui continued, his voice dripping with malice. What a pity. Otherwise, it would have surely incensed Yi Lan. Ha. Laughter erupted among them. Innocent family members are not to be harmed. At this moment, Yi Lan stood up, his voice hoarse as he spoke. His body trembled slightly, a manifestation of his pent-up rage. Who are you? How dare you intervene in the matters of the violent tiger mercenary group? As Yi Lan's words reached the group, a man from the violent tiger mercenary group furrowed his brow. Why does this figure seem somewhat familiar? Xan Haohui's expression also grew serious. I'm talking about you waste. A man hurled a bottle at Yilan. The bottle shattered against his back, causing the remaining patrons in the tavern to cautiously seek an escape, for the violent tiger mercenary group dominated Tianling City, the most powerful force. You lot. Yilan tightened his grip on the shadow of Light Sword, his gaze slowly drifting backward. Yilan! The moment he turned, Xen Haohui exclaimed in shock. Although Yilan looked disheveled, he recognized him immediately. Damn, he had assumed he was dead upon seeing the severed arm, but had not anticipated he was truly alive. Well, who would have thought you survived? Xen Haohui's expression twisted into one of malice. This guy is Yilan? The other members of the violent tiger mercenary group exchanged cold smirks upon witnessing this scene. Recently, many new members had joined, and given Yilan's lack of presence in the group, they were naturally unfamiliar with him. Indeed, that sword in his hand is certainly no ordinary blade. It could very well be above C rank, Xen Haohui remarked coldly. The sword appeared different from before, darker, yet emanating an unusual aura. Kill him. Securing that sword for the leader will be a great accomplishment. Xen Haohui bellowed that as his words fell, the new members' eyes lit up, and they rushed toward Yilan, believing him to be just a one-armed waste, ready to dismember him. Seeking death, Yilan's countenance turned icy. His eyes brimmed with an overwhelming murderous intent, the pinnacle of the first tier. The passive ability of the Shadow of Light Sword, all attribute amplification, significantly enhanced his reaction speed that as the long sword was drawn. Those charging at him could only glimpse a flash of light. They felt a sharp pain in their necks, and the next moment, their heads fell, blood gushing forth. Xen Haohui's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene unfold. With a single strike, Yilan had dispatched several of them. Kill a first-tier warrior, gain 100 evolution points. Kill a first-tier warrior, gain 100 evolution points. Not bad, my combat prowess has significantly improved, Yifan noted, satisfied as his evolution points increased. Xen Haohui! Yilan's eyes turned a shade of crimson. The thought of his mother being killed and fed to dogs fueled his rage, causing his body to tremble with fury from both new and old grievances. Kill him! Charge! Xen Haohui roared in anger. No matter how strong he was but one man, and a one-armed waste at that. The others surged forward, weapons drawn. Sword dance! Yilan shouted, channeling his source energy swiftly into the long sword. Through his recent trials, he had discerned that as long as sufficient source energy was infused, the sword would unleash its hidden technique. Phantom Dance. In that instant, the skill erupted with terrifying force. As the skill, enhanced by the sword's quality, unleashed its power, Yilan moved with fluid grace, causing adversaries to fall one by one into the crimson pools below. The Shadow of Light sword absorbed vast amounts of blood, glowing with a mesmerizing red luminescence. Now, it's your turn. Yilan advanced step by step toward the remaining members of the violent tiger mercenary group. The blood on the sword vanished at a visible rate, as if being absorbed by the blade itself, an eerie sight. Only Xen Haohui and the man who had thrown the bottle remained. That man trembled at the sight of the carnage, collapsing to his knees. I didn't mean it. It was my fault. All my fault, please spare me. He repeatedly bowed and cried out in desperation that it was terrifying. This man killed without blinking that in mere moments. He had nearly wiped out their entire group. Remembering how he had thrown a bottle at Yilan, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. Why Yilan's gaze remained fixed on him, that a flash of blood-red light cut through the air, severing his head from his shoulders. You, Xen Haohui stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Yilan. You killed my mother. Yilan's gaze burned fiercely into Xen Haohui. He yearned to cleave Xen Haohui in two with a single stroke of his sword, yet he felt that it would be too merciful to allow him such an easy demise. Chapter 13. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Xen Haohui's body quaked uncontrollably, his legs feeling as though they might collapse beneath him. It was Zhang Hu. He urged me to do this. He commanded me to force you out. At that moment, Xen Haohui seemed to recall something and hurriedly spoke up. Yes, that's right, it was him. His fear rendered him somewhat incoherent. Come forth. Yilan commanded, sword pointed at him. I'll come out. I'll come out. Xen Haohui quickly replied. Move. Do not attempt to flee. Otherwise, I will slay you on the spot. Yilan was teetering on the brink of madness, his inner turmoil compelling him to eliminate Exahue immediately. However, he restrained himself, unwilling to let him perish so easily. Yilan, spare me. It was all Zhang Hu's doing. I had no part in it. At that moment, Exahue was being coerced by Yilan to approach a pitch-black alley. His body trembled even more violently. Silence! Yilan grojlet, wielding the glimmering shadow blade, and struck out, severing Exahaue's arm in an instant. Exahue let out a wretched scream. I shall carve you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. The thought of his only kin being murdered filled Yilan's eyes with an insatiable thirst for blood. As Yilan exited the alley, a pack of wild dogs rushed in. Zhang Hu, at this moment, Yilan was consumed by rage. Revenge. He had only his mother as family, and now she had been slain. Divine sword, can you bestow upon me even greater power? He gazed at the glimmering shadow blade, murmuring to himself. The vengeance for his mother's death was a sin unforgivable. The news of the slaughter of the violent tiger mercenary group should have already spread. Escaping from Wolf City would not be an easy feat. He did not regret his impulsiveness. They all deserve to die. And Zhang Hu, he is a third-tier warrior. Yilan's gaze was fixed upon the glimmering shadow blade. If possible, I am willing to offer my blood. Ding! Hidden achievement skill unlocked. Bloodthirsty frenzy. The sword master possesses a resolute determination to face death, even willing to sacrifice his own life for formidable power. Oh! A hidden skill has been unlocked. Yi Fan was taken aback, examining it closely. Bloodthirsty frenzy. Consume one's own blood to gain immense power. The more blood expended, the greater the power obtained. And a portion of the acquired blood energy can be absorbed back by the swordmaster. This means that while slaying foes, one expends their own blood, but can also replenish part of it through blood absorption, Yi Fan mused. Yet the sword master is pitiful, subjected to such retribution. It was evident that Yilan, affected deeply by this incident, was on the verge of madness. That individual, the one with the severed arm, must be him. Just as Yilan stepped outside, a group of people charged toward him, armed, clearly protectors of the mercenary group. You all shall pay for my mother's death. Yilan's eyes held no trace of fear. Rather, they burned bright red. His entire being was engulfed in a palpable aura of malevolence. Kill him! The members of the violent tiger mercenary group roared, rushing forward to encircle him. What is this? At that moment, he distinctly felt the glimmering shadow blade vibrating slightly. A strange piece of information surged into his mind. The divine sword is responding to my words. By expending my life force, I can gain even greater strength. At that moment, as he gripped the sword, he could feel his blood being drawn from his body. Blood was being siphoned directly from his pores. The glimmering shadow blade radiated a crimson aura, enveloping the blade. This blood energy flowed from the sword into Yilan's body. Soon, Yilan felt his power escalating at an alarming rate. Such terrifying strength. You will all perish. In an instant, he bellowed, swinging the sword and launching an attack. Clang, clang, clang. His sword cleaved through their weapons with ease. Now, the glimmering shadow blade was a B-grade weapon. The onlookers widened their eyes, disbelief etched across their faces. They had never anticipated that the sword could be so exceptionally sharp. Swish, swish, swish. Yilan did not cease his assault. The sword relentlessly striking at them one by one. Their bodies fell into pools of blood. Kill first-tier warrior, gain 100 evolution points. Kill first-tier warrior, gain 100 evolution points. Excellent. Tonight Yilan has slain roughly 60 individuals. Nearly all first-tier warriors, accumulating around 6,000 evolution points. Observing the surge in evolution points, Yi Fan felt a thrill of excitement. However, he worried that Yilan's current state might lead to dire consequences. It seems I must become a demonic sword, Yi Fan lamented. The blood flowing from the slain hovered in the air, being absorbed into the sword. Moreover, as the sword absorbed the blood energy, a portion would replenish Yilan. As long as I continue to slay these individuals, the blood I expend will be balanced by what I absorb. Yilan gazed at the sword, radiating a terrifying bloodlust, filled with exhilaration. Zhang Hu, his visage contorted in fury, he scanned the surroundings. His figure vanishing into the darkness, the territory of the Violent Tiger mercenary group. Bang! What did you say? Zhang Hu slammed his fist on the table, rising abruptly. Over 60 slain? Although the Violent Tiger mercenary group had recently become the largest mercenary group in Wolf City, attracting many new members, the loss of such a significant number still pained Zhang Hu. After all, over 60 were valuable assets who had pledged their loyalty to him. Why yes, stuttered the messenger, trembling. He had witnessed the scene. It was horrifying. The corpses with their blood completely drained. How could Yilan, with his severed arm, possess such strength? Zhang Hu's expression darkened. Could it truly be due to that sword? The thought filled him with regret for having so easily discarded it. He should have given it a second glance. Yet, regretting now was futile. He needed to act swiftly to capture Lin Luo. I will personally handle this matter, Zhang Hu declared solemnly. Chapter 14. Madness when the commander makes his move. He will undoubtedly eliminate that traitor with ease, a subordinate interjected. Zhang Hu, clutching his long blade, strode out that he had already dispatched word to the city lord's office. The city gates would surely be bolstered with guards. Yilan was like a fish in a barrel, unable to escape. Find him and notify me. As Zhang Hu exited, he coldly commanded the others. Yes. That night, the members of the Violent Tiger mercenary group launched a full-scale search for Yilan. Zhang Hu walked through the streets, his gaze icy that he had never anticipated that a mere Yilan could cause him such trouble. Recently, he had successfully absorbed numerous new recruits, expanding the Violent Tiger mercenary group. But now, his gaze fell upon the ground where corpses lay strewn about. These bodies were unmistakably those of his mercenary group members. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the absence of blood around them. Their wounds bore no traces of blood, as if they had been completely drained dry. Seeing this, Zhang Hu felt a chill run down his spine. What in the world happened here? They had been completely drained of blood. Search. We must find that one-armed Yilan. The Violent Tiger mercenary group had mobilized entirely. Some squad leaders were even second-tier warriors. They're coming. Hidden atop a rooftop, Yilan observed a squad rushing toward him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The bloodshed he had just unleashed had imbued him with an aura of terror. With a leap, he descended from the rooftop. The glimmering shadow blade was raised, and in an instant, several men were cleaved in two by a flash of crimson light. Bloodthirsty frenzy. Yilan continued to wield this ability, absorbing the blood that erupted from the fallen into the blade. He has appeared. In that moment, the others reacted, their faces filled with horror. They had not expected Yilan to materialize behind them. You are Yilan? It is said you are a first-tier warrior. The leader of the squad, a bald giant wielding a hefty cleaver, confronted him, his fierce, malevolent eyes fixed upon Yilan. An unsettling chill coursed down his spine. You all deserve death. With blood-red eyes, Yilan gazed at them, an aura of bloodlust enveloping his entire being. He was channeling his own vital essence, augmenting his strength. I hope I don't perish too swiftly. It would be best to eliminate Zhang Hu as well. Yi Fan, trapped within the sword, silently mused. Zhang Hu and Exine Haohui had slain his mother, driving Yilan into a frenzy that he was now willing to disregard his own life to vanquish Zhang Hu, even if you wield a precious sword. You stand no chance against me, the bald, burly man bellowed. Kill him. No sooner had he spoken than he charged alongside his companions, launching an assault on Yilan. All of you deserve to die. All of you, Yilan murmured to himself, appearing utterly deranged. Gripping his long sword tightly, he surged forward with a direct attack. Clang, clang, clang. The flowing light shadow sword clashed violently with the bald man's long blade, producing thunderous metallic echoes. Simultaneously, the others who attempted to flank him were swiftly dispatched. The Yilan's speed in wielding his sword was astonishingly rapid, so swift that they could scarcely perceive its presence. These first-tier warriors stood no chance of resistance. The bald man felt a sudden chill. The aura of malevolence radiating from Yilan was palpable. To know it was not Yilan himself, but rather the dark long sword he wielded. Clang! As their weapons collided once more, the immense force sent the bald man staggering backward. My blade! Upon closer inspection, his long knife bore numerous gashes and countless small black holes when it had clashed with Yi Lan's sword. Dark energy had splattered onto it, causing such damage. Terrifying. In that moment, Yi Lan continued his relentless assault with the flowing light shadow sword. Under the influence of bloodthirsty frenzy, his strength had surpassed that of an ordinary second-tier warrior. Moreover, the bald man was now seized by trepidation. In a life-or-death battle, the first to show fear would be the loser. Whoosh! A crimson flash surged forth, and his head fell to the ground. Absorbed 0. 2 points of second-tier warrior's vital essence. Gained 200 evolution points for killing a second-tier warrior. At that moment, Yi Fan received the system notification. After Yi Lan had slain the bald man, he seemed to sense something, abruptly turning to look behind him. Boom! A terrifying gust of energy struck him violently. That Yi Lan was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Trash is just trash. Zhang Hu, wielding a long knife, emerged from behind. He had just unleashed a devastating sword technique, generating a forceful wave that sent Yi Lan flying. Damn it! At that moment, Yi Lan propped himself up with his sword, slowly rising to his feet. A closer inspection revealed numerous wounds adorning his body, and his clothes were tattered and torn. The force of the technique had sliced through him like a blade. Divine sword, I require greater power. A terrifying murderous intent flickered across Yi Lan's face. Disregarding his injuries, transform more of my vital essence. Inside the sword, Yi Fan could distinctly see the blood from Yi Lan's wounds gradually coalescing into the sword's body, that a torrent of crimson energy enveloped him, creating a chilling spectacle. Is this the power bestowed by the sword? Zhang Hu, witnessing this scene, felt no fear. Rather, his breath grew heavy. This was no ordinary sword. Moments ago, he had slain his own subordinates, and their blood had been absorbed. Yes, indeed, it is the power of the sword. Zhang Hu, it was you who commanded X and Haohui to kill my mother, wasn't it? Yi Lan pointed the flowing light shadow sword at Zhang Hu. His face contorted with rage. This night, he was determined to slay Zhang Hu. Revenge, Chapter 15. I am satisfied, so what? Zhang Hu sneered coldly. I thought you had perished deep within the verdant forest. Yet here you are. Then prepare to meet your end. Yi Lan's expression shifted as he roared, charging forward with the flowing light shadow sword. The speed of his strike was astonishing. In an instant, he thrust toward Zhang Hu Clang. Zhang Hu reacted swiftly, parrying the sword with his long knife. With a sudden surge of strength, he pushed the long sword aside, and his battle blade cleaved toward Yi Lan's body. Although Yi Lan's reflexes were quick, they still paled in comparison to the third-tier Zhang Hu. Just as he began to retreat, Zhang Hu's blade sliced a wound across his chest, blood gushing forth. A peak first-tier warrior is merely an ant that I can crush at will. A hint of disdain flickered in Zhang Hu's eyes. He had expected Yi Lan to have grown significantly stronger, but it appeared he was merely at the peak of the second tier, still a tier below Zhang Hu's third-tier mastery. Yet, Yi Lan showed not an ounce of fear. I will kill you. He repeated the words with unwavering determination. His gaze fixated on the flowing light shadow sword. That moment, with a mere thought, his vital essence began to surge forth from his pores, channeling into the long sword in his grasp. What on earth? Is he about to unleash something extraordinary? Yi Fan felt an overwhelming influx of vital essence, as if his entire being had been invigorated. The sword began to tremble, releasing an immense surge of blood energy. Power! Formidable power! Ha ha ha! Yi Lan laughed maniacally, acutely aware of the overwhelming strength surging from within him. Zhang Hu's pupils constricted at this sight. What was happening? How had his power suddenly surged once again? In this state, he was at least equal to Zhang Hu's strength. The sword was undoubtedly the source of this transformation. Zhang Hu, realizing the urgency, sprang into action, wielding his long knife to charge forward. Third-tier technique, Gale Slash. He leaped, unleashing a blade of energy that surged forth with intense force, hurtling toward Yi Lan. Seeking death. Yi Lan roared. He did not flinch, but instead met Zhang Hu's long knife head-on with his own sword. Bang! The two weapons collided, and the terrifying energy generated by Zhang, whose technique struck Yi Lan's body like a blade. However, this time, the blood-mist energy from Yi Lan's body effectively countered the blow. Zhang Hu, Yi Lan bellowed, exerting tremendous force into his sword, forcing Zhang Hu back several steps. I crave even greater power. He continued to devote his vital essence to Yi Fan.in that moment. The flowing light shadow sword erupted with newfound strength. You're courting death. Zhang Hu, a mix of fear and fury, shouted back that he understood that in this dire situation, without a commitment to risk his life, he would genuinely be killed by Lan.in a clash between two warriors. The brave would triumph. Clang, clang, clang. The two weapons clashed violently once more. You think you can shatter my fangs? Yi Fan, within the sword, smirked at the confrontation that he was now an A-grade sword, coupled with the absorbed blood. The blade had become extraordinarily sharp. This time, it was Zhang Hu's long knife that suffered extensive damage. Zhang Hu was clearly flustered. Although he was a peak third-tier warrior, without his weapon, his strength would be severely diminished, especially against Yi Lan, who wielded such a terrifying sword. Kill him. The balance of power had shifted, and Zhang Hu was now on the defensive. At that moment, remnants of the Baohu mercenary group surged forward, eager to deliver a fatal blow to Yi Lan. Get lost! Yi Lan roared in that instant, but he executed a 360-degree horizontal slash with his sword, a flash of crimson light appearing as he cleaved through the bodies of his attackers, severing them in two, but the blood was all absorbed into the sword's body. That moment, the long sword began to emanate even greater vitality. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Hu thrust his knife forward, piercing directly through Yi Lan's chest. Zhang Hu cackled maniacally. Yi Lan's eyes widened. In that fleeting moment, his sword also swung down, severing Zhang Hu's right hand. Zhang Hu let out a wail of despair, but he had never anticipated that even after stabbing Yi Lan through the heart, Yi Lan could still move. Zhang Hu, Yi Lan roared, raising his sword high and bringing it down with force. Whoosh! The strike cleaved Zhang Hu's body in two. Absorbed Warrior's vital essence, gaining 0.3 points. Absorbed Warrior's vital essence, gaining 0.3 points. Killed a third-tier warrior, gaining 300 evolution points. Huff huff. A surge of crimson energy coalesced around his form. Yi Lan deftly withdrew the long blade that had pierced through him. What a pity! Yi Fan sighed as he observed the scene unfold. Yi Lan was doomed. He was merely clinging to life through a frenzied thirst for blood, having recently absorbed such a plethora of vital essence. This moment, Yi Lan propelled his weary body in the opposite direction. The night had deepened. With the annihilation of the Storm Tiger mercenary corps, there was no one left to pursue him. Without the continued slaughter to replenish his strength, his body began to wither at an alarming rate. Soon, he arrived at a secluded little house. Mother, I'm sorry. Yi Lan thrust the long sword into the ground and collapsed weakly. This was the house he had purchased earlier, but he had come to Wolfang City to serve Zhang Hu, hoping to earn more money to bring his elderly mother over. But now, everything was lost. Divine sword, thank you. Yi Lan gazed at the long sword, emanating a sanguine glow, a smile gracing his lips as memories flooded back. He recalled his journey from the countryside, driven by the singular ambition of becoming a formidable warrior. He had committed wrongs and taken innocent lives. I am content. At that moment, a faint smile appeared on his lips. The crimson aura dissipated, and his body began to decay visibly. Gradually, he transformed into a mere skeleton, collapsing onto the ground. What a pity, Yi Fan remarked, somewhat moved by the sight that Yi Lan had shown promise. Yet he had not anticipated such an ending. Achievement, the unfathomable sword. Defeating 5 sword masters unlocks this achievement. For 5, achievement, the sword master's wish. The sword master died without regrets. 1-5. The annihilation of the Storm Tiger mercenary corps sent shockwaves throughout Wolfang City, even alarming the city lord's residence. However, in the days that followed, the commotion gradually subsided. This dilapidated house, surely no one resides here? At that moment, a figure darted inside, glancing around nervously. In the courtyard lay a sword. Chapter 16. A New Sword Master by the Heavens. A man clad in servant's attire gasped in shock upon seeing the long sword beside a skeleton, instinctively recoiling in terror. However, he quickly steeled himself and returned, gathering his courage to approach the ominous sight. A dead man. He turned to bones. He must have been dead for quite some time, he pondered, his gaze shifting to the sword embedded in the ground. Although the sword appeared dark, it radiated a subtle aura of bloodlust that sent a chill through him. I, Ma Honghu, am a prospective warrior. Why should I fear a mere weapon? What a jest! He muttered to bolster his courage, yet his trembling frame betrayed his anxiety. After several days, a fool finally arrives. At that moment, Yi Fan regained consciousness that as a sword spirit, he too required rest. He had anticipated being discovered quickly. Instead, it took several days for someone to venture near them. A Honghu began to muster his courage. Let us see if this sword is truly usable. He reached out to grasp the long sword. The instant his hand closed around the hilt, an extraordinary sensation coursed through him, nearly causing him to drop the weapon in fright. Is this a divine sword? He trembled as he gazed at the sword before him. Acutely aware that the moment he gripped it, his strength surged. His entire being felt invigorated. Then a Honghu swallowed hard, glancing around to ensure he was unobserved, and then hastily departed. What a treasure I've stumbled upon. He examined the long sword closely, then drew it across a nearby stone, effortlessly cleaving it in two. It was at least a C-grade weapon. Ma Honghu, have you collected the protection fees? As he stepped outside, a group of scruffy-looking men confronted him. No, I haven't encountered anyone. Ma Honghu replied casually. He had just been canvassing for protection fees as part of his duties as a new mercenary. You haven't collected yet. If you don't finish by afternoon, expect punishment, one of the leaders warned coldly. Understood. Ma Honghu replied with a foolish grin. Useless. The leader cursed under his breath, leading his companions away. With the Storm Tiger mercenary corps obliterated, smaller teams began to re-emerge, eager to seize their territory. One day I'll kill them and show them who's boss. Ma Honghu spat as he watched them depart. Holding the black long sword, he felt a surge of joy and made his way home. He resided in a modest, somewhat dilapidated hut. Upon returning home, he encountered a woman emerging from within, accompanied by a burly man. Wretched woman! Ma Honghu's face contorted with rage at the sight, but he charged forward. Is this your husband? The towering man regarded the furious Ma Honghu with a raised brow, showing no sign of fear. Yes. The woman appeared somewhat apprehensive, retreating behind the man. Shameless harlot! Ma Honghu roared as he advanced, only to be swiftly kicked to the ground by the burly a prospective warrior. Ma Honghu was utterly powerless to retaliate, falling heavily to the ground. The man then planted his foot on Ma Honghu's chest. A man should never strike a woman, he admonished coldly, locking eyes with Ma Honghu. You damned Huang Qingshi. You slept with my wife. The long sword slipped from Ma Honghu's grasp as he shouted in a frenzy. Pathetic rage. Yi Fan, lying on the ground, cursed under his breath. His wife had been taken, and he could only wail in despair. Truly a failure. Even more so than least Elon had understood the need to resist. 1,000 gold coins, and I'll take her away. Huang Qingshi addressed Ma Honghu, who lay beneath him. 1,000 gold coins? Ma Honghu was briefly taken aback by Huang Qingshi's offer. Enough to clear your gambling debts and leave you with a profit. Huang Qingshi smirked, tossing a pouch of coins beside Ma Honghu. What do you say? Don't think that a bit of filthy money makes you impressive. Ma Honghu grumbled as he reached for the pouch. Huang Qingshi lifted his foot off Ma Honghu's chest. Upon opening the pouch, Ma Honghu's eyes widened at the sight of glimmering gold coins, and his face broke into a wide grin. Take this wretched woman and get as far away as you can. Ma Honghu continued to grumble. The woman looked at him with utter disdain, then embraced Huang Qingshi and departed. Wretched harlot. Ma Honghu's expression darkened as he watched them leave. Huang Qingshi, although he had acquired 1,000 gold coins, he remained deeply unsettled. Entering his hut, he could still detect a lingering scent of betrayal. Huang Qingshi had brazenly slept with his wife in his own home, and he felt powerless to retaliate, as Huang Qingshi belonged to a prominent family in Wolfang City, well connected with the city lord's residence. Once I have money, I can have any woman I desire. He clenched the pouch tightly, muttering to himself. The long sword was carelessly set aside as he stepped out once more. Damn it, this sword master is not only useless, but also a gambling fool. Gambling was one thing, but from their conversation, he had gleaned that this man had not only lost his house, but had also been robbed of his wife. Pathetic, truly pathetic. He finds a sword for himself, yet neglects to cultivate it. Yi Fan sighed in exasperation. If he proves inept, I might as well eliminate him and select a new sword master. With the energy he had stored, he could sustain himself for over a minute. Killing this sword master would be a trivial task. As Ma Honghu was merely a prospective warrior, the night soon descended. Here, right here, Ma Honghu's voice echoed as he approached, accompanied by a group of men. C-grade weapons, you claim? Where might we find such? 5 or 6 men bearing torches confronted him coldly. In this very room, Ma Honghu replied as he stepped inside. TSK. TSK. You truly are a failure. I heard your woman was taken away by Huang Qingshi from here. A somewhat rotund man smirked lewdly. Chapter 17. A Transformation. Silence. Ma Honghu's expression darkened at their words. Regardless of the circumstances, he was still a man, and such remarks struck a nerve. Oh, can't speak, can you? They wouldn't still be in your house, having a good time, would they? Laughter erupted among the group. Ma Honghu's face darkened, yet he remained silent, quickly locating the radiant shadow sword. Upon grasping the sword, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through my entire being. This was clearly a result of the passive skill. All attributes amplification. The divine sword in my hand was anything but ordinary. Why on earth would I consider pawning it? At that moment, Ma Honghu seemed to possess an uncanny clarity of thought. Holding the long sword, his gaze flickered with uncertainty. Ma Honghu, have you found it? Surely you're not toying with us. If you can't produce the money, don't blame us for tossing you into the river as fish bait. A menacing threat echoed in the air. Ma Honghu's expression shifted erratically. No, I cannot let go of this sword. He swiftly made his decision. Gentlemen, I must apologize, but it appears that the sword has been stolen. He concealed the sword beneath the bed and stepped out. The darkness enveloped him, rendering the onlookers unable to discern his movements. Missing. A scarred man spoke coldly. Indeed. How about you let the debt slide for a few days? I promise to repay you soon. Ma Honghu forced a smile. A few days? You insolent fool. The scarred man cursed, kicking Ma Honghu into the thatched hut. This brat dares to mock us. He clearly seeks death. The group exchanged glances before simultaneously hurling torches into the hut, igniting it in flames that Ma Honghu had just been struck in the abdomen. The intense pain curling his body like a boiled shrimp. The heat enveloped him, and upon closer inspection, the entire hut was ablaze. My house! Ma Honghu's eyes widened in horror. Ha ha ha, perish! The figures at the entrance grinned wickedly. These fiends were intent on ending his life. Trembling, Ma Honghu scrambled to his feet. The sword! His sword! He retrieved the black sword from beneath the bed, his gaze locking onto the grinning figures at the door. His body shivering with trepidation. The murderous intent surged within him, intensified by the ominous aura emanating from the sword. He was consumed by a desire to kill, eliminate them, wipe them out. Yet, he was merely a prospective martial artist, while 2 of his adversaries were first-tier martial artists. Don't let him escape. The scarred man snapped, his voice icy. Of course, I'm eager to witness this waste burn alive. The others laughed cruelly. You! Ma Honghu trembled, not from fear, but from fury. Do you require blood to enhance your power? At that moment, Yi Fan chuckled to himself. Though Ma Honghu could not hear his words, the sword conveyed a subtle hint. The blade quivered slightly in response. This is... Ma Honghu felt a sudden realization. Blood? You desire my blood? He couldn't fathom why such a thought had emerged. If I kill him, I can provide it. He gazed at the strange sword, no longer able to consider the consequences. Excellent. Yi Fan grinned as he observed Ma Honghu embrace his suggestion. Soon, blood began to seep from Ma Honghu's arm, flowing into the radiant shadow sword. A powerful surge of blood energy erupted from the sword, enveloping his body. Incredible! He could distinctly sense his strength amplifying significantly. At this moment, he was likely as formidable as a first-tier martial artist. The thatched hut blazed with furious flames, teetering on the brink of collapse. All of you, perish. Maung Wuchards de Fort. Seeking death. The scarred man sneered upon witnessing Ma Honghu's furious charge, drawing a dagger from his waist, intent on eliminating him. After all, Ma Honghu was merely a prospective martial artist. However, in that instant, he caught sight of a crimson flash before his eyes, followed by a sharp pain in his neck. What was this? As he lowered his gaze, his head severed from his body, blood spraying forth, instantly absorbed by the sword, a portion returning to replenish Ma Honghu. Scar! The remaining men gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. They never anticipated his swift demise. They turned their gazes toward Ma Honghu, now standing beside the fallen scarred man. Ha ha ha, so that's it. This sword is a cursed blade. He laughed heartily, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his veins. Ma Honghu, you've sealed your fate. The others finally regained their composure, drawing their concealed weapons, ready to attack Ma Honghu. Silence, he roared, swinging the long sword with ferocity. Clang, clang, clang. Their weapons were effortlessly cleaved in two by the razor-sharp radiant shadow sword. Before they could react, the long sword continued its relentless assault, bodies collapsing into pools of blood. Their lifeblood began to eerily flow toward the sword. Witnessing this bizarre phenomenon, Ma Honghu's eyes widened. Absorbing prospective martial artist blood for 0.1 energy points. Absorbing first-tier martial artist blood for 0.1 energy points. Slaying a first-tier martial artist grants 100 evolution points. Slaying a prospective martial artist grants 10 evolution points. The system's notifications incessantly resounded. Not bad. A little is better than none. Yi Fan mused, pleased with the outcome that Ma Honghu had finally found his backbone. Just as Yi Fan contemplated this, Ma Honghu seemed startled, dropping the sword onto the ground. Emerging from his previous state, he turned pale. Oh no! Oh no! I've killed the patrons of Boss Jean's gambling den. There will surely be retribution, he muttered in fear. Chapter 18. Brother, you almost met your end, curse it. You shall perish. Yi Fan could no longer tolerate the foolishness and prepared to expend his own strength to attack Ma Honghu. My apologies, divine sword. I did not mean to cast you aside. At that moment, Ma Honghu hastily picked up the radiant shadow sword. Does this fellow hear my words? Yi Fan was taken aback. However, observing Ma Honghu's naive demeanor, he realized he likely remained oblivious. You forced my hand, burning my home and seeking to kill me. With newfound courage, Ma Honghu surveyed the corpses around him. He began to search their bodies, ultimately uncovering several dozen gold coins. Paupers, he cursed under his breath. Kicking the corpses in frustration, after a moment's thought, he tossed the bodies into the nearby river. Filthy scoundrels, may you feed the fish. As he watched the corpses sink and be ravaged by fish, he remarked coldly. The river was home to numerous first-tier fish. They relished such carrion. Training, I must train. Ma Honghu murmured, clutching the radiant shadow sword. With strength, all he desired would be within reach. Recalling the events that transpired, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes that he must become stronger before the patrons of Boss Jean's gambling den discovered his deeds. Brother, you nearly met your end just now. Yifan Sepulkuli. Had he not been astute, Ma Honghu would have already been slain. However, this location was rather remote, making it cumbersome to switch sword-bearers. For now, he would observe Ma Honghu's subsequent actions, should he continue to be so cowardly or dare to cast aside his own life. His fate would be sealed. With the divine sword, my training speed is astonishingly rapid. Ma Honghu concealed himself within a cave atop the mountain, marveling at his accelerated progress. The amplification of all attributes significantly hastened his training. Moreover, it seemed the weaker the sword-bearer, the greater the enhancement ratio. Indestructible diamond technique sounds quite formidable, Yet why is this person so spineless? Yi Fan inwardly scoffed. A Hong who practiced the indestructible diamond technique, a cultivation method that rendered the body exceedingly resilient, endowing him with remarkable resistance to blows that as he trained. Yi Fan discreetly memorized the cultivation techniques. Since discovering his enhanced memory, he had learned to record the techniques whenever the sword-bearer practiced. While they might seem unnecessary now, they could prove invaluable in the future. For the following half-month, Ma Honghu remained hidden, training diligently. Whenever hunger struck, he foraged for peculiar fruits. It was during this time that Yi Fan learned of Ma Honghu's past. He had once hailed from a wealthy family. But after his parents met with misfortune, he squandered their inheritance, leading to his current predicament. This indestructible diamond technique is actually a mid-tier B-grade technique, Yi Fan silently critiqued. The distinction in the quality levels of cultivation methods and weapons is quite similar. The pinnacle is designated as SSS, while the lowest is classified as F. A B-grade cultivation method is considered quite commendable, especially in this wolf city. It is indeed surprising that Ma Honghu, possessing such a cultivation technique, has not devoted himself to its practice. He is truly a rare talent. Finally, I have reached the peak of the first level. However, after half a month of cultivation, bolstered by the effects of all attribute amplification, he not only successfully broke through to the first level, but also attained its pinnacle. Maungu lafdertili. Upon closer inspection, a faint golden glow enveloped his body, signifying the completion of the first layer of the indestructible Vajra technique. This time, you shall all perish, Ma Honghu declared with a sinister expression. Divine sword, lend me your strength. He grasped the flowing light and shadow sword and descended the mountain with determination. How has it been half a month? Yet Scar and that useless Ma Honghu have vanished. On this day, several individuals from the gambling establishments returned to the outskirts. The thatched cottage had long been reduced to ashes, yet no corpses were discovered within, although some weapons were found scattered on the ground. They bore no traces of blood, which was indeed peculiar. Who knows? Scar must be found. He is privy to some secrets of the boss. One man whispered. The others nodded in agreement. Look! At that moment, one of the men appeared to have spotted something and exclaimed that as his words fell, all eyes turned toward the direction he pointed. Maung? Approaching them was none other than Ma Honghu himself. At last, he has shown himself. I thought he had fled, one man remarked coldly. Those from the gambling den? Ma Honghu regarded them with a sneer. Now, he had achieved the pinnacle of the first level and wielded the divine sword. Remembering how he had been cheated and bullied by these individuals at the gambling den, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. You will serve as nourishment for my divine sword. Ma Honghu licked his lips. Those who appeared weak were merely powerless. Once power was acquired, the malevolent thoughts and desires for vengeance within would become uncontrollable. A Honghu, once a member of a wealthy family, had also led a pack of sycophants to bully others. You, Sunamed Makumiyar, what are you staring at? Get over here. The few men looked at Ma Honghu, cursing loudly. Gentlemen, what brings you here? Ma Honghu approached, sporting a peculiar smile. For some reason, these men felt a chill run down their spines at the sight of him, a palpable aura of menace, emanating from the sword he held. Where are Scar and the others? I recall they were with you that night, one man said, his gaze fixed on Ma Honghu coldly. Surely, it must have been an illusion. How could a mere coward like Ma Honghu instill fear? It was utterly laughable. And then, Ma Honghu replied with a smile. Where have they gone? Their brows furrowed. Today, Ma Honghu seemed markedly different. In his eyes, they perceived a hint of disdain. This coward dared to exhibit such an attitude. Do you wish to know? Ma Honghu grinned malevolently. They have gone to meet the king of hell. The moment his words fell, a surge of murderous energy radiated from him. With a swift motion, he swung his sword, and blood splattered as heads rolled. The blood that splashed upon the blade was swiftly absorbed and vanished. However, as he was not in a state of bloodthirsty frenzy, the blood of the fallen would not be actively absorbed. Absorbed 100 energy points from the first-level warrior's essence. Gained 100 evolution points for slaying a first-level warrior. Ma Honghu seems to have turned quite ruthless, Yi Fan observed, somewhat astonished by Ma Honghu's decisive actions. You, You killed Brother Zhao. The remaining three were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. The unexpected change had indeed frightened them. I not only intend to kill him, but also you all. Let my sword feast on your blood. Ma Honghu howled. His face contorted with rage. Did I end that instant? He swung his long sword with astonishing speed. Whoosh, 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 his strikes were executed with incredible swiftness, and soon the remaining three lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Absorbed 100 energy points from the first-level warrior's essence. Gained 100 evolution points for slaying a first-level warrior. Gained 100 evolution points for slaying a first-level warrior. Gained 100 evolution points for slaying a first-level warrior. I have acquired another 300 evolution points. My cumulative evolution points now total 13,100. Once I reach 20,000 points, I shall be able to evolve once more. At this moment, Yi Fan felt a surge of excitement. With another evolution, he should be able to transform into an A-grade weapon, which would be considered exceptional in this world. Humph. A bunch of worthless fools seeking their own demise. Ma Honghu remarked coldly as he gazed at the corpses. This secluded area would likely make the discovery of the bodies quite difficult, and he could not be bothered to dispose of them in the river. Having absorbed their blood, it seems my sword has become remarkably sharper. He looked at the sword in his hand, increasingly elated. Just by wielding it, he could distinctly feel his strength, intellect, and reaction speed all enhancing. That it was an overwhelmingly pleasurable sensation. The divine sword, a true treasure. Boss Jin's gambling den has swindled me out of so much money. I must seek retribution. He rummaged through the corpses, scavenging dozens of gold coins before making his way to the next destination. The Jin Gambling House, located in the western district of Wolf City, spans a vast area and is the largest gambling establishment in the city. The proprietor, Jin Xiong, is commonly referred to as Boss Jin. Betting is a commitment. Betting is a commitment. The patrons within the gambling house were calling out. Gamblers came and went, frequently tossing gold coins onto the tables. I bet on big, 100 gold coins. Just then, a voice rang out from a table where dice were being cast. Oh! Ma Honghu, some gamblers chuckled upon catching sight of his figure. Where have you been these past few days? TSK. TSK. I heard your woman went to the Huang family. Written by Huang Qingxi. Laughter erupted around them. Shut your mouth. Ma Honghu glared at the man who had spoken. Oh dear. How fierce, the man retorted with a smirk, accustomed to joking with him without restraint. Repeat that, and I shall kill you. Ma Honghu seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. The man's face quickly turned red as he struggled for breath. Get lost. Ma Honghu hurled him to the ground. The man collapsed, gasping for air, his eyes filled with fear. In that fleeting moment, he genuinely believed Ma Honghu would kill him in front of everyone. It was utterly terrifying. The Ma Honghu of old had never possessed such strength. Had this guy spent the past half-month training? Everyone, betting is a commitment, the man with the dice called out cheerfully. The surrounding gamblers, now guided by his words, redirected their attention to the gaming table. Ma Honghu fixed his gaze intently on the dice. Big! Soon, as the dice were revealed, some were dejected while others were elated. Congratulations, you've won 200 gold coins. Some of the previous onlookers smiled at Ma Honghu. He glanced at them, a smile creeping across his lips. Although they had spoken to him before, their words had mostly been laced with mockery. Now, however, their tone seemed somewhat flattering. Was it due to the imposing demeanor he had just displayed? Contemplating this, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Big! Ma Honghu wagered all 200 gold coins on big once more. The face of the man shaking the dice paled slightly, that if he won this time, he would owe 400 in return. With that thought, he began to shake the dice, preparing to use his innate powers to manipulate the outcome. Ma Honghu sensed something amiss, narrowing his eyes in that instant. His own innate power surged forth, crashing into the man's hand. Under the influence of all attribute amplification, his focus had increased significantly. The individual controlling the dice was a second-level warrior. Ordinary gamblers were completely unaware that the dice could be manipulated. Hence, he had felt free to act without restraint. But now, could it be Ma Honghu? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Ma Honghu commanded, his gaze fixed on him with an air of indifference. Yes, roll it. Hurry. Hurry. The surrounding gamblers grew impatient. The man shaking the dice gritted his teeth and flipped it open. Big! The majority of those surrounding erupted into excited cheers, for many had placed their bets alongside Ma Honghu on the big win. 400 gold coins. A smile crept onto Ma Honghu's lips. How exhilarating! The divine sword truly is my lucky star. He gazed at the glimmering shadow sword in his grasp, his excitement escalating. What a waste, Yifan remarked, unable to suppress his critique as he observed the scene. To harness such formidable perception abilities through his all-attribute amplification solely for gambling. Truly, a remarkable talent. However, it seems the gambling house will not easily let him go. Things are about to get interesting. Heh. Yifan chuckled, a sense of anticipation brewing for what was to come. I apologize, everyone, but we must pause operations. As Ma Honghu's winnings continued to mount, the atmosphere around them shifted ominously. The staff of the gambling house wore grim expressions. For Ma Honghu had been winning overwhelmingly. The other gamblers, witnessing his success, had also begun to place their bets alongside him that in just half a day, they had lost a significant amount. Chapter 20. The frenzied Ma Honghu, what's wrong? Can he handle the losses? Ma Honghu chuckled at this moment. Indeed, can't bear to lose. We've only just won a little, and you're already throwing us out? Voices of discontent echoed around. Ladies and gentlemen, grant me the courtesy of Mr. Jin Xian. Today we shall pause operations due to some personal matters. At that juncture, a middle-aged man descended from the higher floors of the establishment. Each of you shall receive 100 gold coins. As Jin Xian spoke, he waved his hand. His subordinates promptly began distributing 100 gold coins to each individual. Now that's more like it. The crowd grumbled a few choice words but, receiving their compensation, departed contentedly. What about me? Ma Honghu inquired, smiling as he extended his left hand. The personnel around the gambling house regarded him with a cold sneer. Please wait a moment. I have a special gift for you. Jin Xian grinned. Once the others had vacated, his expression darkened. The doors of the gambling house were swiftly shut. Ma Honghu, are you trying to play tricks on me? Jin Xian's gaze locked onto Ma Honghu, his voice icy. The gambling house was filled with over 20 fierce-looking individuals, all glaring menacingly at Ma Honghu. He placed several bags filled with gold coins on the ground. Set down the goods and leave. We can consider this matter resolved. Otherwise, Jin Xian's laughter turned cold as he observed Ma Honghu's actions, convinced he had intimidated him. Or else what? A peculiar expression flickered across Ma Honghu's face. Surely you don't believe I placed these coins down out of fear? He brandished the glimmering shadow sword, speaking with a nonchalant tone. What do you mean by that? Jin Xian's eyes narrowed. A Honghu appeared markedly different now. Do you know how Scarface and his companions met their demise? Ma Honghu's gaze fell upon the dark blade, a sinister smile forming. You killed them? The other's expressions shifted dramatically at this revelation. Scarface and his crew had been missing for over half a month, along with Ma Honghu. Yet today, he had suddenly reappeared. An anomaly indeed. What do you think? Ma Honghu burst into laughter. You're courting death. The others brandished their long knives. Kill him, Jin Xian commanded coldly, clearly irked by Ma Honghu's demeanor. A bunch of useless fools, Ma Honghu retorted icily. No sooner had he spoken than one man could no longer restrain himself and lunged at Ma Honghu with his long knife. With a mere thought, Ma Honghu infused his source power into the sword. The glimmering shadow sword instantaneously surged with dark energy. The long sword swung. It clashed with the man's blade, unleashing a spray of dark energy. The energy splattered onto the man's arm, exhibiting a terrifying corrosive effect, leaving numerous small craters upon his flesh. The searing pain transformed his expression in an instant. Yet Ma Honghu continued to wildly slash with his sword. With a few swift strikes, the man's long knife shattered. With the next swing, the man was cleaved in two, blood splattering onto Jin Xian's cheek. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye. Jin Xian's eyes widened in shock, utterly unprepared for Ma Honghu's ruthlessness. Kill him, Jin Xian bellowed. It's sharp again. Ma Honghu felt a surge of exhilaration at this sight. With a mere thought, blood began seeping from the pores of his right hand. flowing directly into the sword, that in an instant, the blade erupted with a torrent of sanguine energy. Blood frenzy. This fellow has mastered this ability, Yi Fan mused, witnessing Ma Honghu's actions that as long as the blood expended and absorbed were proportional. The sword's wielder would incur minimal loss. Moreover, if a significant amount was absorbed within a short time, not only would there be no loss, but it would also yield a replenishing effect. Die, all of you! Ma Honghu cackled. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed relentlessly. The long knives wielded by the others were swiftly severed by Ma Honghu's strikes. The glimmering shadow sword proved far too sharp, incomparable to their ordinary weapons. As one after another fell to the ground, Jin Xian trembled in fear. The sheer terror was overwhelming. The power Ma Honghu had unleashed in that brief moment was utterly dominant. His subordinates were no match for him. Mr. Jin, it's your turn now. Ma Honghu sneered, his gaze fixed on Jin Xian. You. Jin Xian stammered, his eyes locked on Ma Honghu, his voice trembling that he could clearly see the sword beginning to absorb the blood pooling on the ground around them. The scene was bizarre. What of me? Ma Honghu advanced step by step. Each movement caused Jin Xian to tremble uncontrollably, his legs weakening, finding it difficult to flee. If you dare to kill me, Mr. Jin will not spare you. Mr. Jin is a close friend of the city lord. He shouted at Ma Honghu, his eyes wide with desperation. The city lord? That useless city lord is not fit to take my place. Ma Honghu roared. And with a swift motion, Jin Xian was slain. Feeling the rush of blood being absorbed, Ma Honghu closed his eyes. As long as I kill swiftly and absorb enough blood, I will not only grow stronger, but also remain unscathed. He gazed at the glimmering shadow sword in his hand, filled with exhilaration. With this sword in hand, even the city lord cannot touch me. Ma Honghu laughed heartily. As evening fell, at the savage leopard mercenary corps. Ma Honghu, what are you doing in the captain's seat? At that moment, in the hall of their mercenary territory, Ma Honghu sat in the center. Some members entered and, upon witnessing the scene, shouted in anger. Damn it, this guy's been missing for half a month, and now he dares to act so arrogantly. Soon, the other members arrived, equally furious. From this day forth, I am your captain. Ma Honghu declared coldly that as he finished speaking, he hurled a severed head from behind him. The crowd gasped, their bodies trembling. Wasn't he that the head of their former captain? Chapter 21. The end of Jin Xiong, Captain, you killed him? The others trembled at the sight, knowing their captain was a second-tier warrior. Yet he had been slain by this so-called waste. Ma Honghu, what do you think? Ma Honghu smirked coldly. Submit to me, or perish. He surveyed the crowd with a steely gaze, his tone indifferent. Now, Ma Honghu's demeanor had begun to shift dramatically. A once meek individual, empowered, now sought revenge, not only against the Jin gambling house, but also against Huang Qingxi and the city lord's mansion. With the divine sword in hand, he intended to usurp the position of the city lord of Tianlang City. Ma Honghu shouted internally. Ma Honghu, you little brat, where have you been all this time? At that moment, a man accompanied by 3 subordinates entered the hall. Oh, my captain has returned, Ma Honghu remarked, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips. What do you mean by that? How dare you sit in the captain's seat? You must be tired of living. You're asking for death. As he entered, he caught sight of the severed head on the ground. His body froze in disbelief, his once arrogant expression morphing into one of terror. Am I asking for death? Ma Honghu slowly rose. You, the man trembled visibly. Without allowing him to finish, Ma Honghu swung the glimmering shadow sword, instantly ending his life. Blood splattered onto the faces of those present. Their bodies trembled at that moment. Tio kill a chicken to scare the monkey. Thud. Just moments ago, the man who had led the few individuals inside was suddenly so frightened that his legs gave way, causing him to kneel on the ground. From today onwards, I shall be the leader of the savage mercenary group. Does anyone have any objections? Ma Honghu spoke in a calm voice. We pay our respects to the leader. The surrounding individuals immediately half-knelt on the ground, their voices filled with overwhelming excitement. Excellent. Take these and distribute them among yourselves. Ma Honghu laughed heartily. At that moment, he produced a large bag of gold coins from behind the chair and poured it out. Clink. An abundance of gold coins cascaded onto the floor, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Gold coins, an immense quantity of them. At that instant, Ma Honghu felt as though his previous life had been in vain. This was the essence of true living. Huang Qingxi, it's your turn next. While the others were still frantically scrambling for the gold, Ma Honghu had already succumbed to the emotions of revenge. The Jin family gambling house. Everyone has been killed, and all the gold has been taken away. Late at night, within the Jin family gambling house, a middle-aged man dressed in opulent attire listened to his subordinate's report, his expression darkening. They are all dead. Everyone inside my gambling house is dead. At that time, Ma Honghu was left here. I suspect it was he who did this. Another man spoke up. According to the information received, when the gambling house closed, Ma Honghu had been left inside. Jin Chan and the others were evidently there to teach Ma Honghu a lesson. Yet, the final outcome was their demise. What is Ma Honghu's strength? Jin Xiong, the mastermind behind the Jin family gambling house, cast a glance at the man and spoke nonchalantly. The Savage Tiger mercenary group has been annihilated, and now there are hardly any formidable individuals left in the entire Wolf City. The number of first-tier warriors has significantly decreased. After all, most of the powerful warriors had joined the Savage Tiger mercenary group. Preliminary warriors. However, that was based on previous information. He disappeared for over half a month and has only reappeared today. At that moment, one of the men chimed in. The blood of the corpses has been completely drained. Is it possible that Ma Honghu is practicing dark arts? A man instinctively remarked. They discovered that the blood from these corpses had been entirely siphoned away. Not a single drop remaining. That it appeared exceedingly bizarre. Just like the situation with the Savage Tiger mercenary group. Jin Xiong frowned at this revelation. Indeed, the members of the Savage Tiger mercenary group met similarly grim fates. The others quickly grasped the implication. The sword. It is possible that he has acquired a demonic sword. Jin Xiong, being quite astute, began to ponder this notion, swiftly arriving at a conclusion. When the Savage Tiger mercenary group was wiped out, most of the information was sealed off, but that was only for the general populace. I have examined those corpses. They were all riddled with sword wounds. It is highly probable that there exists a sword capable of siphoning life force. Jin Xiong initiated a rapid analysis. Indeed, Jin Chan and the others all bore sword wounds. The others nodded in agreement, as clarity began to dawn upon them. We must locate Ma Honghu and strike first, eliminating him before he can act against us, Jin Xiong stated coldly. He now felt an overwhelming sense of threat, that if this continued, it was likely that Ma Honghu would turn his sights on him. He understood that such individuals, once endowed with immense power, would become utterly unrestrained. Understood. The subordinates of the Jin family responded in unison. Jin Xiong then returned to his grand estate. However, at that moment he sensed something amiss, for two corpses lay sprawled at the entrance of the estate. What is happening? Jin Xiong's eyes widened at the sight. Master Jin, someone has breached the estate. A group of warriors behind him exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. Who dares to invade my Jin family? Jin Xiong's expression shifted dramatically, that he stormed inside, accompanied by his subordinates. Inside, they were greeted by a scene of carnage, accompanied by the piercing screams of women. Back already. Just then, a voice, akin to that of a demon, resonated from the entrance of the estate. Ma Honghu, witnessing the figure not far away. Jin Xiong's face contorted in rage. A Honghu lounged casually, legs crossed, casting a disdainful gaze toward Jin Xiong and his companions. You dare to wreak havoc in my Jin family. Jin Xiong trembled with fury. Upon seeing the scene, he immediately understood what had transpired. Master Jin is known to take individuals to the rivers in the Western District to feed the fish over the slightest provocation. I, Ma Honghu, am merely acting in self-preservation, having no choice but to strike first. Your wives were just cursing at me, threatening to chop me up and feed me to the fish. Now, to face K. Ma Honghu, seated in an ornate armchair, wore a mocking expression as he regarded Jin Xiong. Kill him! Jin Xiong bellowed, his eyes bloodshot with rage. And no sooner had he finished speaking than his subordinates charged toward Ma Honghu. Chapter 22. Inflation of fiery rage ignited within him, yearning to see Ma Honghu suffer a gruesome death. Weren't you also a nefarious individual, having stolen countless women's hearts? Now, allow me to let you experience the same. Maungbu graud mine singli. He intended to return all that had transpired to him, in kind. As he observed the warriors rushing toward him, he tightened his grip on the flowing light shadow sword and sprang into action. Although Ma Honghu's swordsmanship could not be deemed exceptional, among all the sword masters, he undoubtedly possessed the finest techniques. I never anticipated that this fellow had been practicing swordsmanship since childhood. Yi Fan inwardly lamented. Ma Honghu, hailing from a prominent family, had indeed trained in swordsmanship from a young age. His foundation was solid, yet he had never devoted himself to cultivation. Coupled with his affluent lifestyle, he had remained a preliminary warrior. However, during this period, his cultivation speed had accelerated significantly due to full attribute amplification, and his strength was continuously on the rise. The warriors who charged at him felt a flash of cold light, followed by a sharp pain in their necks, and they instantly lost consciousness. You shall all perish, Ma Honghu roared, showing no hesitation as he unleashed the power of bloodthirsty berserk. This fellow is becoming increasingly adept at using it, Yi Fan remarked. As long as the blood he consumed was less than the blood he gained, he could fully absorb it. Second-tier martial technique. Explosive flame break. Jin Xiong, a peak second-tier warrior, immediately seized a long blade and leaped into action upon witnessing this scene. As the long blade slashed through the air, a terrifying flame erupted forth, hurtling directly toward Ma Honghu. Ma Honghu's pupils constricted in that instant as he swiftly dodged to the side. Boom. At that moment, the flame struck the very chair Ma Honghu had just occupied, erupting with a tremendous explosion. The entire armchair was obliterated. Jin Xiong, wielding the long blade, continued his pursuit of Ma Honghu. Damn it! Ma Honghu had just been startled. He had not expected Jin Xiong to be a peak second-tier warrior, capable of unleashing second-tier martial techniques. However, he quickly regained his composure and engaged in combat with Jin Xiong, wielding his long sword. Clang, clang, clang. The weapons of the two clashed violently. Jin Xiong possessed formidable strength and exquisite swordsmanship. At that moment, Ma Honghu appeared to be at a disadvantage. He is doomed. Yi Fan silently commented on Jin Xiong's prowess. Although Jin Xiong seemed powerful and aggressive, his weapon was no match. Sure enough, in the next instant, Jin Xiong found that his long blade, aimed at Ma Honghu, shattered into pieces. Ha ha ha! You shall perish, Maungurord. His face twisted in rage as he countered with a swift strike. Jin Xiong's arm was cleaved off in an instant. Ah! Jin Xiong let out a wail of agony, hastily retreating. The sword you wield is a demonic sword. He stumbled backward, his eyes filled with terror. The sword in Ma Honghu's hand was so fearsome that it had shattered his own weapon. This sword is a divine blade. Ma Honghu, holding the flowing light shadow sword, gazed at it with an expression of infatuation. That it was this sword that bestowed upon him such terrifying power. Truly revolting. Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine as he observed Ma Honghu's demeanor. Jin Xiong, gritting his teeth against the pain of his severed right arm, attempted to flee the scene. Where do you think you're going? Ma Honghu, having noticed this, swiftly moved to intercept him, leaping directly in front of Jin Xiong. Jin Xiong, wounded and weakened, found his movements considerably slowed. My Jin family has had long-standing ties with the City Lord's mansion for decades. If you dare to kill me, the people from the City Lord's mansion will not let you go, Jin Xiong exclaimed. His gaze fixed on Ma Honghu with trepidation, that he was now filled with fear, unwilling to die. No one wished for death. However, given the current situation, it was evident that Ma Honghu intended to kill him. The City Lord's mansion? I have heard that the guards there are numerous. I shall pay them a visit in a few days and see for myself. A sinister expression crossed Ma Honghu's face. You. At that moment, Jin Xiong was utterly flustered that Ma Honghu intended to create chaos at the City Lord's mansion. City Lord, I shall take your place, Ma Honghu exclaimed with a hearty laugh that I in the next instant. The flowing light shadow sword in his hand was thrust forward. Whoosh! The blade instantly pierced through Jin Xiong's body, His lifeblood was frantically absorbed by the flowing light shadow sword that I in the blink of an eye. His form was completely drained of color. Useless. He withdrew the sword from Jin Chong's body, cursing loudly. As he gazed upon Jin Chong's lifeless form sprawled on the ground, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Not long ago, he had been the recipient of such furious insults. It seems that even if my strength is insufficient, as long as I wield this sword's power to continuously absorb blood, even formidable beings will not stand a chance against me. Ma Honghu sneered at that moment. No more cultivation? Looks like you won't survive much longer. Upon hearing Ma Honghu's words, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle coldly. This man had devoted himself to training for about half a month, acquired some minor strength, and now believed he could rely solely on his abilities, that he was getting a bit too cocky. Relying solely on my power might not be sufficient, Yi Fan cautioned. However, Ma Honghu could not hear Lin Luo's voice. Captain! At that moment, the others rushed over. Their eyes widened in shock as they beheld the corpses strewn across the ground. Jin Chong. Jin Chong has been killed by Ma Honghu. Captain. Invincible. Captain, unmatched in the world. They began to cheer loudly. Ha ha. Ma Honghu laughed heartily. Listening to their praises, he felt as though he had returned to the days when he led a band of sycophants. Dominating the realm. With the divine sword in hand, the world is mine, he proclaimed, raising his sword aloft in joyous laughter. The Jin family has been exterminated? At that moment, Zhao Gao of the city lord's mansion was filled with astonishment. The Jin family was the largest clan in Tianlang City, and now they had been wiped out. Moreover, he had ties with Jin Chong. It has indeed been a tumultuous time lately. Zhao Gao's expression grew grave. Last month, the members of the Violent Tiger mercenary group had all perished, and now the Jin family had met the same fate. Have you discovered who was responsible? Zhao Gao inquired, directing his gaze toward the scout. Unclear. However, examining the corpses, it appears they were all drained of blood, much like the Violent Tiger mercenary group's demise. Drain of blood? Zhao Gao felt a chill run down his spine. When the Violent Tiger mercenary group was slaughtered, witnesses claimed it was a one-armed swordsman who did the deed. A few days ago, we also found a skeletal remains, missing an arm. It is highly likely that it belonged to the same individual. The scout continued. Wait, what weapon did the Jin family members fall to? Zhao Gao suddenly seemed to recall something, speaking up. Most were slain by swords. And Jin Chong? Was he also killed by a sword? Indeed. The scout nodded. I have a rough idea of what has transpired. Zhao Gao's eyes narrowed. It is highly probable that they obtained a sword capable of absorbing blood. A blood-absorbing sword. The scout was taken aback. Indeed, throughout history, certain legendary weapons have been documented to possess the ability to drain blood. Zhao Gao began pacing back and forth. We cannot afford to wait any longer. We must locate this individual and eliminate him. The Celestial Sky Sect's members are on their way. If they discover Tianlang City in such disarray, I will be finished, Zhao Gao declared. The Celestial Sky Sect was a powerful sect located on Celestial Sky Mountain, boasting numerous warriors and a sect leader who was a high-ranking Tier 6 martial artist, the strongest sect in the area. Tianlang City annually supplied a good number of promising martial artists to them that in a few days, the Celestial Sky Sect would arrive and no further disturbances could occur, especially given the excessive loss of warriors in Tianlang City recently. Quickly, arrange for people to investigate who annihilated the Jin family, Zhao Gao bellowed. In the following days, the atmosphere in Tianlang City was fraught with anxiety. Not long ago, the Violent Tiger mercenary group had been completely wiped out. And now the Jin family had suffered the same fate. The Jin family was one of the prominent families in Tianlang City. Open the door, open the door. The frenzied mercenary group is here to collect protection fees. Who dares refuse? We will kill them all. In recent days, the frenzied leopard mercenary group had been steadily expanding that in another part of the city, the Ma family's gambling house had been established. From today onward, no one shall look down upon me. Ma Honghu. At that moment, Ma Honghu laughed heartily in the courtyard that in just a few short days, he felt as though his life had undergone a complete transformation. Captain, Today we have accepted 53 new members. A man reported to Ma Honghu. Excellent. Continue to recruit. Our frenzied leopard mercenary group will become the mightiest mercenary group. Ma Honghu declared with a sinister smile. By the way, has there been any movement from the City Lord's mansion recently? Yes, some scouts from the City Lord's mansion have begun to probe into our frenzied leopard mercenary group. Due to the sudden expansion of the frenzied leopard mercenary group, they had drawn attention that a mercenary group aiming to expand requires not only a strong leader, but also considerable wealth. Clearly, the recent rise of the frenzied leopard mercenary group had raised suspicions. No matter if they dare approach, we will simply kill them, Ma Honghu replied coldly. Kill them? The man was momentarily taken aback. The City Lord's mansion had many guards, and the City Lord was a peak Tier 3 martial artist. Kill them? What's there to fear? I have said before, our frenzied leopard mercenary group will eventually replace the City Lord's mansion. Ma Honghu sneered. Do you not believe me? He directed his gaze toward the man. Of course I believe. Your strength is unmatched in Tianlang City. Captain, the man quickly responded. Ma Honghu chuckled. Prepare yourselves. Tonight, I will take a few brothers to pay a visit to the Huang family. They must have plenty of wealth. It was time to exact his revenge. As night fell, Huang Qingxi was enjoying a soak in his hot spring, frolicking with a group of scantily clad women that he was not fond of much, but he relished the company of women. Just then, a series of anguished wails seemed to echo in the distance. What noise is that? Huang Qingxi felt an unsettling sensation wash over him, and his expression shifted slightly. Recently, Tianlang City had been anything but peaceful, and he was especially vigilant. Young master, perhaps you misheard. There is no sound. One of the women clung to Huang Qingxi, speaking in a soft, sultry tone. True, my Huang family is heavily guarded. Who would dare approach? Huang Qingxi relaxed somewhat, beginning to indulge himself again. Quite enjoyable indeed. At that moment, a voice pierced through the air. Who? Huang Qingxi was startled, immediately rising to his feet. The surrounding women gasped in shock, their eyes darting toward the wall, where a sword-wielding figure perched. Ma Honghu. As he locked eyes with the man, Huang Qingxi growled in a low voice. You dare to come to my royal residence seeking death? Guards, come here! Huang Qingxi shouted to the side. There is no need to call. No one will come, Ma Honghu said, revealing a sinister smile. His gaze roamed over the women, among whom was one he had once known intimately. So you truly are here. TSK, TSK. The woman felt a wave of revulsion upon seeing Ma Honghu's figure. Did you not sell me for 1,000 gold coins? What are you doing back here, you creep? Her eyes bore into Ma Honghu's, practically spitting venom. Soon you will understand what it means to have fun, Ma Honghu replied, a strange smile creeping across his face. For reasons unknown, her body went cold at the sight of his smile. Where are the guards? Damn it! Huang Qingxi was now in a state of frantic agitation. Bang! At that moment, a corpse was tossed over. Captain, they have all been killed. A man approached, bloodied blade in hand, announcing. Very well, Ma Honghu replied with a smile. You dare kill my Huang family guards? Huang Qingxi trembled with rage. Not just your guards. We have annihilated your entire family. Ma Honghu sneered. As soon as the words left his mouth, he leaped down from the high wall, drawing his sword. A flash of light, blood splattered, and Huang Qingxi's arm was severed. Huang Qingxi screamed in agony, retreating. The surrounding women shrieked in terror. How does it feel to steal my woman? Maongu chuckled coldly. You. The intense pain drained the color from Huang Qingxi's face. No one is allowed to leave. Otherwise, I will kill you all. Ma Honghu's eyes locked onto the women attempting to flee, and he roared furiously. The women immediately collapsed in fear. Even Ma Honghu's wife trembled in terror, unable to comprehend how he had transformed into such a fearsome figure. Captain, the Huang family has been completely wiped out. At that moment, outside, the members of the savage leopard mercenary group had already arrived. All slain? Huang Qingxi's face turned ashen, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. Impossible, impossible. Huang Qingxi's voice trembled, betraying his disbelief. Take this woman away. Do as you please. At this juncture, Ma Honghu's gaze fell upon the woman who had once been his own, and he coldly declared, "Very well. Thank you, Commander." The mercenaries of the savage leopard began to approach the woman. "Honghu, I was wrong. I was wrong, please no." The woman turned pale, fully aware of what awaited her, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Take her away." Ma Honghu's expression displayed no trace of pity. "You found it quite enjoyable when you betrayed me, did you not?" Chapter 24. The Battle for the City Lord. "Brother Ma, I beg you, spare me, spare me." Huang Qingshi could no longer suppress the agony of his severed arm. He looked at Ma Honghu. His eyes filled with terror. He did not wish to die. "You wish for me to spare you." Ma Honghu's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Did you not arrogantly present me with 1,000 gold coins to purchase my woman?" Recalling that moment, he revealed a more sinister grin. "It was my fault, Brother Ma. Name your price. Take whatever you desire from the Huang family." "What use is it to claim anything from the Huang family when all of it is now mine?" Ma Honghu replied coldly. Bang! In the next instant, he stomped down on Huang Qingshi's chest, pinning him to the ground, instantly shattering his legs. "Next, I shall let you experience the taste of losing your woman. Come here." Ma Honghu's gaze shifted to the woman whose legs had gone limp. That night, the entirety of Tianlang City trembled as if in an earthquake. The second largest family, the Huang family, was annihilated from that day forth. It became whispered that by day, the city lord is Zhao Gao, by night, it is Ma Honghu. Sharpening evermore, Ma Honghu mused as he gazed at the sword in his hand, his eyes gleaming with delight. "Indeed, it is a divine blade. Nourished by blood, it surpasses the speed of my own training," he murmured to himself. As long as he possessed this sword, his power could be endlessly augmented. Training, such a tiresome endeavor. Where is the joy in it? He glanced at the row of women sprawled upon his bed before stepping outside. "Commander." All is prepared. As Ma Honghu exited, he encountered a man kneeling on the ground. "Excellent, tonight the plan commences," Ma Honghu stated coldly. "What absurdity is this so-called Night City Lord?" he snarled. In truth, he was the real ruler of Tianlang City. This night he would assault the city lord's mansion. "You sense your doom approaching," Yi Fan remarked, observing the scene unfold at him. A Honghu had grown excessively arrogant of late, now daring to attack the city lord's mansion. He neglects training. Relying solely on the power of bloodthirsty frenzy, his progress will be limited. Yi Fan continued, though his words would surely go unheard by Ma Honghu. Night swiftly descended, this moment. Ma Honghu led hundreds of men directly toward the city lord's mansion. Nestled in the heart of the city, the mansion's defenses were formidable. "Who are you?" The guards at the city lord's mansion turned pale upon witnessing the throng approach. "Slay them all." Ma Honghu laughed heartily, feeling the adrenaline surge within him. The experiences of recent times had been beyond imagination, that he had ascended to the status of the underground king of Tianlang City. Yet he was not merely content with this. He yearned for greater stature. He sought to seize control of the entire city lord's mansion and dominion over the city itself. A multitude raised their weapons, storming inside. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A horde of soldiers from the city lord's mansion surged forth. Their equipment surprisingly well crafted as the battle commenced. The savage leopard mercenary group suffered considerable losses. However, their sheer numbers soon turned the tide, and the soldiers of the city lord's mansion fell in droves. Especially with Ma Honghu at the forefront, unleashing the energy of bloodthirsty frenzy. He cleaved through foes with abandon. "They've truly come," Zhao Gao observed from his elevated position, his expression darkening, though he had prepared. The savage leopard mercenary group had swelled in numbers, presenting a formidable challenge. "Where are the members of the Tianqiong sect?" Zhao Gao ground his teeth, drawing a broad-bladed sword, and in the next moment, he leaped from the towering city walls. "Kill them all! Leave not a single soul from the city lord's mansion." Ma Honghu raised his sword high, bellowing. Yet in that instant, he distinctly perceived a flash of light approaching. Instinctively, he raised his weapon to defend himself. Clang! The clash of their weapons erupted with a resounding boom. "Damn it!" Ma Honghu stumbled back a few steps, astonished. "I never anticipated you would be so audacious." Zhao Gao's voice was icy. "Heh! This city lord title is better suited for me." Ma Honghu grinned wickedly, activating the effects of bloodthirsty frenzy. This amount of blood is insufficient. Yi Fan sneered at the meager amount of blood Ma Honghu expended. Such paltry offerings would not yield substantial power. Furthermore, Zhao Gao wielded no ordinary weapon, possessing a B-grade quality blade. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of swords reverberated through the air. Yet Ma Honghu found himself continuously pushed back, unable to match Zhao Gao's strength or skill. With a sudden sharp pain, a crimson line appeared across his chest. Pain. The intense sensation left Ma Honghu's face contorted in fear. He had not imagined Zhao Gao's prowess to be so vastly superior. So, it is indeed the power of this sword. Zhao Gao roared, swinging his sword toward Ma Honghu once more. In that instant, Ma Honghu's expression shifted dramatically. Divine sword, grant me strength. He shouted, his blood flowing forth, channeling into the radiant shadow sword in his grasp. Indeed, it cannot withstand it. Yi Fan clicked his tongue. Ma Honghu's blood was seeping from his pores and flowing into the sword. The radiant shadow sword erupted with a surge of crimson energy. This energy enveloped Ma Honghu, rendering him increasingly formidable. As the radiant shadow sword clashed with Zhao Gao's battle blade, another thunderous sound echoed. Ma Honghu staggered back. Not enough, still not enough. His visage twisted in rage as he continued to sacrifice his blood power. The crimson energy intensified, becoming increasingly terrifying. I shall kill you, he bellowed, thrusting the sword forward. In that instant, his speed surged once more, his reflexes and strength magnified beyond measure. I am the city lord. I am the strongest. Maongurord. Relentlessly consuming his blood energy, his swordsmanship accelerated, and Zhao Gao's form bore witness to numerous wounds. This is untenable. Ma Honghu's state is amiss. I cannot continue this fight. Zhao Gao's expression shifted, and he hastily devised a plan. Escape! Where do you think you're going? Ma Honghu thundered in that moment. His strength continued to deplete rapidly. Yet with the relentless consumption of blood energy, his power surged. At this juncture, Ma Honghu was entirely consumed by fervor, heedlessly draining his own life force. Chapter 25. A new passive skill. As his blood energy continued to be siphoned away, the strength coursing through his body escalated alarmingly. He grew ever stronger. Soon, he had closed the distance to Zhao Gao. With the radiant shadow sword in hand, he lunged forward. Whoosh! A sound of air splitting echoed, causing Zhao Gao's pupils to constrict. Instinctively, he sidestepped. The sword grazed past his ear, sending a chill down his spine. Had he not reacted, that strike would have pierced his skull. Ma Honghu's voice rang out once more. With no other option, Zhao Gao pivoted, fiercely parrying with his sword. Clang! The sword struck his blade, forcing him back a few steps. Upon closer inspection, a dent marred the blade's surface. This sword is incredibly sharp. Moreover, Ma Honghu's condition had become utterly terrifying. His body was enveloped in a bizarre crimson energy that rendered him increasingly powerful. Yet correspondingly, he appeared to be diminishing, presenting a disquieting visage. City Lord, you are mine. Ma Honghu roared, seeking to ascend to the heights of supremacy. Phantom dance, as his essence surged into the radiant shadow sword. He unleashed the sword technique. What is this? Zhao Gao's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the scene unfolding before him. That moment, Ma Honghu saw countless sword shadows charging towards him. Clang, clang, clang. There was no escape for him now. He could only frantically wield his long knife to fend off the onslaught. However, the dance of swords was simply too terrifying. Soon, Zhao Gao's body bore numerous wounds. Despite his finely crafted armor, he was still slashed by the flowing light shadow sword, leaving him grievously injured, blood streaming from his body. The splattered blood was quickly absorbed by the flowing light shadow sword. Absorbing the essence blood of a third-tier martial artist grants 0.3 energy points. Absorbing the essence blood of a third-tier martial artist grants 0.3 energy points. At this moment, the system's notifications continued to appear. The essence blood of these third-tier martial artists significantly enhances energy. Yi Fan felt a surge of excitement. The more energy points accumulated, the longer he could act when the time came. However, Ma Honghu is quite ruthless. After expending so much essence blood energy, will he be able to replenish it later? At that moment, Ma Honghu was oblivious to Yi Fan's musings that he continued to drain his body's essence blood energy, his physique visibly withering. Yet, the power he attained grew ever more formidable. Zhao Gao's eyes widened as another sword thrust approached. Bang! This final strike pierced directly through Zhao Gao's chest. Slaying a third-tier martial artist grants 300 evolution points. As the system's notification resonated, Yi Fan realized that Zhao Gao was dead. The city of Wolf Sky has been vanquished by you. But what will you do next? Yi Fan remarked to Ma Honghu, with keen interest. At that moment, the flowing light shadow sword embedded in Zhao Gao's body continued to absorb his blood. Before long, Zhao Gao's blood was entirely drained, that a portion replenished Ma Honghu. Yet even so, he felt his body growing increasingly unwell. Blood. I need more blood. Ma Honghu withdrew the long sword from Zhao Gao's chest and glanced at his own body. Clearly diminished from excessive essence blood consumption, that if this continued, he would surely perish. He had to quickly absorb a large quantity of blood to restore his former state. At this moment, his gaze shifted to the remaining individuals. The personnel from the City Lord's manor had nearly all been slain, leaving primarily the members of the Wild Leopard Mercenary Corps. Captain, we are about to seize the City Lord's manor. Some members of the Wild Leopard Mercenary Corps rushed over, filled with excitement. Blood, I need blood. Ma Honghu's gaze remained filled with murderous intent as he fixed his eyes on the approaching individuals, but he could not afford to concern himself with anything else. In the next instant, armed with the flowing light shadow sword, he cleaved towards them. These individuals were instantly severed in half by the razor-sharp blade. Blood swiftly flowed into the long sword, replenishing some essence blood from Ma Honghu. Yet it was still insufficient that he surveyed the remaining individuals, raising his sword and embarking on a frenzied slaughter. Slaying a first-tier martial artist grants 100 evolution points. Slaying a first-tier martial artist grants 100 evolution points. At this juncture, notifications of acquired evolution points resounded incessantly. The captain has gone insane, run. A multitude of members from the Wild Leopard Mercenary Corps, realizing the situation, began to panic and flee to him. A Honghu, resembling a madman, continued his relentless rampage against those around him. Blood! I want blood! Time became a blur. Soon, the ground was littered with corpses. The flowing light shadow sword had drained all the blood, and a Honghu's physique had yet to return to its original condition. The essence blood energy he had expended to kill Zhao Gao was simply too great. A first-tier peak slaying a third tier, consuming nearly all his essence blood power, and still hoping to replenish it. TSK. Yi Fan could not help but sigh as he witnessed the scene. Divine sword, quickly, grant me blood, save me. At this moment, he screamed frantically while gripping the flowing light shadow sword. Yet the sword remained unyielding. In the next moment, he cast the long sword to the ground, clutching his head with both hands, screaming in despair. Bang! He then collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open, silence forever, and a Honghu met his demise. Achievement unlocked. Cursed sword. Reward, passive skill. Cursed sword. If the wielder's strength is low, misfortune will befall them. Does this mean that martial artists of lower tiers will encounter trouble wielding this sword? Yi Fan mused quietly as he examined the newly unlocked passive skill. Looking around, he saw corpses strewn about, that it was uncertain how long it would take before anyone arrived. At that moment, a voice emerged from the side. Yi Fan turned to see a man approaching with a sinister grin. Damn Ma Honghu. Finally dead, even killing his own men. How despicable. The man spat on Ma Honghu's corpse, and then turned his gaze to the sword that lay beside him. So this is Ma Honghu's divine sword. Chapter 26. Just acquired the sword and met his end. The man's eyes glinted with greed as he beheld the flowing light shadow, sword lying on the ground. He was well aware that Ma Honghu's immense strength stemmed from acquiring a divine sword. This sword could bestow him with formidable power. It was worth my time hiding here. I finally got my hands on it. He picked up the dark, long sword, his excitement palpable. The moment he grasped the sword, his eyes widened. In that instant, he distinctly felt a surge of strength coursing through his body. It was not merely physical power. Even his mind felt extraordinarily clear. A divine sword. Truly, a divine sword. He was overwhelmed with excitement, his body trembling, that he glanced around, eager to leave the area quickly. Naturally, after acquiring a precious item, he had to flee before others noticed. However, in his haste, he stumbled over a stone and fell to the ground, his head striking a sharp rock nearby. Achievement unlocked. Sword of Misfortune. Death of 30 sword wielders may unlock this achievement. 630. Achievement unlocked. Unlucky Fool. Death within 5 minutes of acquiring the sword. 1-5 dead. Dead? Yi Fan was momentarily stunned that he had just acquired the sword and already met his end. Sword wielder's death grants 20 evolution points. Just a mere aspiring martial artist. Wielding a sword is practically courting death. Yi Fan couldn't help but reflect. Especially now that he had obtained the passive skill, Cursed Sword, it seemed that those with lower strength could hardly wield the sword at all. Time swiftly passed to be why the following day, a large group was making its way towards the city lord's manor. They were clad in uniform white battle gear, appearing exceptionally well equipped. Leading them was a middle-aged man. It appears they were truly all slain. He surveyed the surroundings, a sense of awe washing over him. Let us clean up the corpses. Gather all the equipment. The man spoke in a calm tone. Understood. Soon, a multitude of personnel began to clear the corpses from the ground. They've even drained all the blood. Truly terrifying. Could it be that someone practiced dark arts? The crowd gasped in astonishment. How the celestial sky sect arrived? Yi Fan remarked upon witnessing the scene. If this is the case, I should be able to leave Wolf Sky City, this small place. The martial artists here were of too low a tier. It would be challenging to level up by slaying them. Yet he had already accumulated nearly 19,700 evolution points. Soon, he would be able to evolve once more. Master, this is Ma Honghu's corpse. A young man pointed to the body and addressed the middle-aged man. The man, named Zhang Yinlong, was a mentor from the Celestial Sky Sect. The blood has been entirely drained. It seems he practiced some dark arts and was subsequently backfired. After a careful examination, Zhang Yinlong made his judgment. These dark arts are indeed terrifying. The young man couldn't help but express his sentiments upon witnessing this. First, let's handle the corpses that in the coming days. We must swiftly select a new city lord to stabilize Wolf Sky City. Zhang Yinlong rose after inspecting Ma Honghu's body and spoke. Gather all the weapons. Understood. Upon hearing Zhang Yinlong's command, those around him promptly complied. Collect all high-quality weapons together and take them back to the sect. The rest will remain in the city lord's manor for the new city lord's guards. A young man began directing the others. Why must we collect the weapons? Enough chatter. Hurry up and pick them up and clean them. Some disciples of lower rank within the sect were busy gathering the surrounding swords, transporting them away, cleaning the blood off and sorting them. One of the men, while picking up the black long sword, was filled with astonishment that he clearly noticed that this long sword was unlike the others. The sword bore no blood whatsoever. Isn't it a sword that cannot kill? Despite its difficulty, he curiously extended his finger, yearning to touch the blade. However, the moment he made contact, a sharp pain surged through him, causing the skin on his fingertip to split open, that a drop of blood fell onto the longsword. And in that instant, the blood vanished entirely, as if it had been absorbed by the blade itself. A look of horror flickered in the young man's eyes. This sword was no ordinary weapon. Young man, would you like to try wielding the sword? Yi Fan chuckled upon witnessing the scene, that he was uncertain of the young man's capabilities, but with the passive effect of the cursed sword in play. Anyone lacking sufficient strength was bound to encounter misfortune, possibly leading to their demise, just like that. Once the sword's master fell, he too could gain evolution points. Zhang Xiaoming, come here quickly. The man did not immediately grasp the flowing shadow sword. Instead, he beckoned to someone nearby. Zhao Si, what is the matter? The man referred to as Zhang Xiaoming paused momentarily, then approached that he carried a basket filled with numerous long swords and sabers. This sword is quite extraordinary, Zhao Si murmured. Isn't it just a black sword? We have plenty in our sect's armory, Zhang Xiaoming replied dismissively. No, this sword is truly different from ordinary ones. It is exceedingly sharp and possesses blood-sucking abilities. Zhao Si glanced around cautiously before whispering, "Blood-sucking." A flicker of alarm crossed Zhang Xiaoming's eyes. Instinctively, he reached for the sword to examine it. "Zhang Xiaoming, I feel it's best not to recklessly handle that. What is there to fear?" Zhang Xiaoming seized the hilt without hesitation. The moment his fingers gripped it, his pupils constricted as he felt an unmistakable surge of power coursing through him. Moreover, he sensed his mind sharpening, his cognitive abilities significantly enhanced. This was a divine sword. "Zhang Xiaoming, what is wrong?" Zhao Si exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Could it be that this sword truly harbored some sinister secret? "There is nothing wrong. It's merely an ordinary sword, albeit a bit sharper," Zhang Xiaoming replied, regaining his composure. "But enough with the buts. Hurry and gather those weapons, or we'll be in for a scolding," he said, placing the sword into the basket and striding away. But it truly felt strange just now, Zhao Si murmured to himself. He still sensed a lingering aura of malevolence emanating from the sword. Meanwhile, an outwardly calm Zhang Xiaoming returned to the group, his expression a whirlwind of emotions that he had struck gold. Chapter 27. The looming evolution. The disciples of the Heavenly Sky sect did not linger long in the Wolf City. After about a week, a new lord arrived, and everything seemed to fall back into order. The Heavenly Sky sect also brought along several talented youths to their domain. Zhang Xiaoming, with a basket full of swords slung over his back, walked the road back to the city, a subtle smile gracing his lips that it was evident that he was in high spirits. That sword was indeed extraordinary. Over the past few days, he discovered that merely holding it significantly enhanced his cultivation speed. It was utterly exhilarating. In just a few days of training, he had achieved what previously took him months. With this sword, he was certain he would soon reach the second-tier warrior level. However, he had also experienced some peculiar misfortunes lately. He had found stones in his food, chipping a tooth, and had stumbled more often while walking. Nonetheless, the thrill of acquiring the divine sword overshadowed these minor irritations. Finally leaving this place, Yifan also felt a surge of joy. After such a long time, they were finally departing from Wolf City to venture elsewhere. Although the sword was sheathed, he noticed that as long as the hilt remained uncovered, he could still observe his surroundings. The entourage from Heavenly Sky sect was making their way back to the sect, having brought along many talented young men and women, along with ample supplies. "Zhang Xiaoming, you seem quite cheerful lately," a disciple of the Heavenly Sky sect remarked as they walked. "I'm in a decent mood. Is that a problem?" Zhang Xiaoming shot him a glance, responding coolly. "With the assessment coming up soon, in your current state, I fear you might not pass," the young man chuckled. "That is not for you to worry about," Zhang Xiaoming retorted with a huff. At that moment, he tightened his grip on the sword sheath. With this peculiar divine sword in hand, his strength would surely skyrocket. The new sword master, Zhang Xiaoming, is a peak first-tier warrior, on the verge of breaking through to the second tier. The effect of the cursed sword has a moderate impact on him, although he has been unlucky. It won't lead to his death, Yifan mused quietly. But why haven't any higher-tier warriors claimed the sword? It always seems to end up in the hands of these underlings, Yifan lamented. Nevertheless, he decided to observe this young man's performance. If it fell short, he would simply meet his end. The Heavenly Sky sect was situated on a towering peak north of Wolf City. The mountain was steep, with an unending series of stone steps leading up to its base. Numerous warriors stood guard. Those carrying weapons must deposit them in the armory. The rest should lead the newcomers to their quarters. At that moment, Zhang Yinlong began organizing the group. Zhang Xiaoming, burdened with the weapons, made his way towards the armory. The armory itself was vast and elegantly decorated. "Please place your weapons here. I will register them shortly," the armory staff instructed the group as they approached. Laden with arms, Zhang Xiaoming, "Should we let Elder Qian have a look at that sword?" Zhao Si suggested, recalling the extraordinary sword from earlier. They opened the sword basket themselves in due time, Zhang Xiaoming replied, his expression shifting slightly as he hurriedly added, "Let us not dwell on it. Just drop the weapons and move on." The long basket for swords and sabers was covered, and Zhao Si was unaware if that particular sword lay within. However, Zhang Xiaoming clearly did not wish to discuss it further. If the others in the sect learned of the sword's existence, it would surely complicate matters, and he had no desire to relinquish it. After Zhang Xiaoming set down the sword basket and departed, Zhao Si too left, placing his own weapons aside. Zhang Xiaoming had only joined the Heavenly Sky sect the previous year. His cultivation was average, which is why he had been assigned to clean the leaves from the stone steps at the mountain's base. The peak of the Heavenly Sky sect was vast, with most members residing in their own bamboo huts. Indeed, it is a rather grand sect. The air here is rich with energy. Is this what they call a treasure land? Yi Fan mused as he surveyed the surroundings. Upon returning to his quarters, Zhang Xiaoming slowly drew the long sword from its sheath, his eyes brimming with fascination. Divine sword, grant me the strength to advance. He eagerly began his training, knowing that with the divine sword in hand, his cultivation speed would surely soar. Ma Honghu also dedicated himself to rigorous training after acquiring his sword. I wonder how this new sword master will fare? Yi Fan pondered with keen interest. As long as he focused on his training, leveraging the enhancements from all attributes amplification, and bided his time, the sword master's prowess would undoubtedly escalate significantly. Yet, few possessed the patience to wait for that moment. Soon, half a month slipped by. During this time, Zhang Xiaoming trained fervently. Under the influence of all attributes amplification, his cultivation speed was phenomenal that he had now successfully broken through to the second-tier warrior level. His strength is nearly sufficient. Perhaps it is time to venture forth and slay some aberrant beasts? Yi Fan mused aloud, scrutinizing his current attribute panel. Host, Yi Fan sword name. Flowing light shadow sword, a long sword imbued with dark energy, capable of draining life force, exceedingly sharp. Quality, B active skill. Phantom dance, B grade, a dazzling sword dance that inflicts significant damage upon foes' passive skills. Bloodsucking, B grade, drains life force, enhancing the sword's sharpness and providing energy points. Devour master, B grade, actively absorbs the life force energy of the sword master upon their demise. Attribute energy, B grade, when the sword master infuses energy into the blade. It carries attributes suited to the master. Currently, the attributes include light and dark. All attributes amplification, B grade, enhances the sword master's abilities based on their cultivation level. Curse sword should the sword master possess insufficient strength. It will invite misfortune. Evolution points, 19760-20000 energy. 201.5 inch. The energy points have reached 200. The evolution points are on the verge of hitting 20,000. However, during this period, Zhang Xiaoming had solely focused on training, leaving Yi Fan somewhat vexed. Zhang Xiaoming, did you take that sword? As Zhang Xiaoming practiced his swordsmanship in the bamboo grove before his residence, a sudden sound pierced the air. Upon hearing this noise, Zhang Xiaoming's pupils constricted slightly, and his expression transformed dramatically. Zhao Si. He turned to look in that direction and was taken aback to see Zhao Si's figure. What brings you here? The senior brother mentioned you hadn't swept the floor in days, so he sent me to find you. Zhao Si replied. Possessing a concealed sword can lead to punishment. You should return it, he suggested after a moment's thought. This is none of your concern, Zhang Xiaoming retorted coldly. Damn, I was so engrossed in my practice that I didn't even notice someone approaching. You'd be wise not to disclose this matter to anyone else, Zhang Xiaoming warned, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Si. Whether it was the malevolent aura of the flowing light shadow sword or some other reason, Zhang Xiaoming clearly felt something was amiss, becoming increasingly ferocious in demeanor. Zhao Si sensed the shift as well. I won't say anything, he stammered, his body trembling slightly. For some reason, he felt that Zhang Xiaoming's gaze had turned unnaturally fierce. You may leave now. I'll explain everything to the senior brother shortly, Zhang Xiaoming said in a nonchalant tone. All right. Zhao Si nodded and departed without looking back, a nagging feeling lingering that he shouldn't have come here. Today, he had discovered that not only had Zhang Xiaoming failed to return the sword to the armory, but he was also using it for himself. And his expression seemed oddly different, almost as if he were possessed. I must inform the senior brother. Zhang Xiaoming's state is concerning. That sword poses a threat. I hope Zhang Xiaoming remains unaffected. Zhao Si murmured to himself as he walked away. Indeed, you intend to reveal the sword's existence to them. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoming's figure emerged before him, startling Zhao Si, who had not anticipated that Zhang Xiaoming had followed him all the way. Xiaoming, your current state is quite alarming. Zhao Ci's body shook slightly, as Zhang Xiaoming's expression appeared disturbingly strange, starkly contrasting with his usual demeanor. You deserve to die. Zhang Xiaoming roared, and in an instant he lunged forward. Wielding the Shadow Flow sword, Zhao Ci, merely a first-tier warrior, felt a sharp pain at his throat in that fleeting moment. He clutched his neck, his eyes widening in horror. Xia, Xiaoming. Zhao Ci's body collapsed to the ground. Utterly silenced, the blood that splattered onto the sword swiftly vanished. Did I kill Zhao Ci? Zhang Xiaoming finally regained his senses. Panic etched across his face. No, it was him. He deserved it. He would have exposed my secret regarding the divine sword, leading to my punishment. Yes, that's right. It makes perfect sense. Zhang Xiaoming quickly convinced himself. Kill a first-tier warrior and gain 100 evolution points. Only 100 points? I still need another 140 to evolve. At that moment, Yi Fan felt a twinge of anticipation. However, Zhang Xiaoming's decisive action in killing Zhao Ci truly caught Yi Fan off guard. This sword can absorb blood. Zhang Xiaoming glanced at the flowing light shadow sword in his hand. Upon closer inspection, the blood that had splattered onto the blade was nowhere to be seen. Hesitating for a moment, he then pierced Zhao Ci's corpse with a long sword. Almost instantaneously, the blood within Zhao Ci's body was absorbed by the flowing light shadow sword at a visible rate. Incredible! It possesses such an effect. Zhang Xiaoming's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. Absorb first-tier warrior's essence blood. Gain 0.1 energy points. Absorb first-tier warrior's essence blood. Gain 0.1 energy points. Meanwhile, Yi Fan continued receiving system notifications. Zhang Xiaoming is quite ruthless, he mused, having just witnessed a transformation in Zhang Xiaoming's demeanor. He truly drained every drop of blood. Zhang Xiaoming's eyes widened further. Right, the massacre in Tianlang City. Ma Honghu seemed to have drained the blood from those victims. No, it wasn't that he practiced some nefarious technique. Rather, he used this sword to extract their blood. Contemplating this, Zhang Xiaoming regarded the sword with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Ma Honghu was merely a first-tier warrior, yet he possessed such strength to kill Zhao Ji. It appears this divine sword grants significant enhancements. Furthermore, the blade becomes sharper after absorbing blood, nourishing the sword with blood. As these words crossed his mind, a chill ran down his spine, as if he were treading upon the path of demonic cultivation. No matter, I must act. Zhang Xiaoming surveyed his surroundings, noting the solitude of the bamboo grove. Undisturbed by others, without further hesitation, he found a suitable spot to bury Zhao Ci's remains. The next day. Today marks the commencement of the assessment. Those who fail shall be expelled from the Tianxiong sect. The Tianxiong sect does not harbor the inept. Leading this group of disciples was Qian Haowen. The senior brother as dozens of disciples gathered in the spacious area. They listened to Qian Haowen's words, their expressions shifting slightly. The Tianxiong sect offered decent treatment, and the abundant energy here allowed for a cultivation speed unmatched by the surrounding cities. Before we begin the assessment, I would like to inquire. He scanned the crowd with a piercing gaze. Where is Zhao Ci? Zhao Ci. Today is the assessment day. Why hasn't Zhao Ci arrived? This is unusual. Zhao Ci is typically very punctual. Surrounding disciples began to murmur among themselves. Zhang Xiaoming's expression faltered for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Zhang Xiaoming, you are closest to Zhao Ci. Do you know where he has gone? Qian Haowen's gaze fell upon Zhang Xiaoming. I don't know, Zhang Xiaoming replied flatly. Perhaps he had matters to attend to at home. He contemplated for a moment before continuing. Matters at home? Qian Haowen's brow furrowed. Yes. Zhang Xiaoming has mentioned more than once that he wished to return home, Zhang Xiaoming added. Qian Haowen felt something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Additionally, you have failed to sweep the floor several times now. Should there be another infraction, you will be expelled from the Tianxiong sect. He fixed a cold gaze upon Zhang Xiaoming. Understood. Zhang Xiaoming responded with a placid expression. Qian Haowen was dissatisfied with his attitude, but chose not to press further. Very well. Let the assessment commence. The assessment would encompass not only basic physical evaluations, but also a final competition. Now, Zhang Xiaoming had brought the flowing light shadow sword with him. With Zhao Ci's demise, the others remained oblivious to the sword's true power. Chapter 29. The competition. Zhang Xiaoming had now ascended to the rank of second-tier warrior. After a period of diligent cultivation, he faced no challenges in the assessment, but he effortlessly passed the preliminary evaluations and swordsmanship tests. Your Tianxiong sword technique has improved significantly, senior brother Qian Haowen remarked upon witnessing Zhang Xiaoming's swordplay, which had become far more exquisite since the last assessment. What kind of sword is this? He inquired, noticing the dark, long sword Zhang Xiaoming held, which bore an unusual, ominous aura. I bought it on the mountain. Zhang Xiaoming's expression shifted slightly, but soon returned to normal. May I take a look? Qian Haowen instinctively asked. The sword cannot leave my hand, Zhang Xiaoming replied, shaking his head. Very well. Qian Haowen said no more. The final assessment was about to begin. The competition. Among this group, there were still over 10 second-tier warriors, one of whom was at the pinnacle of the second tier. Zhang Xiaoming. I never imagined you had already advanced to the second tier. A man sneered, his gaze fixed on Zhang Xiaoming. Zhang Shan, second-tier pinnacle. Heh! Zhang Xiaoming shot him a glance, a cold smile gracing his lips. But he said nothing. The top contender in this competition would receive a Zhu Yuan Dan as a reward that he needed those pills. Don't think that just because you've reached the second tier, you can contend with us. The first place is mine, Zhang Shan declared coldly. We'll see during the competition, Zhang Xiaoming replied indifferently. Previously, Zhang Shan had been a formidable opponent for him, but now, the strength Zhang Xiaoming had unleashed was formidable. Soon, the final competition commenced. As Zhang Xiaoming faced off against a first-tier warrior, with a mere flick of his wrist, he effortlessly severed the opponent's weapon. Next, Zhang Xiaoming cast a glance at the defeated warrior. Upon his entrance, he emerged victorious in an invincible manner, continuously defeating his opponents. The weapons of those individuals collided with the flowing light shadow sword, resulting in a spectacular explosion. There was simply no way to counter it. So powerful. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Shan's expression changed dramatically. The fact that one could shatter an opponent's sword with their own was astonishing. That black sword was exceedingly formidable. Zhang Xiaoming achieved victory after victory, quickly reaching the final match. The winner will be awarded a bottle of mid-grade Gathering Source Pill, Qian Haowen remarked, observing both contenders on the stage. His peripheral vision caught Zhang Xiaoming's sword, which appeared remarkably extraordinary. Begin! As soon as Qian Haowen's words fell, the two combatants clashed instantly. The sound of metal against metal resonated in powerful bursts as both wielded swords. Zhang Shan's weapon was a C-grade longsword, exhibiting significantly greater durability compared to the previous swords. Is this the extent of your prowess? Zhang Xiaoming revealed a peculiar smile at this moment. With a mere thought, he infused his long sword with his source energy, quickly enveloping it in dark attribute energy. If the sword-bearer is malevolent, it embodies the dark attribute. If virtuous, it embodies the light attribute. Another dark attribute, Yi Fan remarked. Having yet to witness a sword master wielding the light attribute, as dark energy surged from the sword, a multitude of dark attribute energies erupted upon the collision of their swords, splattering like ink and creating numerous holes in Zhang Shan's blade. Some of this dark energy splattered onto his arms, leaving deep indentations. The intense pain elicited a cry of anguish from Zhang Shan. Farewell, Zhang Xiaoming scoffed, swinging his long sword with vigor. With a resounding clash, Zhang Shan's sword was knocked away. It twirled in the air before crashing to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the sword lay there, riddled with cracks and small punctures, all inflicted by the dark attribute energy. The pain was excruciating. Zhang Shan gazed at his arms, now marred with numerous depressions, as if splashed by a corrosive substance. I have won. A triumphant smile graced Zhang Xiaoming's lips as he surveyed his long sword with satisfaction. He now stood as the strongest among this group. The astonished gazes of those around him filled him with immense gratification, from being an overlooked existence to now being the center of attention. That sensation was indeed exhilarating. Zhang Xiaoming is the victor, Qian Haowen announced, his eyes reflecting surprise. Zhang Xiaoming had actually defeated Zhang Shan. His strength had improved significantly since their last encounter. Could it be that a master was guiding him? As Qian Haowen pondered this, he presented the mid-grade Gathering Source Pill to Zhang Xiaoming. Zhang Xiaoming, your recent progress has been commendable. For the next beast hunting competition, I might recommend you. Qian Haowen spoke, his gaze fixed on Zhang Xiaoming. Thank you, senior brother. Leave the cleaning duties to others. Focus on your training for now. Qian Haowen nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Zhang Shan, nursing his wounds, cast a venomous glare at Zhang Xiaoming. He had never anticipated such a sudden surge in Zhang Xiaoming's power. It was utterly perplexing. The sword. His gaze fell upon the black longsword in Zhang Xiaoming's grasp. That sword was enigmatic during their battle. It had seemingly unleashed dark energy that inflicted severe injuries upon him. Zhang Xiaoming shot a disdainful glance at the resentful Zhang Shan before departing. I hope you come seeking trouble, he muttered to himself with a smirk. If he did, it would serve as a perfect blood sacrifice for my sword. The beast hunting competition. Is it a contest to hunt exotic beasts? Let us hasten. Slaying these beasts will also earn us evolution points. Yi Fan recalled their previous conversation and spoke up. Chapter 30. The Wild Python Forest. It seems, although senior brother has his suspicions, he likely remains unaware that my strength has surged solely due to this sword. Upon returning to his dwelling, Zhang Xiaoming regarded his long sword with a sinister smile. As long as he possessed this sword, his ascension would know no bounds. Train. I must expedite the enhancement of my abilities. Zhang Xiaoming resolved, gripping the flowing light shadow sword tightly as he began his training. This individual is truly a training fanatic, Yi Fan mused quietly. Observing Zhang Xiaoming, he was undoubtedly the most fervent sword master Yi Fan had encountered thus far. Aside from eating and sleeping, he devoted nearly all his time to training. However, it is wise to train diligently to grow stronger and vanquish foes. Otherwise, one might perish in an instant. The stronger one became through training, the mightier the exotic beasts they could slay, resulting in more evolution points. I only need a little over 100 evolution points to evolve again. Then, I shall be able to upgrade to an A-grade weapon. Yi Fan pondered aloud that an A-grade weapon was considered quite remarkable in this world. Even many 6th-tier martial artists wielded A-grade weapons. At that point, this sword will become a double-edged sword for Zhang Xiaoming. What will you do? Yi Fan smirked, watching Zhang Xiaoming train with fervor, oblivious to his musings. Half a month passed swiftly. The beast hunting competition was about to commence. Zhang Xiaoming, it is your moment, Qian Haowen remarked to Zhang Xiaoming, who was preparing to set off. This event encompassed the younger generation of the Tianqiong sect. I will strive earnestly, Zhang Xiaoming replied with a nod. Zhang Shan, positioned not far away, cast a venomous glare at Zhang Xiaoming. Originally, he should have been the one participating. However, after being defeated by Zhang Xiaoming in the previous match, the opportunity had slipped from his grasp. During this time, with Zhang Xiaoming's relentless training, his strength had risen to the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. He had trained remarkably quickly. This time, I must secure first place. As Zhang Xiaoming descended the mountain, he tightened his grip on the sword sheath. With the divine sword in hand, his training surged at an unprecedented pace. Winning first place in this competition would allow him to ascend to the inner sect and receive guidance from high-tier mentors at the summit of Tianqiong sect, as well as access to the martial arts pavilion to select advanced martial techniques. The mere thought of it ignited his excitement. Soon, he reached the foot of the mountain, where a multitude of Tianqiong sect members had already gathered. Elder Zhang, known as Zhang Lao San, stood atop a height, surveying the crowd. You must be Zhang Xiaoming, a man remarked, his gaze fixed on the approaching Zhang Xiaoming. Yes, Zhang Xiaoming replied with a nod. Here is your identification token. The man handed him a plaque inscribed with the number 101, instructing him to affix it to his attire. The annual beast hunting competition has commenced. Elder Zhang Lao San announced, his gaze sweeping over the assembled participants. As his words fell, all eyes turned toward him. There are 143 disciples participating in this competition. The top 20 will qualify for advancement to the inner sect and gain entry to the mountain's peak. The crowd buzzed with excitement upon hearing Elder Zhang Laosan's words. Ordinary disciples resided at the mountain's base, spending their days practicing basic cultivation methods and performing various menial tasks. However, those who entered the inner sect would encounter vastly different circumstances, receiving guidance from high-tier mentors. They would now venture into the wild python forest to hunt exotic beasts. Rankings would be determined by the exotic crystals obtained from slaying these beasts. Let us depart, with Elder Zhang Laosan's command. The crowd surged forward toward the wild python forest. This so-called wild python forest lay to the west of Tianxiong sect, further away from Wolf City. Do you know why this forest is called the wild python forest? Because it harbors 6-tier super exotic beasts. The giant pythons. This competition is, in fact, rather perilous. We should avoid venturing too deep. The surrounding individuals began to cluster and whisper among themselves. Fools, Zhang Xiaoming sneered at their words. How could one slay powerful exotic beasts without delving deep into the forest? This competition was based on the exotic crystals acquired from hunting these beasts. Zhang Xiaoming, would you care to collaborate with us? A few men approached, their eyes gleaming as they regarded Zhang Xiaoming. I decline, Zhang Xiaoming replied, casting them a sidelong glance before speaking. Why? Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the group immediately darkened. You are simply too weak, Zhang Xiaoming remarked dismissively, casting a scornful glance at them. You, as soon as his words fell. Their eyes widened in disbelief, their anger palpable. Who do you think you are? Be careful when a competition begins. With no immediate course of action available, their threats were limited to mere words. Heh, a bunch of useless fools. Zhang Xiaoming sneered. He was no longer the person he once was. This time, becoming an inner sect disciple was a goal he was determined to achieve. The competition is about to commence. Everyone prepared to enter the serpent's forest. At this moment, personnel from the sect began distributing special backpacks to each participant. These backpacks were designed to carry exotic crystals that a throng of excited individuals commenced their entry into the serpent's forest. Their objective was clear: to hunt exotic beasts. Obtain crystals, ascend to the summit of Tiansong sect, and become inner sect disciples. It seems that this time it should be able to lure it out, Zhang Laosan mused, standing atop a rock, his gaze fixed on the over 100 individuals entering the forest. A peculiar smile gracing his lips. Elder, is this really safe? A middle-aged man beside Zhang Laosan hesitated before voicing his concern. It's of no consequence. They are merely outer sect disciples. If they die, so be it. I simply wish to witness its emergence. A fervent glint ignited in Zhang Laosan's eyes, as if he had just conceived a thrilling thought. The middle-aged man's expression shifted subtly at this revelation. Indeed, if it is slain, the elder could obtain its crystal to enhance his strength. Are we preparing to hunt exotic beasts? In that case, I must evolve as well. I wonder what it will be like once I reach a level. Yi Fan felt a surge of anticipation. Chapter 31, Evolution, a level. Hee. Zhang Laosan observed the crowd entering the serpent's forest, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As long as we don't venture too deep, we want to encounter the terrifying serpentine beasts. As Zhang Xiaoming proceeded forward, he muttered to himself, veering towards an untraveled path. It begins. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed, yet Zhang Xiaoming felt no fear. Instead, a smirk emerged on his lips, for he distinctly sensed creatures approaching. As expected of the serpent's forest, upon arrival, I've already encountered a pack of second-tier exotic beasts. Zhang Xiaoming observed the surroundings closely. Upon closer inspection, he saw creatures with sharp fangs and golden fur darting from the thickets. Second-tier exotic beast. Fang-toothed golden boar. These creatures were substantial in size and appeared exceedingly fierce, numbering around 5 or 6. Their menacing gazes fixed on Zhang Xiaoming, as if he were a delectable meal. Prepare to evolve. Yi Fan chuckled at the sight of the predatory beasts. For Zhang Xiaoming, dealing with second-tier exotic beasts was quite simple, especially now that he wielded a B-level weapon. Though the fang-toothed golden boars had tough hides and substantial flesh, they were no match for the sharpness of the flowing shadow sword, which sliced through them as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Death Wish, Zhang Xiaoming smirked. In that instant, he sprang into action. The fang-toothed golden boar let out a cry as it charged at him. With a swift swing of his sword, he cleaved the first boar in two. Blue blood splattered onto the blade, rapidly absorbed. Absorbed second-tier exotic beast blood, gained 0.2 energy points. Absorbed second-tier exotic beast blood, gained 0.2 energy points. Slayed second-tier exotic beast, gained 200 evolution points. Slayed second-tier exotic beast, gained 200 evolution points. As Zhang Xiaoming continued to dispatch the fang-toothed golden boars, Yi Fan received a steady stream of system notifications. Detected sufficient evolution points. Proceed with evolution. Yes, Yi Fan replied without hesitation. He was evolving. Finally, he was about to undergo another evolution. Perhaps this time, he would attain an A-level weapon? With this thought, Yi Fan's excitement grew. After slaying the last of the fang-toothed golden boars, Zhang Xiaoming felt the sword in his hand tremble slightly. Astonishment reflected in his eyes. Thump thump. He sensed a pulse, akin to a heartbeat, emanating from the sword. What is happening? He examined the dark blade closely. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. Is the serpentine beast about to appear? Zhang Laosan and several martial artists stood atop a towering rock outside the serpent's forest. They exchanged wary glances at the strange hues in the sky. No, it's not the serpentine beast. The group shook their heads in unison. The appearance of the serpentine beast would not be heralded in such a manner. Elder, perhaps we are overthinking it. The weather has been rather poor these past few days. One middle-aged man ventured cautiously. I concur. Another chimed in. Yes, that seems likely. Zhang Laosan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Boom, boom. At that moment, terrifying thunderclouds gathered ominously above Zhang Xiaoming. This is... Zhang Xiaoming's eyes widened, filled with trepidation. It seemed that the brewing storm was poised to strike him. Holy cow! Is this evolution accompanied by a thunder tribulation? I merely wished for an A-level weapon. Yi Fan lamented at the sight. Zhang Xiaoming felt as though he might lose control of his bodily functions. Could it be that this sword is cursed, drawing divine retribution to destroy it? He gazed at the flowing shadow sword, his body trembling uncontrollably. What the hell? At Zhang Xiaoming's exclamation, Yi Fan couldn't help but curse inwardly. It's coming! Zhang Xiaoming, witnessing the impending lightning strike, turned pale and swiftly plunged the sword into the ground before darting aside. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the flowing shadow sword. I am but a sword. I harbor no emotions and do not feel pain. Yi Fan began to hum a self-composed tune. The lightning struck the blade, causing cracks to appear on its surface. Gradually, pieces of its exterior began to flake away, and the entire sword underwent a visible transformation. Wait, is the sword evolving? Zhang Xiaoming's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. He was filled with awe, for it was said that legendary craftsmen's weapons would undergo such terrifying tribulations upon forging. Yet this lightning is not as fearsome as I imagined. Zhang Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. Upon closer inspection, he noticed flickers of electricity dancing along the blade. Evolution successful. As the system notification rang out, Yi Fan discovered changes in the system panel. Host, Yi Fan sword name. Demon Slayer, Dark Light, Quality, A active skills. Phantom Dance, A level, a dazzling sword dance that inflicts significant damage on foes. Blood explosion. A level aggregates blood energy to create a powerful explosion. Passive skills. Bloodsucking, A level. Absorbs vital energy, enhancing the blade's sharpness and granting energy points. Devour Master, A level. Automatically absorbs the vital energy of the sword master upon their demise. Attribute energy, A level. When the sword master infuses energy into the blade, it carries attributes suitable for the master. Current attributes. Light, dark, all attribute enhancement, A level. Enhances the sword master's capabilities based on their cultivation level. Cursed Blade, if the sword master is of insufficient strength, it will attract misfortune. Malevolent Aura, A level. The blade exudes an eerie aura, suppressing nearby creatures. The sword master, if too weak, will also be affected. Evolution points, 860-100,000 energy. 255.5 inch, it's A level. Chapter 32. Instantaneous slaughter of third-tier exotic beasts. So now the sword is called Demon Slayer? What a peculiar name. Yi Fan scrutinized the changes. A new active skill called Blood Fury appeared. Alongside the passive skill, Malevolent Aura, the blade itself had transformed, exuding an otherworldly aura. Its edge had become increasingly sharp. It has truly evolved. Just then, Zhang Xiaoming approached, his eyes brimming with delight as he beheld the Demon Slayer's sword. This is utterly beyond my expectations. He could feel the immense power radiating from the blade simply by standing nearby. The residual current above began to gradually dissipate. Zhang Xiaoming reached out to grasp the sword, his eyes widening in astonishment. Power! Such overwhelming power! Previously, when wielding the long sword, he had experienced a significant augmentation. However, this time, the enhancement was even more terrifying. The all-attribute enhancement has reached A grade. With such an augmentation, it comes as no surprise, Yi Fan remarked, observing Zhang Xiaoming's excitement, unable to suppress a chuckle. Oh! Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the sword's name had changed. Demon Slasher Dark. Just a moment ago, before he grasped the sword, the brackets behind Demon Slasher read Light Dark. Now it has simply transformed into Dark. This indicates that the system has determined Zhang Xiaoming is suited for the Dark attribute. Realizing this made a certain degree of sense. It seems I can transmit some information to the sword's wielder. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Fan sent forth the sword's active skill. The sword is named Demon Slasher, wielding the formidable sword technique Phantom Dance. As he held the long sword, his excitement surged and his eyes widened again. Gazing at the weapon in his hand, it resembled a sword demon. The information I just received was transmitted to me by this very sword. His eyes brimmed with astonishment. Could it be that this is the divine sword recognizing its master? Zhang Xiaoming's excitement intensified, feeling as if he were on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of his life. You're thinking too highly of yourself, Yi Fan sneered at the scene. I merely want you to survive a little longer, to slay more monsters and aid in my evolution. He would not bow to anyone. Divine sword, I shall feed you my blood now. Zhang Xiaoming, looking at the long sword in his grasp, hurried toward the surrounding razor-toothed golden-haired boars. With the sword in hand, he lunged directly at their corpses. Bang! The long sword pierced into the beast's body, instantly draining the blue blood. The Demon Slasher absorbed the blood of the monsters. The entire blade seemed to grow even sharper. It's become sharper, Zhang Xiaoming murmured. After draining the beast's blood, he cleaved their bodies in half, retrieving some crystalline objects within. These were crystals found within the bodies of otherworldly beasts. Serving as their source of energy, warriors could absorb the energy contained within to enhance their cultivation. 5-second tier, not bad. Zhang Xiaoming placed the 5 into his backpack and continued deeper into the wild python forest. Rumble, rumble. After advancing a short distance, he heard an immense sound reverberating. The ground trembled slightly beneath him. Zhang Xiaoming furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before proceeding forward. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a colossal bear-like creature. It was a massive black bear, spewing flames from its mouth, directly assaulting several warriors surrounding it. Damn it! 5 warriors were besieging the black bear, appearing quite flustered in the face of its fiery onslaught. Third-tier flame black bear. With a glance, Zhang Xiaoming recognized the flaming beast as a third tier. The blood of a third-tier beast should significantly enhance my divine sword, right? A sinister smile appeared on his face. No way! This beast is far too swift. Moreover, its defensive capabilities are exceedingly high. Our weapons hardly inflict any substantial damage. Panic flickered across the faces of the men. A bunch of useless fools. In that instant, Zhang Xiaoming charged forward, with a thought. He infused his source power into the Demon Slasher. The blade, once merely dark, instantly became pitch black. Roar! The third-tier flame black bear seemed to sense something, abruptly turning to swipe its claws at Zhang Xiaoming. Foolish! With a swift strike, the long sword severed the beast's right paw. Blue blood splattered onto the blade, but it soon vanished as the sword absorbed it. Absorbed blood from a third tier, gaining 0.3 energy points. Not bad, a third-tier beast. Yi Fan felt a surge of delight. Slaying a third-tier beast should yield 300 evolution points. Yet to evolve again required a staggering 100,000 points. The thought left Yi Fan feeling somewhat helpless. However, after another evolution, I shall wield an S-tier weapon. Such weapons are utilized even by top-tier experts. Roar, the flame black bear. Having lost an arm, let out a furious roar. IT opened its mouth wide, preparing to unleash another fiery attack on Zhang Xiaoming. Zhang Xiaoming's pupils constricted slightly, and with a swift motion, he evaded the strike. Boom! The flames scorched the ground beside him, blackening the earth. That moment, Zhang Xiaoming dashed forward once more, positioning himself before the beast. With a single slash of his sword, he cleaved through the bear's thick skin, severing its neck. The creature wobbled momentarily before collapsing to the ground. Is it dead? The other warriors stared in disbelief. The skin of the third-tier flame black bear was notoriously tough and resilient. Their weapons had barely left a mark on the beast. Yet Zhang Xiaoming's sword had effortlessly decapitated it. To what degree must it be sharp? Observing this scene, a cold smirk crept across Zhang Xiaoming's lips. This was a divine sword. Could the weapons of these useless fools ever compare? He plunged the long sword into the corpse of the third-tier flame black bear, allowing the demon slasher to absorb its vital essence. Chapter 33. Discovery. Absorb blood from a third tier, gaining 0.3 energy points. Absorb blood from a third tier, gaining 0.3 energy points. At this moment, the system's notifications continued to appear, a most pleasurable experience. Excellent. This Zhang Xiaoming understands the importance of not wasting the blood of these corpses. Yi Fan felt a sense of satisfaction as his body's energy accumulated considerably. Soon, he would be able to attempt self-movement. Very well, it's all absorbed. After draining the blood from this corpse, Zhang Xiaoming distinctly sensed the blade had grown even sharper, and a thick aura of malice emanated from the sword. With a flicker of thought, he used the razor-sharp blade to slice open this body. Found it! Quickly, he uncovered a glowing yellow-brown. The third tier offered substantial energy, yet he had no intention of absorbing it. It was meant for completing a task. Placing the into his backpack, Zhang Xiaoming prepared to head in another direction. Wait! At that moment, a nearby warrior fixed his gaze on Zhang Xiaoming. What do you want? Zhang Xiaoming, wielding the demon slasher, cast a sidelong glance. Now, with this sword in hand and having effortlessly slain the third tier, he felt an overwhelming surge of power that he was confident he could contend even with fourth-tier warriors. This is my strength, not yours. Sensing Zhang Xiaoming's change in demeanor, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Now that he had become an A-grade weapon, it was evident that this sword was extraordinary, that if he encountered a skilled opponent, he might not survive. In life, it's best to remain low-key to ensure longevity, Yi Fan mused. We discovered this third-tier flame black bear first. Your seizing of our prey is somewhat against the rules, isn't it? A fierce glint shone in the eyes of one of the men as he stared at Zhang Xiaoming. Indeed. We found this first. Are you not afraid of violating the rules? The others rose, casting their glares at Zhang Xiaoming simultaneously. So, what do you propose we do? Give me and I'll let you have the corpse of the third-tier flame black bear. One of the men fixed his cold gaze on Zhang Xiaoming. The corpse of the third-tier flame black bear is quite nourishing. Consider yourself lucky. You are number 101. The one led by Qian Haowen at the foot of the mountain, right? I know your senior brother. Let us resolve this matter amicably. Another, more robust-looking man addressed Zhang Xiaoming with a stern gaze. Zhang Xiaoming surveyed them, unable to contain his laughter. Ha ha ha! Are you trying to make me laugh to death? After a hearty laugh, he regained his composure. The expressions of the 5 men darkened. His laughter was a blatant display of disdain. I killed the third-tier flame black bear. So he is rightfully mine. As for what you discovered, take a corpse and enjoy it. Zhang Xiaoming dismissed them, striding deeper into the forest. He was determined to continue hunting. Stop! At that moment, one of the men could no longer hold back. Although they had just failed to defeat the third-tier fire flame black bear and were indeed contemplating a retreat, the sight of Zhang Xiaoming effortlessly slaying it and taking that otherworldly crystal left them feeling quite resentful. At this moment, One of them, brandishing a long knife, charged forward from behind, aiming a slash at Zhang Xiaoming's back. "You seek death." Zhang Xiaoming seemed to sense something amiss and swiftly turned around, wielding his long sword to counterattack. With a resounding clash, the man's long knife was cleaved in two. Stunned, the man's eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze filled with shock that a sharp pain surged through his arm. "Ah!" he cried out, retreating a few steps. Upon closer inspection, his arm bore numerous indentations, the result of the dark energy that had splattered from the blade. The other men approached, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment as they beheld the wounds on his arm, which were bloodied and mangled. "This is your first and final warning. Otherwise, I will kill you." Zhang Xiaoming spoke coldly. This was a competition, so he couldn't act recklessly. However, if these individuals provoked him further, he would indeed eliminate them. With that, he strode deeper into the forest, while those around him quickly applied medicinal powder to his wounds. "That man is not particularly strong. It's the sword that poses a problem," the earlier assailant shouted in frustration, glaring at the remnants of his severed long knife. His face was etched with indignation. "What a waste. Had I not feared discovery, I should have slain him just now." The thought of the man attempting to ambush him from behind filled Zhang Xiaoming with irritation. As he continued deeper into the woods, he could distinctly perceive the presence of numerous otherworldly beasts ahead. "Here they come." A smirk curled at the corner of his lips as he brandished the demon-slaying sword and charged forth. The slaughter commenced. Massacres and disturbances may awaken the slumbering serpent. Once it awakens and reveals its location, we can rush in and slay it. Zhang Laosan continued to stand there, seemingly speaking to himself. This was a grand competition, as well as an opportunity to lure the serpent into the open by having these individuals hunt otherworldly beasts. Furthermore, the appearance of the serpent would serve to delay those participating in the competition. For Zhang Laosan, losing a few outer disciples was hardly significant. "Big, senior brother, I have discovered Zhao Ci's corpse." At that moment, a group near the bamboo grove unearthed Zhao Ci's lifeless body. Just as I suspected, it truly was Zhang Xiaoming's doing. Qian Haowen approached, his countenance darkening as he beheld the decayed remains. During this time, he had inquired about Zhao Ci's family and discovered that Zhao Ci had not returned home at all. This was exceedingly strange, considering Zhang Xiaoming's previous amicable relationship with Zhao Ci. His lack of concern over Zhao Ci's prolonged absence had already set off alarms in Qian Haowen's mind. To his astonishment, today, after Zhang Xiaoming had departed, he found Zhao Ci's body near his residence. "That damned fellow, so it was he who killed Zhao Ci." Zhang Shan bellowed, his expression twisted in rage. Chapter 34. The Siege. Senior brother. "We must find Zhang Xiaoming and kill him." Zhang Shan's gaze turned toward Qian Haowen. The thought of Zhang Xiaoming ignited his fury. Had it not been for Zhang Xiaoming, he would have secured the first place and gained entry into the Serpent Forest. Now we can only hope he returns soon. Qian Haowen glanced at them, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "Senior brother," Zhang Shan seemed poised to voice more. "Perhaps it was fortunate you did not go there this time." Qian Haowen shot him a glance, choosing not to elaborate further. "Excellent. Another otherworldly beast has been killed," Zhang Xiaoming exclaimed with unrestrained excitement as he surveyed the fallen beast before him. Yet another third-tier creature. With his exceptionally sharp sword, he cleaved the beast's corpse in two and extracted the otherworldly crystal from its remains. "I already possess so many otherworldly crystals." His backpack was filled to the brim with the weighty crystals. He had lost count of how many beasts he had slain. Regardless, he had carved a path of carnage. The sword has grown increasingly powerful. This time, I shall undoubtedly claim first place. Zhang Xiaoming felt a surge of exhilaration. "With your strength, do you believe you deserve such an honor?" Just then, a voice called out from the distance. As the sun dipped low in the sky, the surroundings darkened ominously. When had someone appeared, Zhang Xiaoming's pupils constricted slightly. "Lin Xiao, be cautious. That sword in his hand is no ordinary weapon." A slightly unfamiliar voice echoed. "It's you." Zhang Xiaoming turned his gaze in that direction and was taken aback to find the individual he had encountered earlier while slaying the third-tier fire flame black bear. It seems you haven't learned your lesson. Zhang Xiaoming's eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. As he scanned the area, he quickly realized that dozens of people had now surrounded him. You've slain so many otherworldly beasts and acquired quite a few otherworldly crystals, haven't you? The man known as Lin Chong, a peak third-tier warrior and the strongest among the outer disciples, pointed his broad-bladed long sword at Zhang Xiaoming. His gaze was fixated on the demon-slaying sword, which appeared far too peculiar to be an ordinary weapon. Even the weapons worn by the elders he had seen previously paled in comparison. What a joke, this is my sword, Zhang Xiaoming retorted coldly. What? Do you intend to seize my otherworldly crystals with all of you? He swept his gaze over the crowd, speaking icily. Zhang Xiaoming instinctively tightened his grip on the demon-slaying sword as long as he wielded this divine sword. None here could stand against him. Lin Chong, a third-tier martial artist, was irrelevant. No. We would never steal from you. Lin Chong shook his head, revealing a sinister smile. We merely wish to reclaim the otherworldly crystals you stole. Ha ha ha! The crowd erupted into laughter at Lin Chong's words. Is that so? A smirk crept across Zhang Xiaoming's lips. This world is one where the strong prey upon the weak. If I were without this divine sword, I would indeed be powerless to resist, he murmured to himself, then surveyed the crowd once more, his eyes burning with murderous intent. All who do not wish to die, get lost, he spoke with conviction. I see you are quite foolish. Lin Chong laughed heartily at Zhang Xiaoming's words. Seize his otherworldly crystals and weapons. They belong to us. If he resists, just kill him. Lin Chong's face twisted in a snarl. Otherworldly crystals, we shall share. As soon as Lin Chong's command fell, the eager expressions of the surrounding individuals revealed their avarice, though they might not secure a place in the top 20. Acquiring otherworldly crystals would still be quite rewarding. After all, these crystals held significant monetary value, and Zhang Xiaoming had amassed such a bounty all on his own, making him the envy of many. You lot are truly courting death. Zhang Xiaoming cast his backpack to the ground, brandishing the demon-slaying sword as he surveyed the crowd. In that instant, a terrifying aura erupted from the blade. These people, combined, will not stand a chance against Zhang Xiaoming, Yi Fan remarked, observing the scene. Were the people of this world truly so dim-witted? Zhang Xiaoming had slain so many otherworldly beasts, and his strength was evidently formidable. Yet they still dared to come and rob him. It was simply absurd. These otherworldly crystals are ours. One man charged forward with a long knife. Zhang Xiaoming scoffed, and as the man approached, he moved. The sword struck. The demon-slaying sword sliced through the air, and blood sprayed as the man collapsed into a pool of crimson. However, the others, upon witnessing the colorful otherworldly crystals rolling out of the backpack, could no longer contain their greed. Take him down first. Lin Chong called from a nearby rock. As his words echoed, the warriors fell one by one beneath Zhang Xiaoming's blade. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Chong's expression shifted dramatically. How could Zhang Xiaoming possess such strength? No, it must be his weapon. In terms of pure strength, he should be no match for me. Where on earth did this fellow acquire such a weapon? Lin Chong's gaze lingered on the demon-slaying sword. Filled with insatiable greed, more and more fell to Zhang Xiaoming's sword. The remaining few trembled in fear, no longer daring to approach. Powerful, too powerful, particularly that eerie sword. It was as if it were an indestructible weapon. Their own weapons had been cleaved in two by its edge. They had never witnessed such a dramatic spectacle before. Where do you think you're running? Just now, the man who alerted Lin Chong and the others was so terrified that he lost all composure and attempted to flee. Zhang Xiaoming let out a cold laugh, and with a swift motion, he unleashed an astonishing burst of speed, charging directly toward his target. The sharp long sword swiftly pierced through the fleeing man's body. Killed a second-tier warrior, gained 200 evolution points. At this moment, Yi Fan also received the evolution points he had obtained. What a bunch of fools, Yi Fan remarked, unable to suppress his disdain. Although acquiring evolution points was advantageous for him, such an idiot was simply too foolish. Like moths to a flame, your strength is indeed quite impressive. My earlier error was grave. Lin Chong approached Zhang Xiaoming, a hint of contrition evident on his face. Do you truly believe that sending them to kill me would conclude matters? Zhang Xiaoming, sword in hand, pointed it menacingly at him. The blade bore no trace of blood. Chapter 35, Poison. I deeply apologize. It was my fault. As Lin Chong earnestly approached Zhang Xiaoming, his demeanor shifted. Zhang Xiaoming furrowed his brow. After all, Lin Chong was a third-tier warrior. Would he genuinely yield so easily? Perhaps he was simply intimidated by the sight of so many slain at Zhang Xiaoming's hands. Truly a worthless creature. A smirk crept across Zhang Xiaoming's lips. Kneel. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoming's gaze pierced through Lin Chong, his voice calm yet commanding. The demon-slaying sword remained pointed at him. Very well. Without hesitation, Lin Chong sank to his knees. TSK. Lin Chong, is it? You genuinely believe you are formidable. You are merely a third-tier warrior. Do you think I cannot kill you? Zhang Xiaoming's confidence swelled as he observed the scene before him. A third-tier warrior, kneeling at his feet. A sinister smile spread across his face. What a worthless fool, Zhang Xiaoming uttered, recalling how he had once been insulted in a similar manner upon arriving at the Heavenly Dome sect. Little did he expect to utter such words himself now. The thought was exhilarating. I am indeed a fool. As Lin Chong's words escaped his lips, he suddenly lifted his head, revealing a peculiar wooden box in his hands. What is this? Zhang Xiaoming's pupils narrowed in alarm at the sight. Instinctively sensing danger, he attempted to retreat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, the box in Lin Chong's hands erupted with a flurry of fine needles, all hurtling toward Zhang Xiaoming. Clang, clang, clang. Zhang Xiaoming brandished his long sword, desperately swinging it in defense. However, the speed and density of the incoming needles were overwhelming, and in a moment of carelessness, a few struck him. The intense pain made him grit his teeth. Fortunately, they had hit around his shoulder area. The damage should be minimal. Storm pear blossom needles. Is it amusing? Lin Chong stood, an eerie smile gracing his features. He retrieved the long sword he had discarded on the ground and fixed his gaze on Zhang Xiaoming, his eyes gleaming with malice. It seemed that all that had transpired was merely a game to him. Using hidden weapons. Are we? Zhang Xiaoming's expression darkened as he began to extract the needles embedded in his own body. Though these needles were fine and sharp, completely penetrating his flesh was not so simple. But even if you employ such underhanded tactics, do you truly believe you can inflict any harm upon me? Indeed. Just as Zhang Xiaoming finished speaking, Lin Chong interjected with a laugh. Because I have poisoned these needles. Zhang Xiaoming's pupils constricted. Upon closer inspection, the extracted needle tips appeared dark. Poison. It truly is poisonous. You seek death. Zhang Xiaoming bellowed, fury surging within him. Anger will only accelerate your blood's flow. The poison within you will circulate faster as well, which means you are more likely to perish. Lin Chong's lips curled into a sinister grin. This situation was entirely under his control. I cannot die. Antidote? I need the antidote. Zhang Xiaoming's panic escalated. It feels as if I am plummeting. Yi Fan observed Zhang Xiaoming's frantic actions and commented, This swordsman seems rather young. He has fallen victim to such a simple ambush. Killing this third-tier warrior would yield a considerable amount of evolution points. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Fan concentrated, transmitting some of his sword's abilities to Zhang Xiaoming. Antidote? This poison has no antidote. You are doomed. Lin Chong laughed maniacally as he spoke. Zhang Xiaoming glanced at his arms, now beginning to turn dark. The intense pain coursed through him that he was dying. No, I cannot die. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoming roared within himself, determined to become the most powerful warrior. He had just acquired the divine sword and was on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of his life. How could he possibly die so easily? Lin Chong! Lin Chong! Zhang Xiaoming shouted, unleashing a terrifying surge of power as he charged toward Lin Chong. You! Lin Chong's eyes widened in disbelief at this unexpected display of strength from Zhang Xiaoming, even in such dire circumstances. In an instant, Zhang Xiaoming was upon him, the demon-slaying sword cleaving toward Lin Chong. Clang! Lin Chong quickly reacted, parrying Zhang Xiaoming's strike with his own sword. The clash of their weapons erupted into a thunderous sound, sending Lin Chong staggering back several steps. How is this possible? His strength seems to have inexplicably surged. Lin Chong was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an ominous crimson energy emanating from Zhang Xiaoming's body. This blood-colored energy appeared exceedingly strange and sinister. That moment, the blood from the corpses strewn about began to converge toward the sword in Zhang Xiaoming's hand. This sword is absorbing the blood. Lin Chong, even if I perish, I will drag you with me to hell. Zhang Xiaoming's visage twisted in fury. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a peculiar energy from the sword that enabled him to utilize the skill bloodthirsty frenzy. Now that he faced the prospect of death, he could no longer afford to hesitate. He must kill Lin Chong. You seek death. Observing Zhang Xiaoming charging again, Lin Chong's expression turned grim, that he dared not underestimate the situation. He summoned all his strength and engaged in battle with Zhang Xiaoming. Clang, clang, clang. As their weapons clashed violently, Lin Chong's expression darkened further. He could distinctly feel the terrifying malevolence radiating from Zhang Xiaoming's body. Furthermore, the dark energy splattering from their weapon collisions was too formidable. His armor was almost obliterated by the dark energy's onslaught. I will see you dead. Zhang Xiaoming's fury intensified as he fixed his gaze on Lin Chong. He could distinctly feel the agonizing pain coursing through him. This excruciating sensation was undeniably a result of the poison. With no antidote, it meant certain death, especially in such dire circumstances. Do not lose your composure. Lin Chong was now visibly anxious, but he could clearly sense the overwhelming power emanating from Zhang Xiaoming's furious state. Chapter 36, Swallowed. At this point, Zhang Xiaoming paid no heed to Lin Chong's words, swinging his sword with ferocity. Clang. Lin Chong's sword, which he had used to block Zhang Xiaoming's attack, shattered instantly. The fragments of the shattered weapon pierced into his body. The agonizing pain forced him to grit his teeth. However, Zhang Xiaoming's strikes were now too rapid. Even though Lin Chong was a third-tier warrior with exceptional reflexes, he found himself unable to evade Zhang Xiaoming's descending sword. In an instant, it severed his arm. Spare me, spare me. I will help you find the antidote. Lin Chong, gritting his teeth against the agony of his severed limb, retreated desperately. Did I end this dire situation? He found himself unable to retaliate. Spare you. If I die, you will not escape either. Upon hearing Lin Chong mention antidote, Zhang Xiaoming's expression shifted slightly. However, upon glancing at his own skin, which had turned entirely black, he questioned, in this state, could an antidote even be effective? He fixed his gaze on Lin Chong. Although Lin Chong had just claimed there was no antidote, perhaps he was attempting to deceive him. There is an antidote. As long as you spare me, I will take you back to find the antidote. Lin Chong's eyes shifted slightly, and he spoke up that in truth, what he had said earlier was genuine. There truly was no antidote. Zhang Xiaoming was doomed, but given the current circumstances, it seemed Zhang Xiaoming still believed he was being deceived. Nevertheless, Lin Chong had no choice but to continue the ruse that if he could just delay a little longer, Zhang Xiaoming would surely succumb to the poison. You had better not be lying to me. Zhang Xiaoming replied, his voice laced with menace, that he wished to live. Above all, he did not want to die like this. Another deception awaits. Yi Fan observed the scene before him and couldn't help but let out a sigh. This sword master, while diligent in his training and decisively ruthless, was somewhat lacking in intellect. It seems yet another sword master must be replaced. However, having now evolved to an A grade, he knew that any formidable warrior would immediately recognize the uniqueness of his sword. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground beneath them. What on earth is happening? Zhang Xiaoming and Lin Chong were startled by the unexpected rumble, which continued unabated, causing the very earth to seem to sway. Before long, fissures began to emerge all around them. A monstrous python? Lin Chong appeared to have grasped something. Momentarily disregarding the pain from his severed arm, he raised his eyes and beheld a colossal dark figure surging forth from the depths of the earth. Trembling, he turned to flee in the opposite direction. Trying to escape, Zhang Xiaoming bellowed in fury upon witnessing this spectacle. He had been deceived. This wretch was playing him for a fool. There was no antidote to be found. Zhang Xiaoming felt the excruciating pain coursing through his body, reaching a point where it was unbearable. As if he were on the brink of death, in that fleeting moment, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength and charged forward. The demon slashing sword pierced through his form from behind. Puff! Lin Chong spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening in shock. If I die, you shall perish as well. Zhang Xiaoming roared with a ghastly visage. A closer inspection revealed that his body had taken on an inky black hue, the agony now radiating throughout his entire being. His muscles began to wither away. Absorb the blood essence of a third-tier warrior. Gaining 0.3 energy points, slayed a third-tier warrior, earning 300 evolution points. At that moment, Yifan also received a notification from the system. There's still quite a distance to go before evolution. Yifan felt a touch of helplessness. The next evolution required a staggering 100,000 points, an unacceptably long wait. He wondered how many warriors or monstrous beasts he would need to slay to accumulate such points, and whether eliminating higher-tier foes would yield significantly more. Am I to perish? Am I to perish? Zhang Xiaoming's body quaked as he struggled to breathe. Simultaneously, a massive dark silhouette loomed behind him. By the heavens! Yi Fan exclaimed in astonishment at the sight that a gigantic serpentine beast had emerged. Its crimson eyes exuding an air of terror. It flicked its forked tongue, and in the next instant, gaped its cavernous maw wide, swallowing both Zhang Xiaoming and Yi Fan whole. By the heavens! I've been swallowed by this beast along with my sword. At that moment, all Yi Fan could perceive was an impenetrable darkness. It's here! Ha ha ha! These outer disciples have been slaying the monstrous beasts, finally luring out that ferocious python. Zhang Laosan cackled upon hearing the tremors. This beast possessed a measure of intelligence that if they, the higher-tier warriors, approached, it likely would not reveal itself. However, the continuous slaughter by lower-tier warriors had stirred the bloodlust, awakening the crimson-eyed python. Into the fray! Zhang Laosan and his companions charged into the depths of the python's forest. Run! The python has awakened. The remaining warriors within quaked in terror, on the verge of soiling themselves. The python was the most fearsome and powerful entity in the forest. With their limited strength, they stood no chance. Zhang Laosan and his group pressed on without a care for the others, intent on confronting the python first. Found it attacked. As they surged deeper, they soon beheld the immense form of the python. Zhang Laosan, gripping his long knife, was the first to strike. Absorbed the blood essence of the sword master, and with the master's death, gained 200 evolution points. It has perished. Yi Fan had just received the system notification. Gurgle, gurgle. Inside the belly of the python, he could hear the sounds of Zhang Xiaoming's body being corroded, immersed in the beast's digestive acids. By the heavens, wait, can I also be corroded away? Yi Fan suddenly realized, his voice rising in alarm. Though he had transformed into an A-grade weapon, he could still be subjected to corrosion, that if that were to happen, he would be doomed. Boom, boom. Outside, the python had engaged in battle with Zhang Laosan and his group. Ha ha! It has finally emerged. I knew that if you sensed our presence, you would not show yourself. Zhang Laosan laughed heartily at the sight of the gigantic creature. In that instant, he swung his long knife in a powerful arc, unleashing a terrifying blade of energy that surged forward. Chapter 37. The Death of the Sixth-Tier Crimson-Eyed Python. This formidable blade of energy collided with the body of the crimson-eyed python. Boom! Its massive form was pushed back by the impact. Hiss, hiss. It flicked its tongue, and in the next moment, opened its maw wide, spewing forth a torrent of corrosive green liquid. Watch out! Zhang Laosan's pupils constricted at this sight, and he swiftly dodged aside. The green liquid splattered across the surroundings, corroding trees and underbrush, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. Even the corpses on the ground were not spared, their flesh and bones disintegrating under the noxious fluid. The sixth-tier crimson-eyed python is indeed formidable. Zhang Laosan, perched atop a tree, cackled at the spectacle. This time, 5 pinnacle fifth-tier warriors had come, bent on slaying the crimson-eyed python. In that moment, the 5 comrades unleashed their martial prowess to attack. Boom, boom. The ground trembled beneath them. The crimson-eyed python has appeared. This is terrifying. It seems the elders have entered. I wonder if they can defeat it. The warriors who had fled murmured amongst themselves, too frightened to approach the python's forest. Meanwhile, within the belly of the python, Yi Fan contemplated his escape. It seems the corrosive liquid in its abdomen cannot harm me. He sensed that this liquid, capable of disintegrating even Zhang Xiaoming's corpse, did not affect him. This revelation brought Yi Fan a measure of relief. I never expected to find myself swallowed in such a manner. Yi Fan felt somewhat helpless. This was the first time he had been in such a predicament since becoming a sword. I must find a way out. After some contemplation, Yi Fan began to expend energy to move. The entire blade began to levitate, charging towards the fleshy wall. Bang! Hiss, hiss, hiss. The strike seemed to inflict excruciating pain upon the crimson-eyed python, causing it to thrash wildly. Its massive tail swept across the area, knocking a warrior off their feet, sending them crashing into nearby trees. A spray of blood erupted from their mouth as they reeled from the impact. It has suddenly grown stronger? Zhang Laosan's expression shifted dramatically. The crimson-eyed python had become frenzied, as if provoked, and began spewing forth torrents of green liquid. This is bad. Zhang Laosan's face paled as he realized the danger. Meanwhile, within the python's belly, Yi Fan relentlessly pierced at its insides. Damn! Is the python's abdomen this resilient? What tier of beast is this? Yi Fan felt a surge of urgency that if he did not escape soon, his energy would be nearly depleted. Phantom dance, with a thought. Yi Fan activated his sword technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp demon-slashing sword now thrust wildly against the fleshy wall. The python, racked with agony, writhed uncontrollably, its crimson eyes filled with fury. The fifth-tier warriors were sent flying by its thrashing tail. Ah! Zhang Laosan let out a wail of despair. He had been caught off guard as the python sprayed a torrent of corrosive liquid onto his arm, disintegrating the flesh entirely. Upon closer inspection, his arm had transformed into a ghastly skeleton. You all, he glanced back, seeing his companions sprawled on the ground. How could this happen? Panic filled Zhang Laosan's eyes. Initially, they had planned to gradually wear down the sixth-tier crimson-eyed python. But now, it attacked them with the ferocity of a vengeful spirit. The sixth-tier crimson-eyed python let out horrific roars, its maw agape as it unleashed a deluge of green energy, corroding the very ground beneath them and releasing plumes of white smoke. Zhang Laosan, yearning for escape, found himself suddenly ensnared by a surge of green slime that erupted upon his body, in a frenzied struggle. His form rapidly transformed into a skeletal visage, visibly disintegrating before one's eyes. The crimson-eyed python had expelled its entire body of green mucus, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Boom! At that very moment, a long sword erupted from its abdomen. Defeated the sixth-tier crimson-eyed python, gained 600 evolution points. How did I manage to kill it? Just as Yi Fan emerged from the fray, a look of bewilderment adorned his face. Merely piercing through the python's belly resulted in its demise. Observing the ground around him, he noted the corrosion left in the wake of the battle. And upon closer inspection, several corpses lay scattered about, those of Zhang Laosan and his companions. Had they all perished in their attempt to hunt this serpent? Yi Fan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. But the energy consumption is alarmingly rapid, he mused. Glancing at his dwindling energy, now reduced to a mere 40 points. Time to move. With a thought, he soared forward, expending energy at the rate of 1 point per second. He hoped to sustain this for over 40 seconds. He needed to locate a new sword master, preferably one with superior strength and intellect. I didn't expect Zhang Xiaoming to be dispatched so swiftly. A tinge of frustration lingered within Yi Fan. Despite his diligent training, Zhang Xiaoming had been outwitted and slain by an underhanded attack. Wait, is that a cliff before me? After flying for some time, Yi Fan discovered he was headed straight for a precipice. Its depths unfathomable that moment. His energy reserves faltered, causing the sword to wobble precariously. In front of a cascading waterfall, a young man sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Still no progress. My meridians feel as though they are blocked, rendering cultivation impossible, he sighed, revealing himself as Lin San, an inner disciple of the Tianxiong sect. Once hailed as a prodigy, he found his advancement stymied by a cultivation mishap that left his realm stagnant. As he opened his eyes, a glint of cold light caught his attention. A long sword had embedded itself mere centimeters from his groin. Lin San's eyes widened, and he trembled involuntarily. Chapter 38. The New Sword Master. Lin San, a pitch-black sword materialized before him, perilously close to his vulnerable region. Realizing the near miss, Lin San's body quaked. Who was carelessly discarding weapons? He looked upward, scanning the cliff. Could it be that someone atop had thrown it down? How could I be out of energy? Most of it was consumed within the python's belly. Yi Fan felt a pang of frustration. He had barely flown for long before encountering this predicament. Yet the sensation of flight had been exhilarating. Is this the new sword master? Yi Fan scrutinized the surroundings and noticed a young man clad in white, appearing in his early 20s, handsome yet distinct from previous sword masters. Ha ha ha! Could this be the fabled heavenly treasure? Lin San laughed heartily. Having discerned that this sword was unlike any ordinary blade, with his keen eye, he confirmed it as an A-grade weapon. It was common knowledge that only the sect leader possessed such a weapon within the Tianxiong sect. What I find, I claim as my own. A smirk graced Lin San's lips as he drew the Demon Slayer sword. The moment he grasped the sword, his eyes widened in shock that he felt an immediate surge in his physical prowess and reaction speed. An enhancement that was nothing short of remarkable. Is this a divine artifact? Lin San gazed in awe at the long sword. Calling me a divine artifact is not entirely inaccurate. Yi Fan responded, pleased with his recognition. I can feel my energy absorption rate accelerating, Lin San noted. Sensing a marked increase in his ability to harness the energy from the surrounding air as his cultivation technique began to function. This sensation was utterly extraordinary. My entire being has been elevated. Hearing, sight, and perception have all improved. Lin San closed his eyes to delve deeper into this newfound awareness, feeling increasingly astounded. Time to practice. With the long sword in hand, he settled into a meditative position. He practiced the Golden Crow Burning Heaven technique, but had previously encountered a blockage while attempting the third level, rendering his cultivation futile. The energy he absorbed was insufficient to offset his cultivation consumption, leaving him stuck at the pinnacle of the second tier. Once a celebrated genius, he now bore the stigma of being a failure in the eyes of others. Perhaps this sword can usher in a transformation for me. With this thought, he activated his cultivation method, and soon, energy from the surrounding air surged towards him at an astonishing pace. It flooded through every pore of his body, pushing against the blockages in his meridians. It was working. He felt his channels becoming significantly clearer. Continuing to cultivate, Lin San absorbed the ambient energy, diligently clearing the obstructions within his body. To be why the time dust descended, he exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly opened his eyes, his face aglow with exhilaration. As long as my absorption rate is swift enough, I can clear the blockages in my meridians. I had pondered this issue before, but my absorption speed was simply inadequate, rendering even abundant energy useless. Yet, thanks to this divine sword, my absorption rate has at least multiplied several times. Lin San murmured, struck by awe. How had this sword come to be? Rising to his feet, he gazed ahead and began to practice his swordsmanship, though he was already intimately familiar with the Tianxiong sect's sword technique. Tianxiong sword technique. Swish, swish, swish. As he wielded the long sword, the air erupted with the sound of slicing. Sword energy burst forth, and with a single stroke, the waterfall appeared to be cleaved in two. A master of the sword. Yi Fan marveled at the scene before him. Lin San was undoubtedly the most skilled swordsman among the recent sword masters. Initially, Yi Fan had assumed his youth indicated a lack of prowess, but he was astounded by Lin San's exceptional swordsmanship. A top-tier sword. Lin San gazed at the long sword in his hand, growing increasingly elated. I wonder what this sword is called. As he pondered, the sword's blade seemed to quiver slightly. Demon Slayer. At that moment, Lin San felt an inexplicable connection, his eyes widening with shock. Is this sword alive? It seemed the sword was imparting some information to him. Wait, I've heard that certain legendary swords possess spirits. A sword's spirit recognizes its master and transfers its power to them. Lin San continued to muse. Recognize you? You fool. Yi Fan couldn't help but interject, rolling his eyes at Lin San's musings. I merely view you as a tool for evolution. However, Lin San was undoubtedly sharp. He was not lost in jubilation over acquiring the Demon Slayer, but was instead exploring how to wield it effectively. At that moment, Lin San focused his intent, channeling his source energy into the long sword. The originally dark blade began to radiate a brilliant white light. It has this effect. Surprised by the sword's transformation, Lin San marveled, activated the light attribute. Yi Fan was taken aback as well. It seemed Lin San was not a malevolent individual, at least not one with a dark heart. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. Yi Fan sighed, shaking his head in resignation. The demand for evolution points was quite substantial. Infusing source energy has significantly enhanced the sword's sharpness. Lin San wielded the Demon Slayer and executed a powerful slash that unleashed an even more formidable wave of sword energy, which surged forth, effortlessly slicing through a row of trees. Phew, I still feel somewhat strained, Lin San panted, realizing the limitations of his second-tier warrior status and the relatively thin source energy within him. But I believe I will break through soon. Gazing at the restored black blade of the Demon Slayer, a smile crept across Lin San's lips. Chapter 39. Breakthrough as an inner disciple. Lin San resided at a location halfway up the mountain, near its peak. Having once triumphed in a significant competition, he had earned the privilege of living in this prime spot, where the air was rich with energy, surpassing that of other areas. Have you heard? Elder Zhang and the others have perished. You and that gigantic python shall perish together. Lin San, who was making his way back, overheard the hushed whispers of some disciples passing by. Zhang Laosan is dead. Lin San raised an eyebrow, completely taken aback by the news of Zhang Laosan's demise. That fellow was a peak 5th-tier warrior. However, the crimson-eyed python from the Great Python Forest was a 6th-tier beast that it seemed these individuals were truly courting death by attempting to hunt it down. Oh! Are they discussing that crimson-eyed python? Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing their whispers. That crimson-eyed python had devoured both Zhang Xiaoming and himself, only for him to emerge from its belly and slay it. Zhang Xiaoming has vanished, and many have perished from the python's venom, with even their corpses decomposing beyond recognition. Meanwhile, Zhang Shan and others received the latest news. Zhang Xiaoming should be dead. Qian Haowen interjected that he had initially planned to wait for Zhang Xiaoming's return to question him, but he never anticipated such a turn of events. Have the weapons been retrieved? Qian Haowen seemed to recall something and continued. He had noticed that the sword in Zhang Xiaoming's possession was quite extraordinary. The sudden surge in Zhang Xiaoming's strength was likely related to that sword. I don't know. The matter has been left to other inner disciples to handle, Zhang Shan replied, a hint of helplessness in his voice. To be honest, he had also coveted that sword. But now, Zhang Shan let out a resigned sigh. Unbeknownst to everyone, that very sword, by a twist of fate, had found its way into Lin San's hands. Upon returning to his dwelling, Lin San stretched lazily. His abode was perched beside the cliff of the mountain, looking down into what seemed like an abyss. However, the air here was remarkably fresh, and the energy within it was abundant. At this rate of cultivation, I shall surely break through to the 3rd tier within half a month. Lin San casually plucked some fruit from the trees surrounding him, and then sat cross-legged to continue his practice. The Golden Crow Burning Heaven technique was an energy-consuming method used to temper the body. Lin San had chosen this technique out of necessity, as he was unable to cultivate any other due to his blocked meridians, which resulted in insufficient energy absorption. However, now that the speed of energy absorption had increased, it greatly alleviated this problem. Cultivation. With a mere thought, as the technique operated, vast amounts of energy surged towards his body once more. The energy that entered his meridians violently impacted the blockages, causing them to begin loosening. Despite the pain coursing through his entire body, Lin San found it bearable. Time swiftly passed, and soon 7 days had elapsed. With a sudden cough, Lin San expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. Ha ha ha. Instead of displaying any signs of pain, Lin San burst into laughter. I've broken through. I've broken through. Over the past 7 days, he had frantically absorbed the energy from the surrounding air, allowing it to crash against the blockages in his meridians, ultimately clearing them all. This was simply exhilarating. For years have passed. Lin San stood up, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him, and closed his eyes to relish the gentle breeze that enveloped him. Divine sword, thank you. He glanced at the demon slayer sword in his hand, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Whoosh. With the sword held tightly, he began to dance with it in a fluid motion. His swordplay was sharp and incisive, and as the long sword twirled, numerous sword shadows emerged, accompanied by the sounds of air being sliced. Oh, Master Lin San is still practicing his swordplay, came a sarcastic voice from ahead. Feng Wutian, do you need something? Lin San halted his movements and lifted his gaze, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Behind Feng Wutian stood several disciples from the sect, their eyes filled with disdain as they regarded Lin San. 4 years prior, Lin San had emerged as a prodigy with astonishing talent. Yet just as he was basking in glory, he encountered a setback in his cultivation, remaining stuck at the peak of the second tier without any progress. We are reclaiming this room, Feng Wutian said coldly. His gaze fixed on Lin San. 4 years ago, Lin San had been an object of admiration for him, but now, now he had already reached the third tier. Lin San was still merely a peak second-tier warrior. After all these years, with no progress, how could he not be deemed a failure? Reclaim? Lin San raised an eyebrow. Isn't the next allocation of living quarters after the sect competition, which is half a month away? The sect competition, an annual event, was only open to inner disciples. 4 years ago, he had been granted the privilege of residing here for achieving peak second-tier status within just a year of cultivation, being the youngest to do so. What difference does half a month make now? You worthless fool. Do you think it's still 4 years ago? Even the outer disciples at the foot of the mountain have many who are already at the second tier. Your village mate Lin Chong has now become the leading outer disciple at the third tier. Though that fool died during the beast hunting competition, the others behind Feng Wutian sneered. Hearing their words, Lin San's brow furrowed. These individuals were quite arrogant. He had once guided them when they first entered the sect, yet now they were the ones pressuring him. Did they truly believe they had surpassed him? This plot feels reminiscent of a tale about a failed protagonist, Yifan observed, somewhat speechless at the scene. If Lin San hadn't encountered me, he would truly be suffering. But what will he do now? Yifan found the situation increasingly intriguing. This current sword master seemed quite different from the previous ones. Chapter 40. The drama unfolds. What? I can't reclaim it? Feng Wuqian's gaze bore into Lin San as he spoke coldly. Once, Lin San had been a figure of great prominence. Back then, Feng Wuqian had looked up to him. Now, recalling that time felt like a humiliation. The thought of having sought guidance from this failure was unbearable. With that in mind, Feng Wutian's expression darkened as he approached Lin San, reaching out to grab his collar. Lin San raised an eyebrow and swiftly evaded. Oh, you know how to resist. A mere second-tier warrior thinks there's someone special. Just as Feng Wutian's words fell, his face contorted into a snarl as he launched a punch toward Lin San. Heh! Lin San smirked coldly, forming a fist with his left hand and countering with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a deafening sound. Feng Wutian felt a powerful force strike him, causing him to stagger backward. Lin San experienced a similar response. Not yet sufficient. I still need more time to cultivate. Feeling a slight ache in his fist, Lin San sighed. Although his meridians had been unblocked, he still required time to elevate his strength. However, he had not wasted the past 4 years. While he hadn't advanced in tier, he had diligently practiced his fundamentals every day, solidifying his foundation immensely. Feng Wutian's eyes widened as he stared at Lin San, the expression in his gaze transforming dramatically, but he sensed something was different about Lin San today, as if the former version of Lin San was beginning to resurface. No, that's impossible. He had become a failure. If you do not leave, my sword shall show no mercy. Lin San's gaze swept over them, a smirk adorning his lips as he spoke calmly. That moment, a chilling aura surged from Lin San's body, sending a shiver through Feng Wutian and his companions. You. For reasons unknown, Feng Wutian felt a deep-rooted fear welling up within him. Get lost. Lin San's voice rang out sharply. You will regret this. Feng Wutian could only leave with a bitter remark, retreating from the scene. Heh, watching them depart. Lin San chuckled softly. A bird that does not chirp surprises all with its sudden call. I have not wasted the past 4 years. Lin San murmured to himself, continuing to wield the long sword in his hand. With his meridians unblocked, his swordplay became even more fluid. Moreover, the long sword, under his command, emitted a surge of sword energy. In this world, a second-tier warrior capable of manifesting sword energy is indeed a genius, Yi Fan remarked, moved by the sight. Having spent some time in this other world, he had gained insights into its intricacies. Producing sword energy was a fundamental, yet challenging milestone for sword cultivators, requiring a solid foundation in sword techniques. None of Zhang Xiaoming's peers had been able to wield sword energy. After Lin San practiced his swordsmanship until exhaustion, he resumed his cross-legged meditation that a torrent of energy surged continuously into his body. Moreover, he harnessed this energy, which had been depleted from his physical form, to commence the refinement of his flesh. Due to his cultivation of the Golden Crow Burning Heaven technique, he could distinctly observe his skin appearing as though it were being scorched by flames while utilizing the energy for body refinement. I can note down another technique. Yi Fan murmured to himself at that moment. His days as a sword had been rather tedious, and he could only blame himself for recording all the techniques and martial skills practiced by these sword masters. Perhaps one day, when he transformed, he could employ them. But then again, can I truly assume human form? Yi Fan pondered, feeling somewhat disheartened. Never mind, I can't dwell on that now. I must quickly advance to SSS level. The SSS level is nothing short of a legendary artifact. Time swiftly passed, and the following day arrived. Breakthrough! Lin San exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement as he emerged from his meditative state. Gazing at the sword he held, he was overwhelmed with jubilation. What a relief! It had been a full 4 years without any breakthroughs. Yet, merely a day after his meridians flowed freely, he had directly ascended to the 3rd rank of martial artist. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Lin San's emotions swelled, and his eyes glistened with moisture. 4 years, a complete 4 years. He could hardly recall how he had endured through that time. Lin San, are you here? At that moment, a man and a young woman approached from a distance. Master, junior sister, Lin San greeted the two with a gentle smile. The young woman, referred to as junior sister, cast a glance at Lin San, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Although Lin San possessed commendable looks, his strength was far too lacking. In this world, weakness is a sin. In the realm of electronic sports, being inept is a sin. No, in this context, it should be said that in the world of martial artists, weakness is indeed a sin, Yi Fan remarked, unable to suppress his sarcasm as he observed the scene. Wait a moment, this plot feels oddly familiar. Surely they aren't here to annul a marriage engagement. Yi Fan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as a realization struck him. Since you are here today, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you, said Zhang Tiansha, the esteemed mentor of the Tianxiong sect, who was addressed as master by Lin San. Beside him stood the 18-year-old Zhao Xiaoling, his junior sister. Please take a seat, Lin San said politely. No need. I merely wish to speak briefly. Zhang Tiansha shook his head. As I previously mentioned to you, regarding your engagement with Xiaoling, he hesitated momentarily before continuing. That was merely a jest from the past. How could it be taken seriously? Lin San replied with a smile, shaking his head once more. Indeed, that is what I also believe, Zhang Tiansha responded, momentarily taken aback by Lin San's words, before chuckling softly to himself. However, Xiaoling is now 18. We must clarify some matters to avoid any impact on her reputation. Correct? Zhang Tiansha continued at this point. Zhao Xiaoling raised her head slightly. She was now among the most gifted martial artists within the sect. At 18, she had reached the 3rd rank. In the past, she had indeed admired Lin San. However, back then, he was a dazzling genius. Yet now, at 20, Lin San remained at the peak of the second rank, falling short even compared to some outer disciples. Every time someone mentioned her connection to Lin San, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Yes, a profound sense of humiliation. Chapter 41. Journey to Star City. Yes, disciple understands. Lin San nodded slightly. To be honest, he had never harbored any thoughts regarding Zhao Shaoling. Observing Lin San's nonchalance, as if he dismissed the matter entirely, her expression darkened. He must be feigning indifference. That is good to hear. The sect's grand competition is about to commence, and accommodations will need to be rearranged. I noticed that there are some decent lodgings at the foot of the mountain. I will ensure you are given priority, Zhang Tiansha said, patting Lin San on the shoulder. Understood, Lin San replied coolly, a cold smile forming within his heart. The attitude he received now was not the same as when he had once been esteemed for his prowess. Over the past 4 years, he had witnessed the fickleness of human nature and chose to remain silent. Well then, I shall take my leave for now. Do tidy up, Zhang Tiansha said as he departed with Zhao Shaoling. What a pity, Yi Fan remarked, observing the scene with a tinge of sympathy. Yet it could be considered fortunate that he encountered me. If this is the case, then surely there will be some entertaining developments ahead. Yi Fan chuckled to himself. With Lin San's strength restored, he eagerly anticipated the expressions of those around him. Life as a sword is often so unadorned and monotonous. As Yi Fan reflected on this, Lin San resumed his training, determined to elevate his power to its zenith before the sect's grand competition. In the ensuing days, as Lin San trained, Yi Fan gradually unraveled the phantom dance, technique hidden within the Demon Slayer's sword. The blade concealed powerful sword skills that left him astounded. Lin San increasingly sensed the sword's formidable essence. Basic sword techniques, practiced so many times. Perhaps no one could withstand such rigor, yet this lad has persisted without any increase in rank over the past 4 years, diligently refining his foundational techniques. He is indeed the first to fully unleash his potential as a sword master. Yi Fan mused as he watched Lin San practice swordsmanship, that a true swordsman is one who can fully express their might. Time flew by swiftly. Only 5 days remained until the sect's grand competition. I should seek a scabbard. Lin San mused one morning after practicing a set of sword techniques, that he glanced at the Demon Slayer's sword in his hand, and then at the shattered scabbard on the ground. Letting out a wry smile, he had initially intended to make do with his old scabbard, but to his dismay, it was utterly unfeasible. The sword was too peculiar. It emitted a sinister aura and otherworldly energy, causing the scabbard to develop numerous cracks shortly after being sheathed. Before long, it was completely ruined. A divine sword requires a scabbard of exceptional quality. I shall head down the mountain to have one crafted. After a moment's contemplation, Lin San set off towards the foot of the mountain. Zhang Xiaoming is likely deceased, yet why is his sword still elusive? At the mountain's base, Zhang Shan muttered to himself while scanning the surrounding foliage. That sword must be extraordinary. However, upon inspecting the retrieved weapons, he found no sign of IT. That IT was a pitch-black sword, far too conspicuous. Damn it, could it have been picked up by someone else? Just then, Zhang Shan spotted a figure descending the mountain. Greetings, senior brother Lin, he said with a smile as Lin San approached. Lin San nodded slightly before continuing his descent. Worthless. Zhang Shan's expression darkened as he observed Lin San's retreating figure. The entire Tianqiong sect was well aware of Lin San's situation. Outer disciples refrained from speaking out solely due to his status as an inner disciple. Nevertheless, appearances still had to be maintained. At that moment, Zhang Shan's gaze fell upon the sword Lin San held. That sword, entirely black. That sword, it resembles the one used by Zhang Xiaoming. His pupils constricted as he recognized the distinctiveness of the blade. There was no mistaking it. That sword was too memorable. I cannot believe it has fallen into Lin San's hands. What should I do now? Zhang Shan's expression fluctuated. Lin San's strength is at the peak of the second rank. This places him on par with my current abilities. However, he has been at the peak of the second rank for several years, accumulating combat experience that I cannot hope to match. Zhang Shan's mind raced with conflicting thoughts. Yet that sword, he still desired it. There is no other choice. Don't blame me. A glint of malice flickered in Zhang Shan's eyes. Meanwhile, Lin San had arrived at the foot of the mountain and was making his way toward another direction. Star City, situated behind the Tianxiong sect, was a city even more prosperous than Tianlang City. The martial artists within were generally more formidable than those in Tianlang City. While second-rank martial artists were rare in Tianlang City, they were quite prevalent in Star City. I wonder if over 100 gold coins will suffice, Lin San mused as he walked along. Glancing at the coins he carried with a sigh of resignation. Over the years, he had not managed to save much. I might as well see if there are any exotic beasts in the wilderness. Hunting exotic beasts and selling their crystals would be a worthwhile endeavor. This other world is truly vast. As Lin San proceeded toward Star City, Yi Fan's gaze wandered, taking in the towering trees that dwarfed those on his home planet. Even the weeds appeared to grow taller. Not long after walking here, Lin San seemed to sense something. He lifted his gaze to the trees ahead. Found it, he murmured. With a swift movement, he gracefully executed a series of agile leaps, landing atop a colossal tree, with the demon's slaying sword in hand. He struck downwards, whoosh. At that moment, the giant tree was cleaved in two. Simultaneously, a bird-like supernatural beast perched upon the branches was also severed. Killed a second-tier fire phoenix. Gained 200 evolution points. Impressive strength, Yi Fan remarked, unable to suppress his admiration upon witnessing the scene. Lin San truly understood how to harness the enhancements brought by all attribute amplification. His formidable perceptive abilities allowed him to distinctly sense the lurking beast hidden in the tree. Question mark. Just as Lin San was about to extract the crystal from the beast's body, he suddenly felt several presences approaching. Chapter 42. I am a good person. Lin San could clearly sense the presence of martial artists surrounding him. He paid them no mind, wielding the demon's slaying sword to effortlessly cleave the beast's body in half, swiftly retrieving the crystal. What do you want? Lin San raised his eyes to find several men with black masks before him, brandishing long swords, their eyes glinting with malice. Bandits? Unlikely. However, their strength seemed mediocre. Gripping the demon's slaying sword, Lin San felt no tension whatsoever. Isn't that Zhang Shan? Yi Fan noted with mild surprise as he recognized one of the men, who frequently glanced in his direction. Could he be eyeing my sword? Yi Fan scoffed. This group posed no threat to Lin San. Leave the crystal and the sword. You may go, Zhang Shan hissed, his voice low and menacing as he pointed his sword at Lin San. Are you jesting with me? Lin San smirked at his words, the corners of his mouth curling upward. I am not jesting. Drop your belongings. And you may leave. Zhang Shan's eyes widened, his expression fierce. The others closed in around Lin San. Boring, Lin San remarked, casting a glance at them before turning to leave. Hand it over. Zhang Shan growled, desperate to seize the black sword in Lin San's possession. In that instant, he lunged forward with his sword aimed at Lin San. After all, Lin San had long since fallen from grace. He was no longer the prodigy of yore. Killing him would pose no consequence. As Zhang Shan's sword approached, Lin San's pupils constricted slightly. Clang. At that moment, the demon's slaying sword clashed against his weapon, producing a sharp metallic sound. You wish to kill me? Lin San's eyes narrowed, but he was not one who relished taking lives. But should someone seek his demise, he would retaliate. Kill him, Zhang Shan roared. Simultaneously, the others surged forward, weapons drawn. Lin San revealed a cold smile, his right hand wielding the demon's slaying sword, swiftly sweeping it outwards. Clang, clang, clang. Every weapon aimed at him was sent flying. Ah! Zhang Shan yelled, continuing his assault with the long sword aimed at Lin San. Lin San's eyes narrowed. He sidestepped the attack and countered with a swift strike, cleaving Zhang Shan's sword arm in two. Ah! Zhang Shan howled in agony. Absorbed second-tier martial artist blood. Gained 0.2 energy points. Quickly absorb more blood. My energy is insufficient, Yi Fan lamented. The recent absorption of the beast's blood had granted him some energy, but it still fell short for his needs. Now that I speak, others cannot hear. It is rather vexing. However, I should be able to evolve to S rank, right? Or perhaps even SSS rank. After all, weapons above S rank were not ordinary at that moment. The others displayed expressions of horror. They had never anticipated Lin San's strength to be so formidable. I am a good person. I despise senseless slaughter of the innocent. Lin San's gaze swept over the panicked individuals around him, and he broke into a smile. Upon hearing his words, they collectively exhaled in relief. However, killing those who wish to kill me is not senseless slaughter. Lin San continued with a grin. The previously relaxed expressions of the individuals turned grim. Whoosh! The sword-infused air from the demon's slaying sword sliced through the air. They only felt a sharp pain at their throats before their heads fell to the ground. Killed first-tier martial artist. Gained 100 evolution points. Killed first-tier martial artist. Gained 100 evolution points. A group of first-tier martial artists really is rather pathetic, Yi Fan remarked, somewhat exasperated. Zhang Shan had brought a band of first-tier martial artists to attempt a robbery. It was quite laughable. You seem somewhat familiar, Lin San mused, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the wailing Zhang Shan. With a flick of his sword, a wave of sword energy surged forth, slicing through Zhang Shan's black mask. It's you. Lin San's eyes narrowed further. Upon closer inspection, he recognized this man as the outer sect disciple he had encountered earlier, the one who was sweeping the ground. Senior brother, spare me, spare me. I was bewitched. It was my fault. He gazed at Lin San, suppressing the pain from his severed arm, retreating step by step. Why did you come to rob me? Lin San inquired curiously. Upon hearing Lin San's words, Zhang Shan's expression shifted unpredictably. Could it be that you know this sword is no ordinary weapon? Lin San continued. Indeed. I saw this sword in Zhang Xiaoming's possession, so I sought to. It was my error. It was all my fault. At that moment, Zhang Shan was beyond caring. He did not wish to die. I could have spared you, but your final strike was clearly meant to kill me. Lin San spoke coolly, simultaneously moving his right hand, that he drew his sword. This strike was so quick that Zhang Shan could hardly perceive it. He was merely at the peak of second tier. Realizing this, Zhang Shan fell silent, for he was already dead. Killed second-tier martial artist, gained 200 evolution points. Not bad. I have gained several hundred evolution points, although I am still far from the 100,000 evolution points. It should accumulate over time, Yi Fan remarked. Even the smallest gains add up. Once he reached 100,000 evolution points, he could directly evolve to S rank. Thinking of this made him somewhat excited. It seems that 4 years have passed, and even such outer sect disciples dare to kill me for a sword. Lin San reflected, gazing at their lifeless bodies. It is time to show them my true strength. Lin San tightened his grip on the demon's slaying sword and strode toward Star City. Soon, he arrived at the grand entrance of Star City. Star City was vast, and its gates were particularly wide, flanked by numerous guards standing vigil. I only found one crystal. Lin San sighed in disappointment. He had merely hunted a second-tier beast. Upon entering Star City, he promptly sold the crystal for over 200 gold coins before heading to the blacksmith shop. You wish to forge a sword sheath. Let me see what sword you are using. The old blacksmith's eyes shifted to the sword in Lin San's hand. Upon seeing it, he was struck by a sudden wave of murderous intent. Chapter 43, Martial Artists of the Earth Dragon Empire. This sword appears to be. The blacksmith's eyes widened in astonishment. He could clearly sense that this was no ordinary sword. Not only did it emanate a murderous aura, but it also possessed an otherworldly quality that it was truly remarkable. After years of crafting weapons, he had never encountered one quite like this. May I take a closer look? The blacksmith could no longer contain his curiosity. Lin San hesitated briefly before nodding. To forge a quality sword sheath, the craftsman must examine the weapon. Let me see. As the blacksmith took hold of the demon-slaying sword, his expression subtly shifted. You may look, but do not grip it. Lin San stated calmly. Understood. The blacksmith nodded. Lifting the demon-slaying sword with both hands that moment, he distinctly felt a chilling sensation emanating from the sword's blade, accompanied by a piercing pain. His hands, rough and calloused, felt as though they had been pierced by the sword's sharp aura. Such a keen blade, moreover, the murderous aura was undeniably potent. This sword had surely claimed many lives. But why did it also possess an otherworldly quality? Had it slain tens of thousands of supernatural beasts? The blacksmith's eyes were filled with astonishment. This sword requires special materials to forge a sheath that can withstand the murderous aura it emits, he remarked, gazing at Lin San. Are those materials expensive? Lin San hesitated momentarily, before inquiring. At present, he truly lacked sufficient gold coins. The journey today was not expected to present any peculiar creatures. Yet Lin San had acquired an anomalous crystal. 20,000 gold coins. It requires black dragon scales as part of the materials for crafting. The blacksmith proprietor addressed Lin San. 20,000. Lin San was taken aback. Such a substantial sum of gold coins was beyond his current means. How many days will it take to forge? After a moment's contemplation, Lin San continued. The fastest will be 5 days. The blacksmith pondered briefly before responding. Could you perhaps begin the crafting now? I will pay a deposit of 200 gold coins, and upon completion in 5 days, I shall settle the remaining balance. Lin San awkwardly suggested, for he truly lacked the necessary funds at present. That is acceptable, the blacksmith replied with a smile. Do you trust me? Lin San was momentarily stunned, then expressed a hint of surprise. Even if you choose not to keep it, I can always resell it. The blacksmith chuckled, leaving Lin San speechless. After paying a deposit of 200 gold coins, Lin San made his way to the vicinity. I must find a way to slay more anomalous beasts, he resolved. Hunting these creatures to obtain and sell their anomalous crystals was the swiftest route to amass gold coins. Indeed, let us hunt more beasts, Yi Fan chimed in. Slaying anomalous beasts would also augment his evolution points. The more points he accrued, the quicker his evolution would progress. This Star City is indeed bustling. Far more vibrant than Wolf City, Yi Fan observed, his gaze wandering. Compared to Wolf City, the streets here were not only significantly broader, but also teeming with martial artists bustling about. The caliber of these martial artists was considerably superior to those in Wolf City. The mercenary groups here must also be quite formidable. The world is vast. Even Star City is merely a commonplace city within the Tianbar Empire that I wonder when I might have the opportunity to visit the capital of this empire. What's happening? Lin San inquired as he noticed a large crowd gathering. It's the... Just moments ago, they brazenly abducted a woman in broad daylight. As Lin San approached, he overheard voices filled with righteous indignation. Several towering martial artists stood at the center. Upon closer inspection, Lin San noted that these imposing figures bore little resemblance to the citizens of the Tianbar Empire. They were a group of fair-skinned men with hooked noses, their hair a striking gold. People from the Earth Dragon Empire. Lin San frowned at the sight. The Earth Dragon Empire? Are they from another nation? Yi Fan inquired, equally curious. They bore a resemblance to individuals from the Western nations of his previous life. We are Earth Dragons. What do you intend to do? One of the tall men, wielding a broad-bladed sword, surveyed the crowd before speaking coldly. And what of it? This is the city of the Tianba Empire. An elderly man retorted angrily. The audacity of these Earth Dragon individuals was overwhelming. They had the gall to commit such acts in the heart of the Tianba Empire. Ah, you old fool. One of the Earth Dragon men stepped forward and, with a swift kick, sent the elderly man flying. Bang! The old man's body collided violently with the wall behind him, spitting blood. He crumpled to the ground. This is intolerable. They even strike the elderly. The surrounding crowd erupted in fury, a multitude of martial artists converging toward the scene. Andrew, what should we do now? One of the Earth Dragon men asked, casting a glance at the golden-haired figure in the center. Anyone who dares approach will be slain, the man named Andrew declared coldly. A bunch of worthless peasants daring to surround us. A sneer curled his lips. I warn you, should anyone dare to come within a step of us Earth Dragons, you shall meet your demise. His words provoked an uncontrollable reaction among some martial artists, who, unable to restrain themselves, brandished their weapons and charged forward. This was sheer tyranny. Just as they rushed in, a cold smile appeared on the face of an Earth Dragon warrior on the left. He swung his battle knife, and in an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Several martial artists fell to his might. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. How ruthless, Yi Fan remarked, feeling incensed by the brutality displayed by the Earth Dragons. Lin San, witnessing the scene, furrowed his brow in dismay. Make way! What is happening here? At that moment, a large group clad in finely crafted armor approached from the left. The City Lord is coming. The crowd buzzed with excitement. The Lord of Star City had arrived. City Lord! These Earth Dragons are utterly lawless. the citizens of Star City began to voice their grievances against the Earth Dragons to their lord. Upon noticing the Earth Dragon individuals, the city lord, Fu Xiaohu, abruptly changed his demeanor and hastened forward. "Make way! The city lord is coming." Those encircled quickly parted to create a path. "Lord Fu," Andrew greeted, a smile spreading across his face upon seeing the approaching figure. "Lord Andrew," Fu Xiao responded with an obsequious grin, resembling a sycophant. "This is too outrageous," Yi Fan thought in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. "Lord Fu, they just killed a martial artist from our Star City and assaulted an elderly man." A man could no longer contain his outrage and spoke up. "Silence!" Fu Xiao snapped, his voice icy. "These peasants have merely offended Lord Andrew. They deserve their fate." The words chilled the hearts of the people of Star City. Fu Xiao reveled in their despair, knowing that the Earth Dragon Empire was the most powerful in the world. Offending them would jeopardize his position as city lord. Any ensuing conflict would be a grave complication. As for these lowly peasants, their deaths were inconsequential. "Lord Andrew, please visit my residence," Fu Xiao said with a smile. "I shall clarify the matter shortly. It was likely just a misunderstanding. This matter shall be settled. Anyone who dares to gossip will not be spared." Fu Xiaohu's gaze swept over the crowd. His tone resolute and commanding. As Andrew and his companions departed, the surrounding martial artists and citizens began to murmur amongst themselves. "It enrages me. Do the Earth Dragon people really require such obsequiousness? Fu Xiao is truly a spineless coward. Our Tianbai Empire boasts a 9th-tier blade god. We are not inferior to the Earth Dragon Empire. He has knelt for so long that he no longer recognizes his own backbone." The martial artists seethed with indignation, yet felt utterly powerless. After all, their weakness was their original sin. "If only I possessed the strength of a sword god, I would surely slay their wretched heads today." Lin San felt a chill in his heart. What he had witnessed today was utterly disheartening. The city lord of Star City was not worthy of his title, that he had heard tales of Fu Xiaohu's misdeeds, but witnessing his cowardice before the Earth Dragon people was truly disheartening. They brazenly committed such acts in broad daylight, yet were welcomed to the city lord's residence. In this world, only strength is the ultimate currency. Lin San clenched the demon-slaying sword tightly. "You speak true," Yi Fan concurred, though Lin San remained oblivious. "Let us hasten to hunt anomalous beasts. I too wish to grow stronger." Yi Fan was eager to complete his evolution. Once he reached the pinnacle, he hoped to move freely without the need for energy and communicate with others visibly. This current predicament was indeed vexing. Lin San had already made his way to the wilderness, determined to become stronger at the swiftest pace possible. The dark forest. It lay to the south of Star City. Its trees and flora predominantly cloaked in shades of black, thus earning its name. The dark forest was even more perilous than the serpent forest, where the strongest beast was merely a 6th-tier crimson-eyed serpent, with the rest being ordinary anomalous creatures. However, deep within the dark forest lurked many formidable entities. Lin San, resolute, dared not relax. 20,000 gold coins. How many beasts must I slay? He pondered, his head throbbing with the weight of the task ahead. Yet there was no alternative. He must acquire the sword sheath. Without it, his sword would attract too much attention. Goo goo. Not long after entering, Lin San discerned an unusual sound ahead. There it is. To his surprise, upon entry, he had already encountered an anomalous beast. Judging by the noise, it was highly likely to be a 2nd-tier creature, the flame-clucking chicken. The flame-clucking chicken was known for emitting such peculiar sounds. As he approached swiftly, he was confronted by a group of black, cow-sized creatures. This chicken is enormous, Yi Fan exclaimed, equally astonished by the sight. The flame-clucking chicken bore a resemblance to a black chicken from Lin San's previous world. Only the physique had evidently increased significantly. Boom. This flaming goo-goo chicken caught sight of Lin San and immediately spewed forth flames from its mouth, charging directly at him. Lin San's pupils constricted slightly, and at that moment, he executed his evasive maneuvers, swiftly dodging while simultaneously rushing forward. As he neared the flaming goo-goo chicken, he wielded his demon-slaying sword and delivered a horizontal slash. blue blood splattered forth as Lin San swiftly dispatched the flaming Goo chicken. Absorbed second-tier essence blood, gained 0.2 energy points, killed a second-tier beast, gained 200 evolution points. Moreover, this flaming Goo chicken was a collective creature. At that moment, more and more flaming Goo chickens began to appear around. Just in time, Yi Fan was equally exhilarated upon witnessing this scene. The more beasts they slaughtered, the more evolution points he could acquire, which was undoubtedly advantageous for him. For Lin San, second-tier beasts posed no challenge whatsoever that in a short span, approximately 17 flaming Goo chickens were slain by Lin San. A total of over 3,000 evolution points accumulated. Not bad. Yi Fan expressed his satisfaction with the current evolution points that if he could earn around 10,000 points in a day, he would be able to level up in just 10 days. Oh! The sword can continuously absorb blood? At this moment, Lin San seemed to have made a discovery, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Previously, he had always thought the sword was bloodless. Now, it appeared that the sword could indeed absorb. Are you foolish? Only just realizing this now. Yi Fan chuckled. Blood. Absorb all this blood. Noticing the blue blood still flowing from the bodies of the beasts, Yi Fan urged hastily. This blood could significantly augment his energy points. However, Lin San could not hear Yi Fan's words at this moment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, the blade of the sword began to tremble. Oh! Sensing the vibrations of the sword, a look of surprise crossed his face. What is happening? It's absorbing blood. Brother, Yi Fan said with a hint of exasperation. However, it seems that after absorbing the blood, the sword has become even sharper. Lin San appeared to have noticed something and began to immerse the sword into the pools of blood. Soon, the blood on the ground began to transfer into his sword, causing it to become even more otherworldly. Chapter 45. The Battle of 7th-Tier Beasts. It truly can absorb blood. Moreover, due to the absorption, the sword has become even more supernatural, with an edge that is sharper than ever. Lin San gazed at the demon-slaying sword in his hand, murmuring to himself, "How did I not notice this before?" As he spoke, he began to let the sword absorb all the blood from the Goo chicken's carcass. Yet, a blood-absorbing sword hardly seems like a normal sword. Are you a divine sword or a demonic sword? He muttered to himself while holding the demon-slaying sword. Call it whatever you want. Yi Fan responded to Lin San's musings. But just remember, no one else can hear you. Yi Fan, feeling a bit bored, glanced around. The black forest was surrounded by towering trees, lush with leaves that in such an environment. The surroundings appeared rather dim, making visibility poor. Lin San extracted all the essence crystals from the second-tier flaming Goo chickens and placed them into his large backpack. After surveying his surroundings, he continued onward. With the demon-slaying sword in hand, he experienced an all-encompassing enhancement. Even his perceptive abilities were remarkably heightened. Boom! As Lin San pressed forward, a tremendous noise erupted, shaking the very ground beneath him. What is happening? Feeling the violent tremors, Lin San's expression changed dramatically. Such a powerful aura. Could it be a high-tier beast? Yi Fan distinctly sensed the formidable energy emanating from deep within the black forest. It resembled the scene when the 6th-tier crimson-eyed python emerged from the jungle. Roar! A colossal roar reverberated through the air, causing the ground to quiver once more. Explosive sounds akin to detonations erupted in succession. 7th-tier beasts? And it's likely that 2 7th-tier beasts are battling for territory. Upon hearing the beastly roar, Lin San felt a shift in his demeanor. In beast conflicts, one must inevitably be injured or perish, that if both were to mutually annihilate each other. That would be ideal. The 7th-tier essence crystals could fetch a substantial price. With this thought, Lin San hesitated briefly before rushing deeper into the forest. Along the way, he encountered no beasts at all, as if they were all hiding in fear from the tumultuous sounds. Soon, Lin San arrived at the area where the tremors were most intense. There truly are high-tier beasts. He did not approach too closely and instead concealed himself behind a massive black tree, cautiously peering ahead to witness 2 enormous beasts engaged in fierce combat. The 7th-tier thunder bear and the 7th-tier gale leopard. It's truly 7th-tier beasts. Lin San felt his heart race. 7th tier should be classified as high-tier beasts. Beasts of this tier possess potent attribute powers unlike those before. Yi Fan quietly remarked at this moment. This knowledge had been gathered from hearsay during his time as a sword. These 7th-tier beasts have abundant blood. Absorbing it should yield a considerable boost in energy. However, Lin San's strength is simply no match for these high-tier beasts. Stepping out would be tantamount to seeking death. It's better to wait and see. Yi Fan continued. Although Lin San could not hear Yi Fan's counsel, he understood the principle. I'll wait for the two beasts to inflict mutual damage before reaping the benefits. Lin San thought to himself. This idea was sound, but he feared. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Within Star City, many martial artists had come to hunt beasts for essence crystals, although the area appeared deserted. It was uncertain whether other martial artists would emerge once the two beasts were mortally wounded or slain. Lin San crouched low, using the tall vegetation around him to conceal his form. Roar! The two beasts unleashed tremendous roars, fiercely battling one another. Crackle! The 7th-tier Thunder Bear emitted a surge of electricity from its body, filling the air with the scent of char. The terrifying currents surged forth as its claws struck, directly impacting the Gale Leopard. The Gale Leopard howled in agony, its body erupting with powerful gusts of wind. These gusts sliced through the surrounding trees, leaving numerous gashes in their wake. This is too powerful, Lin San secretly observed, unable to suppress his thoughts. Even at such a distance, he was nearly caught in the turbulence of those terrifying winds. Boom, boom. As the two beasts clashed, the ground trembled violently once more. The Thunder Bear bore numerous wounds, blood pouring from its body. These injuries had been inflicted by the Gale Leopard's wind currents. Meanwhile, the Gale Leopard was not faring any better, its skin scorched by the electric currents. Both high-tier beasts were gravely injured. Yet, they continued to glare at one another, refusing to yield. In the next instant, they collided once more. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted at that moment. The Thunder Bear dealt a fatal blow to the Gale Leopard. Roar! The Thunder Bear let out a triumphant roar, seemingly declaring its victory. What a perfect opportunity! At that instant, several figures emerged from the surrounding area. Indeed, others were present. Lin San's expression shifted upon witnessing this scene. Relieved that he had not rushed out recklessly. Let us take down the Thunder Bear first. Hidden martial artists could no longer restrain themselves and launched an assault on the severely injured Thunder Bear. The Thunder Bear, incapacitated by its wounds, had no means to defend itself and was quickly slain. The martial artists who had just cooperatively vanquished the beast soon turned on one another in a fierce scramble for the spoils. Stay calm. Stay calm. The individuals present were at least 5th-tier experts. Lin San, being only 3rd tier, would be courting death by exposing himself, that he could only observe and see how the situation unfolded. Even if he could not acquire the essence crystals, it mattered not. Preserving his life was paramount. Boom, boom. The martial artists unleashed powerful techniques, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Let them fight. As long as Lin San isn't foolish, he may indeed benefit from this. Yi Fan chuckled at this moment. Chapter 46. The Oriole behind in their normal state. These 7th-tier beasts would hardly be considered adversaries. However, the victorious Thunderstorm Bear had sustained severe injuries, allowing them to finally slay it. The extraordinary crystals of the 7th-tier beasts. They hold immense value. Even if not sold, absorbing them for oneself is exceedingly beneficial. Under the frenzied onslaught from these few individuals, they soon found themselves wounded. One by one, the martial artists fell. Ultimately, only one warrior remained standing. His body marked by numerous wounds, crimson blood flowing freely from his injuries. A bunch of useless fools. This man, wielding a bloodied longsword, revealed a smirk at the corner of his mouth. The crystal is mine. As he spoke, he prepared to dissect the beast's carcass to extract the precious crystal. Should I go? Lin San hesitated at this moment. Now, with one warrior already injured, he remained in peak condition. Whoosh! In an instant, a figure dashed forward. The speed was astonishing. The weapon aimed directly at the man, seeking death. The man, who was poised to cut open the 7th-tier beast, coldly snorted. He swiftly turned, attacking with his longsword. When the weapons clashed, producing a resounding, crisp sound, I knew there would be someone lurking. Upon closer inspection, the longsword-wielding man discerned a middle-aged warrior brandishing a longsword, who had evidently been lying in wait for quite some time. "Did you think I was unprepared?" The longsword wielder's face broke into a strange smile. In the next moment, he launched a frenzied assault on the suddenly appearing warrior. The middle-aged man had initially believed himself to be the hidden predator, unaware that the longsword wielder had long been on guard. Under the relentless onslaught from the longsword wielder, his expression turned grim that it wasn't too long before the victor was determined. The ambushing warrior was swiftly dispatched. There should be no one left. The longsword wielder scanned his surroundings, seemingly relaxing for the first time. Thump, thump. At this moment, Lin San felt an eerie silence enveloping him. He could even hear the pounding of his own heart. 2 7th-tier crystals, now that there was no one around. Should he let this opportunity slip away, or never mind? In an instant, Lin San made his choice. Grasping his demon-slaying sword, he surged forward. The man was about to extract a crystal from the thunderstorm bear's corpse when he sensed something amiss and abruptly turned. A glimmer of cold light flashed before his eyes, when, with a sharp metallic clang, the man's body staggered back a few steps. Another brat? He focused his gaze and clearly saw Lin San's figure. At that moment, Lin San was still very tense. This individual was evidently a dangerous foe, and one misstep could cost him his life. "The crystal is mine." Lin San fixed his gaze upon him and uttered coldly, "Ha ha ha." The man erupted into laughter upon hearing Lin San's words. "It seems you've grown impatient." With a furious roar, he swung his long sword toward Lin San. "Do you require my strength?" Yi Fan chuckled at that moment. With a thought, he transmitted the information regarding bloodthirsty frenzy to Lin San. Lin San was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He raised his long sword to block the man's attack. When the clash of their weapons sent a jolt through Lin San's arm, the man continued his relentless assault. A 5th-tier warrior. Before him stood a 5th-tier foe. Even though he was injured, his strength remained formidable. The demon-slaying sword exhibited remarkable effects. It was indeed a sinister blade. However, Lin San hesitated only briefly before channeling his own blood essence into the demon-slaying sword. The blade glowed a deep crimson as it absorbed his life force, transferring a surge of powerful energy into Lin San's body. What immense strength! Lin San's pupils constricted as he instantly engaged the man. Wielding the demon-slaying sword? What is happening? The man distinctly felt that Lin San's power had surged immensely in that instant. Additionally, a malevolent aura emanated from Lin San, accompanied by an eerie energy that sent chills down his spine. At that moment, Lin San swung his long sword with fervor. Under the infusion of source energy, the demon-slaying sword radiated a brilliant white light that as the longsword and longsword clashed, a torrent of light attribute energy erupted forth, corroding the man's armor and leaving numerous small dents. His forearm also bore many indentations. What is this? The man's face paled. He now realized an even more terrifying truth. His long sword had been marred with countless dents from the clash. "This sword is extraordinarily sharp. Damn it!" He growled, desperate to eliminate Lin San with increased speed. Yet the more anxious he became, the more Lin San relaxed, for Lin San understood that as long as he fought patiently, the man could not kill him. Moreover, the man's weapon was on the verge of shattering. Sure enough, as the battle continued and their weapons collided once more, a colossal sound erupted. The long sword in the man's grasp truly shattered, splintering into countless fragments. A prime opportunity. Seizing the moment, Lin San lunged forward, his long sword striking like a dragon breaking free from its lair. In an instant, he thrust the blade forward. The man's face paled in shock. He inadvertently suffered a gash on his shoulder. Though Lin San was not a malicious person, he was no fool that in such dire circumstances, it was a battle of life and death. Thus, every strike was lethal. "I've won." Yi Fan observed the scene and whispered to himself. Having witnessed numerous battles in this other world, Yi Fan felt he had gained some insight into the outcome of such encounters. With no weapon left, the man was forced to retreat, his body riddled with wounds from the sharp demon-slaying sword. "I concede. Spare me," the man quickly exclaimed, realizing he could no longer contend with Lin San. Upon hearing his words, Lin San paused momentarily. "Fool!" Yi Fan couldn't help but curse under his breath at this scene. In such a situation, who would trust the words of another? You shall perish. As expected, just as Lin San hesitated, the man let out a menacing roar and struck out with a palm. Bang! The blow landed squarely on Lin San's body. Sending him hurtling backward, he collided heavily with a nearby tree. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. Pain surged through his chest as he felt a sharp agony. What a fool! It seems you have yet to experience enough. Human hearts are treacherous. In this situation, it's kill or be killed. Yi Fan scolded again. The man, seizing the moment, dashed toward Lin San with incredible speed. He seemed intent on pressing the attack to finish Lin San off. Lin San's gaze turned cold as he wiped the blood from his lips. With a thought, he consumed more of his blood essence. In that instant, a surge of even greater power erupted. What is happening? As the man approached Lin San, reaching out to attack, he suddenly sensed something amiss. His pupils constricted. Whoosh! The already severely injured Lin San unleashed a tremendous force. With a single swing, the glint of cold light flashed. And the man's right arm was severed. Crimson blood sprayed forth in an instant. Ah! The man howled in agony, staggering backward. Spare me, spare me. I was wrong just now. He began to retreat, his eyes filled with regret. That earlier strike had failed to kill Lin San outright. I won't fall for the same trick again. Lin San replied coldly. In that moment, he thrust the long sword forward. Phantom dance, as Lin San lunged with his sword. His entire figure became as elusive as a mirage. The man attempted to evade, but there was no opportunity left. Soon his body was riddled with gaping wounds. The demon-slaying sword had pierced through his skull. He widened his eyes, disbelief etched across his face. Bang! As the blade withdrew, his corpse fell to the ground, blood pouring forth, absorbed by the demon-slaying sword. Absorbed blood essence from a 5th-tier warrior, gaining 0.5 energy points. Absorbed blood essence from a 5th-tier warrior, gaining 0.5 energy points. Killed a martial artist, gaining 500 evolution points. The system's notifications rang continuously. The absorbed blood replenished Lin San partially, restoring the vitality he had lost. After all, this is the essence of a 5th-tier warrior that huffed at this moment. Lin San pressed the demon-slashing sword against the ground, slightly out of breath. It seems I have underestimated the situation. In circumstances like this, it is indeed the brave prevail in narrow paths. A moment's hesitation can easily lead to one's demise. Lin San fully comprehended this truth now that he glanced at the demon-slashing sword and dispelled the state of bloodthirsty frenzy. Upon closer inspection, an eerie cold light emanated from the blade. Thank you, he murmured to the sword. Had it not been for the terrifying power unleashed by the demon-slashing sword, he would have nearly met his end. Though it requires consuming my essence, I can still replenish it by slaying warriors. If I continuously eliminate warriors, the essence I expend will be balanced by what I regain, that I would not only survive but also gain formidable strength. More warriors must be slain. Wait, just as this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head vigorously. If I kill indiscriminately, would that not be descending into the path of darkness? Those who practice the arts must remain true to their hearts. Personal strength is of utmost importance. Lin San took a deep breath to calm his agitated spirit. Ah, indeed. I have not succumbed to the allure of overwhelming power. Yi Fan was somewhat astonished at this moment. Lin San seemed to possess quite profound insights that if he were like Ma Honghu, he would likely soon become the former master of the sword. Given this perspective, he should still have some time left to live. Witnessing a person's growth is indeed a captivating endeavor. Demon slashing, you desire this blood, do you not? Lin San gazed at the demon-slashing sword and plunged it into the body of the Thunder Bear. In that instant, the blood of the exotic beast was swiftly consumed. Absorb the essence of a 7th-tier exotic beast, gaining 7 energy points. Absorb the essence of a 7th-tier exotic beast, gaining 7 energy points. What the hell? Yi Fan was astonished by the continuous system notifications that To absorb the essence of a 7th-tier exotic beast and gain a steady 7 energy points. He had initially thought it would be an incremental 0.7 points, that he had never anticipated it would be a consistent gain of 7 points. This is exhilarating. Soon, after devouring the blood of the 2 fallen 7th-tier exotic beasts, Yi Fan discovered that his energy points had surged to 450. This was simply delightful. If I were to slay a 7th-tier exotic beast, wouldn't I gain 7,000 evolution points? Indeed, the increments from higher-tier beasts differ significantly from those of lower tiers. Although Yi Fan felt a bit contemplative, he recognized that it was unrealistic to send Lin San after 7th-tier exotic beasts at this moment. Meanwhile, Lin San, having witnessed the demon-slashing sword absorb the blood, proceeded to extract the exotic crystals from the bodies of the two beasts. 2 7th-tier exotic crystals. He placed the crystals into his backpack and cut off a piece of exotic beast meat before sprinting away. The situation remained perilous, and encountering others could spell trouble, especially since he was still injured. After quickly reaching a safe spot, Lin San settled against a rock that he gathered some dry twigs, and with a mere thought, flames erupted from his hands. Is this the effect of the golden crow incineration technique he has been practicing? Living in the wild without a lighter is surprisingly convenient. Yi Fan silently scoffed. As Lin San roasted the 7th-tier exotic beast meat, he found himself salivating, despite currently lacking a mouth. I must recover quickly, Lin San murmured to himself. Chapter 48. Conflict. The meat of 7th-tier exotic beasts is incredibly nutritious, capable of replenishing significant energy. The flesh and bones of the 2 slain 7th-tier beasts were exceptionally valuable. However, remaining in that location was far too dangerous, prompting Lin San to abandon the idea of retrieving the beast bodies. After all, it would be unwise to lose sight of the larger picture by focusing on trifles. Damn, I want to eat too. Observing Lin San savoring the exotic beast meat, Yi Fan couldn't help but complain. Indeed, the days of being a sword were exceedingly dull. The inability to consume food remains his greatest regret. Drinking blood felt akin to sipping hot water, monotonous and lacking excitement. Once Lin San finished eating, he gripped the demon-slashing sword tightly in his right hand, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. The effects of all attributes enhanced, significantly accelerated his recovery. Time flew by, and by the afternoon, Lin San slowly opened his eyes. I'm healed. He examined his wounds, remnants of the battle with the man's blade, which had completely mended. The scabs had formed and were beginning to flake off. The bruise on his chest had vanished entirely, and the intense pain had dissipated. This sword is truly remarkable. I cannot discern if it is a demonic blade or a divine sword. Lin San reflected on the demon-slashing sword in his hand. Ha! I struck gold. This is the carcass of a 7th-tier exotic beast. Not only is the body of a 7th-tier beast valuable, but even its bones can be forged into weapons. Moreover, its hide and claws are premium materials. At that moment, the voices of several warriors drifted from nearby. As expected, others have discovered it, Lin San thought to himself. Under the current circumstances, he could not afford to be seen by others if it were revealed that he possessed 2 7th-tier exotic crystals. It would lead to trouble that a common man is innocent, but possessing treasures brings peril. Lin San stealthily maneuvered away from the group, eager to sell the exotic crystals in town, that he planned to deposit the earned gold coins in the Imperial Bank. Soon, Lin San reached the outskirts of the Black Forest. This is the infamous Black Forest, which does not seem to harbor any formidable exotic beasts. Just then, a somewhat clumsy voice speaking in the dialect of Tianba Kingdom caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, 2 Earth Dragon people were accompanied by several guards from the Lord's estate as they approached. I would rather entertain the women of your Tianba Kingdom in the city. One tall, brown-haired man said with a laugh. The guards of the Lord's estate, upon hearing his words, bowed and flattered. Yes, we will arrange several for you tonight. I'll choose for myself. Once we return to the city, I'll see which beauties grace the streets. The brown-haired man chuckled. The expressions of the guards shifted slightly. After all, Star City is a medium-sized city, and such remarks could place considerable pressure on the Lord. However, given their status as Earth Dragon people, it was best not to offend them. Regardless of the outcome, Fu Xiaohu would handle it. Very well, your word is law. The guards chuckled in agreement. What a bunch of scoundrels. Lin San, who was passing by, overheard their conversation and snorted coldly. Although he felt righteous indignation, he did not wish to provoke such matters. Whoosh, just then, a terrifying sword energy erupted, hurtling towards Lin San. The surrounding trees were severed cleanly by the force of the sword energy. Lin San's pupils constricted as he swiftly dodged that a nearby exotic beast was sliced in half by the sword energy. "Master, you truly are remarkable." The guards nearby began to flatter the wielder of the sword. Lin San took a deep breath, realizing that he had narrowly avoided the deadly sword energy just moments ago. "Who are you? Get lost!" As the trees splintered, Lin San's figure became visible. Upon seeing him, the guards from the Lord's estate frowned, their voices cold. "Why should I leave?" Lin San was seething with anger. The sword energy they had unleashed had nearly cleaved him in two, and now they dared to tell him to leave? Such arrogance was intolerable. "You little brat, are you seeking death? Do you not see the esteemed guest from the Earth Dragon Empire standing here?" One of the men brandished his long knife, pointing it at Lin San. "Seize him." One of the Earth Dragon people cast Lin San a peculiar smile. Lin San noticed that he appeared somewhat youthful and tender. It seemed this individual had an inclination towards such appearances that a chill ran down Lin San's spine as he felt the man's gaze upon him. It was far too unsettling. "Did you not hear the master's words? Come here at once." The guards from the Lord's estate brandished their weapons, loudly directing Lin San. "Fools!" Lin San scoffed and attempted to walk away. "I told you to stop. Did you hear me?" In an instant, the group swiftly positioned themselves in front of Lin San, weapons drawn. "What do you want?" "Each of you is tall and imposing, yet you serve the Earth Dragon Empire like dogs. Truly spineless, having knelt for so long. You can no longer even stand." Lin San's gaze locked onto them as he spoke coldly. "It seems there will be a good show to witness soon." Yi Fan beheld the scene before him and could not help but chuckle. However, the gaze of that individual from the Earth Dragon Empire is rather peculiar. It seems as though he wishes to pursue Lin San. Witnessing this, Yi Fan felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. "You're courting death." The words of Lin San incited a furious flush upon the faces of the several men present. One of the men, unable to contain himself, brandished his long blade and swung it menacingly at Lin San. Upon witnessing this, Lin San's pupils constricted slightly, but he wielded the Demon Slayer's sword and executed a swift counterattack. When their weapons clashed, an enormous metallic sound reverberated through the air, and the man was forcefully repelled by the sheer impact of the collision. Third-tier warrior. He felt a tingling numbness in his right hand, and his expression shifted that a third-tier warrior possessed considerable strength. "Capture him, but do not harm him, At this moment, one of the Earth Dragon men revealed a sinister smile. "Atas, he is merely a lowly commoner from the Heavenly Tyrant Empire. Do not waste time." The towering Earth Dragon man beside him scoffed disdainfully. "Guy, let us toy with him for a while." Atas replied with a smirk. "If he continues to resist, simply eliminate him." He directed his gaze toward those from the Lord's manor that a third-tier warrior fighting desperately would not be an amusing endeavor. "Did you hear what the adult said? Don't seek your own demise." The earlier man continued to point his long blade at Lin San. For some inexplicable reason, after their weapons had clashed, he felt a lingering numbness in his hand. "Umph." Lin San scoffed coldly. "It appears you were the one seeking death." The men, upon witnessing the contempt in Lin San's expression, felt their countenances change dramatically. They seemed to perceive an affront to their dignity and lunged at Lin San with their long blades. "I believe it is you who are courting death." Although provoking the Lord's manor would lead to significant trouble, Lin San was beyond caring at this moment. Clang, clang, clang. Lin San wielded the Demon Slayer sword, and upon colliding with their weapons, a series of sharp metallic sounds erupted that soon became apparent that their long blades were riddled with numerous dents, all resultant from the clashes with Lin San's sword. What astonished them further was that Lin San seemed to transcend the capabilities of an ordinary third-tier warrior. His speed, strength, and reflexes were beyond what a third-tier warrior could possibly match. In the next moment, blood splattered forth as one of the warriors was slain. "You dare to kill a member of the Lord's manor." The remaining men felt a chill run through their bodies. "Your entire family is doomed. You'll be fortunate to leave here alive." As Lin San heard their threats, A murderous intent erupted from his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued to assault with the Demon Slayer's sword. Clang, clang. Several sharp metallic sounds echoed, and their weapons shattered into pieces. The weapons they wielded were merely commonplace. Utterly incapable of contending with the Demon Slayer's sword. "You dare to lay a hand on us?" The men from the Lord's Manor bellowed at Lin San as he continued his onslaught with his long sword. Incompetent rage. Yi Fan observed this scene and couldn't help but snicker. Whoosh! In the next instant, the sharp blade, streaked with blood, sliced through the air. The warriors of the Lord's Manor fell lifeless to the ground. "Okay, young man, your strength is impressive," ATS remarked, surprise flickering in his eyes. Lin San's displayed combat prowess was undeniably remarkable. He had dispatched these men in mere moments. Furthermore, it seemed the Demon Slayer sword in Lin San's possession was no ordinary weapon. "Would you be interested in becoming our subordinate? We will assist you in concealing your actions from Fu Xiaohu," Guy added with a grin. "Is that supposed to be amusing?" Lin San retorted coldly. "Moreover, I have no need for your concealment." Recalling the previous misdeeds of these Earth Dragon men, a surge of murderous intent ignited within Lin San that he would act in the name of justice. In that instant, Lin San's legs erupted with tremendous force as he charged forward. His entire being radiated with power, his skin shimmering as though enveloped in golden flames. This was the effect of the Golden Crow burning heaven technique he practiced. ATIS watched as the Demon Slayer's sword swung towards him, and his expression shifted. The glint of cold steel flashed before him, prompting him to raise his broad-bladed sword in defense. When their weapons collided, a deafening sound erupted. The tremendous force caused ATS to take several steps back, astonished. "You," ATS gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. This young man dared to attack him. What was even more terrifying was that he felt a profound strength emanating from Lin San's assault. A third-tier warrior, this strong? Guy's expression turned frigid as he brandished a large knife and charged at Lin San. The blow surged forth with ferocious wind. Initially attacking Ace, Lin San abruptly halted his assault and spun around to face Guy. When their weapons clashed, the forceful winds emanating from Guy's blade sliced through Lin San's flesh, causing him to wince in pain. Phantom dance. In that moment, Lin San swiftly channeled vast amounts of energy into his long sword. Activating the sword's skill, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, wielding the Demon Slayer sword, he transformed into a mere phantom, unleashing a flurry of thrusts. Guy's eyes widened as he desperately swung his long knife to parry. However, the speed of Lin San's strikes was overwhelming. Guy felt a series of stinging sensations coursing through him. Bang! At that moment, the long knife he wielded shattered under Lin San's relentless assault. This was impossible. Guy's pupils contracted. His long knife was a B-grade weapon. How could it be so easily destroyed? Even against an A-grade weapon, it shouldn't have been this terrifying. But there was no time for him to dwell on his shock. For Lin San charged forth with the Demon Slayer sword. The blade pierced Guy's shoulder, cleaving his body in two. An ordinary long sword would never be capable of such a feat, but the Demon Slayer sword was exceedingly sharp. In an instant, Guy's form was split apart. Absorb the blood of a fourth-tier warrior, gain 0.4 energy points. Absorb the blood of a fourth-tier warrior, gain 0.4 energy points. Kill a fourth-tier warrior, gain 400 evolution points. The notification of gained evolution points echoed in his mind. A fourth-tier warrior is no match for Lin San now, Yi Fan mused, marveling at the scene. With the enhancement of all attributes boost and armed with his exceptionally sharp Demon Slayer sword, the men of the Earth Dragon Empire stood no chance. God! The events transpired too rapidly for ATIS to comprehend, and upon realizing what had occurred, his expression shifted dramatically that he had never anticipated that Guy would be so easily slain by Lin San. At this moment, Lin San's gaze fixated on ATS, energy continuing to surge into the Demon Slayer sword, which now radiated with a brilliant white light that was gradually transforming into a dark hue. Oh! Has it reverted to a dark attribute? Yi Fan observed in surprise. I am a citizen of the Earth Dragon Empire. You dare to kill a member of the Earth Dragon Empire? You are doomed. Chapter 50. Sails he brandished his broad blade. Shouting vehemently, madness. The people of the Heavenly Tyrant Empire had truly lost their minds, daring to slay their kin from the Earth Dragon Empire. So what if I do? Lin San replied coldly, but he had clearly recognized that the Demon Slayer sword he wielded was now enveloped in dark energy. Albeit not entirely, it was half white light and half blackened. You are finished. Others from the Earth Dragon Empire still remain within the city. They will not spare you. Not only you, but your entire family and clan shall be annihilated. Hades bellowed in a frenzy. Is that so? Lin San squinted, momentarily disregarding the implications, but he charged forward with the Demon Slayer's sword, intent on eliminating him. He would not repeat his earlier hesitations that had nearly led to his demise. Whoosh. Seeking death. Hades' countenance shifted as he reacted swiftly, launching his attack with the long knife. When their weapons collided, sparks flew and a gash appeared on his long knife, cleaved open by the razor-sharp Demon Slayer's sword. What an incredibly sharp weapon! If only he could possess it. Greed glimmered in Hades' eyes, but in that instant, Lin San continued his relentless assault with the sword. Lin San could feel the surge of power coursing through him, enabled by the Demon Slayer sword, allowing him to contend with this fourth-tier warrior. The demon-slaying sword has already bestowed upon me ample power, rendering the consumption of my own essence unnecessary. After all, that ability is far too perilous. Lin San's celestial sword technique was unleashed, matching Athos in combat. However, the demon-slaying sword proved exceedingly sharp, and soon numerous chips appeared on Athos's long blade, accompanied by fissures along the blade itself. These cracks continued to expand, ultimately in the next moment. As their weapons clashed, Athos's long sword shattered entirely. Lin San, wielding the demon-slaying sword, struck with precision, severing Athos's right hand in an instant. Ah! Athos let out a mournful cry, hastily retreating. I am from the Earth Dragon Empire. I am here to eliminate you. Lin San's anger flared upon hearing Athos's affiliation. The Earth Dragon Empire had committed countless atrocities, deserving of their fate. Stand still. Athos's face finally betrayed a look of terror as he saw Lin San approaching once more. Fool! Lin San growled, channeling his energy into his sword. Phantom Dance, this skill was unleashed once again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that fleeting moment, his form was cleaved into countless pieces. Kill a fourth-tier warrior. Gain 400 evolution points at this moment. Yifan also received a notification from the system. Another one has been slain, he muttered to himself. With such accumulations, his evolution would not take long. After resolving the situation, Lin San exhaled in relief. These individuals had been intolerably arrogant. However, it was imperative to depart swiftly from this locale. Casting a glance at the surroundings, he noted the corpses. They should attract beasts shortly. With that thought, he hastily left the area. Soon, Lin San reappeared in Star City. Young man, what can I assist you with? In a large shop, a middle-aged man addressed Lin San as he entered. The shop was filled with numerous warriors, all surveying their surroundings. I would like to sell some exotic crystals, Lin San replied with a faint smile. Oh, what tier of exotic crystals do you possess? Second or third tier? The current prices, the man inquired. Seventh, Lin San quietly stated. Given the number of warriors nearby, he was cautious. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent. Yet possessing a treasure can lead to disaster. The seventh tier? The man's pupils constricted at Lin San's words. This way, please. He lowered his voice and led Lin San to a more secluded area. Before long, they entered a private room. May I ask what kind of exotic crystals you have acquired? Could you present them for my appraisal? The middle-aged man continued. Here. Lin San produced the two seventh-tier exotic crystals from behind him. The rest of the ordinary exotic crystals have been absorbed during his healing, leaving only these two for sale. Yet, their price would certainly be substantial. Thunder Bear and Gale Fury exotic crystals, impressive, young man, he remarked. Astonished by the crystal's potency, such exotic beasts were extraordinarily powerful, and Lin San was evidently not a high-tier warrior. It remained a mystery how he had managed to slay these creatures. How many gold coins? Lin San inquired, his gaze fixed on the man. The market buying price for 7th-tier crystals is approximately 14,000 per piece, that I can offer you 30,000 for both at our Zhang Trading Company. How does that sound? The middle-aged man met Lin San's gaze. Agreed. Lin San pondered briefly before nodding. Upon reflection, it did not seem like a significant loss. After all, finding a buyer who needed them would not be easy. Excellent. Please hold on for a moment. He continued, departing the room. Upon his return, the middle-aged man held a ring. This is a storage ring, containing 30,000 gold coins. The ring itself is worth 1,000 gold coins. A gift from our Zhang Trading Company, he said with a smile, handing it to Lin San. Thank you. Lin San nodded and donned the storage ring. Upon focusing his mental energy into it, he could distinctly sense it filled to the brim with gold coins. 30,000 gold coins, precisely. Here. After verifying the transaction, Lin San handed over the 2 exotic crystals. Young man, are you interested in selling your weapon? The middle-aged man, having accepted the 2 7th-tier crystals, cast his gaze upon the sword in Lin San's hand. The astute man had long discerned that this sword was no ordinary weapon, an A-grade weapon, and not merely that. No. Lin San hesitated before shaking his head. He would have to be foolish to part with this sword. It seems that despite my attempts at discretion, I have been discovered. Yi Fan could not help but reflect at that moment. His sword was as conspicuous as a dashing figure among weapons. Chapter 51. The frantic Earth Dragon men what? Athos and Guy have perished. The remaining 3 men from the Earth Dragon Empire inside the Lord's mansion were instantly consumed by rage upon hearing the news. Fu Xiong, what are you Tianba people doing? How could you allow our men to die? What punishment do you deserve? One of the Earth Dragon men bellowed at Fu Xiaohu. Calm down. Gentlemen, our men from the Lord's mansion have also been slain. Fu Xiaohu wore an apologetic smile. This time, it was not just their 2 Earth Dragon warriors who had fallen. The warriors accompanying them from the Lord's mansion had also met their demise. Regardless, you must assist us in finding the culprit. Daring to kill our Earth Dragon Empire's people, we shall ensure they meet a fate worse than death, they declared vehemently. Fu Xiaohu felt a headache coming on. Finding the culprit was no simple task, particularly in the wilderness, devoid of any witnesses. I will do my utmost, he replied, exasperated. Meanwhile, Lin San had rented a room nearby, preparing to wait for several days until the sword sheath was completed. It was no longer suitable for him to venture into the Black Forest, having killed members of the Earth Dragon Empire today, that if the Lord's mansion discovered this, it would spell trouble. Given the cowardice exhibited by the Lord's mansion, they would undoubtedly assist the Earth Dragon Empire. Continue training. Lin San began practicing his swordsmanship in the courtyard of his rented abode. With each movement of the demon-slaying sword, the air seemed to resonate with faint sounds of slicing through the void. This sword is becoming increasingly sharp. Observing the keen blade, Lin San could not help but marvel at this moment. As he focused his intent, his source energy flowed into the blade, igniting a faint golden flame along its length. Golden Crow Immortal Technique could be manifested once he reached the 3rd tier or higher, allowing him to conjure this Golden Crow fire with his internal energy. The stronger and more concentrated the source energy, the more potent the flames produced. Furthermore, upon reaching the 6th tier, he could achieve manifestation. However, for Lin San, that was still a distant goal. Train diligently, and do not perish so quickly, Yi Fan remarked, observing Lin San's earnest efforts. For now, Yi Fan had no desire to switch sword bearers. Previous ones had perished too swiftly. Most individuals, upon gaining immense power, would lose themselves. Lin San, however, seemed to be an exception. Before long, 3 days had passed. The atmosphere in Star City was exceptionally tense during this time, with vigilant guards stationed everywhere. Numerous personnel from the Lord's mansion were tirelessly investigating the identity of the murderer who had slain Guy and others. Based on the discovered bodies, it was evident that the assailant wielded a sword. As a result, sword-wielding warriors were subjected to rigorous scrutiny during this period. The inspections are becoming increasingly stringent. Lin San, remaining in his room, furrowed his brow. Exiting the city gates now required thorough checks, particularly for those carrying swords. Lin San felt helpless. The body should have been quickly consumed by the exotic beasts. However, It appeared that was not the case, and the corpses returned for examination would reveal they had been slain by a sword. Consequently, the scrutiny of sword-wielding warriors intensified. Nonetheless, for many, this was a positive development. The Earth Dragon Empire had been excessively arrogant, and the Lord's Mansion had acted as their accomplice, making them deserving of their fate. Have you yet to locate the murderer? At that moment, within the Lord's Mansion, 3 individuals from the Earth Dragon Empire wore icy expressions. No, not yet. Fu Xiaohu shook his head. The personnel from the Lord's Mansion had exerted considerable effort over the past few days. But discovering the truth remained a daunting task. The sheer number of warriors in Star City was overwhelming, with sword-wielding warriors being particularly numerous. Finding the culprit was no easy feat, since Fu Qingzhu cannot find them. We must take matters into our own hands, one of the Earth Dragon warriors coldly declared. What do you intend to do? Upon hearing his words, Fu Xiaohu was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively responded, What we choose to do is our own affair. I hope that Lord Fu will refrain from intervening. The Earth Dragon man revealed a cold smirk. Let us depart. In the next instant, the 3 of them simultaneously took their leave. Lord City Master, what are we to do now? As they watched them exit, the remaining members of the City Master's office turned their gaze towards Fu Xiaohu. For now, let it be. Whatever transpires, we shall suppress it. 2 of the Earth Dragon Empire's people have perished, and they will undoubtedly harbor discontent. Let them vent their frustrations. Fu Xiaohu pondered for a moment before speaking. He was beginning to feel a headache coming on. Yet, offending the Earth Dragon people was absolutely out of the question. Otherwise, his title as City Master could very well be jeopardized. Whatever the situation, it must be suppressed. At this moment, the 3 individuals from the Earth Dragon Empire had already exited the vicinity. Turner, what shall we do? One of the men inquired, looking at the Earth Dragon man standing in the center. Sword cultivators. The killer is a sword cultivator, since we cannot locate the true perpetrator. This Earth Dragon man stepped onto the street and spotted a man wielding a long sword approaching, his eyes instantly gleaming with murderous intent. He wielded his broad-bladed long sword and struck down at the man. In an instant, he severed the man's sword-bearing arm. Ah! The man emitted a wail of agony, staring at his severed limb, his face filled with terror. What are you doing? The onlookers quickly reacted, their anger boiling as they witnessed the scene. Earth Dragon Empire people. Again, it was the Earth Dragon Empire people. In this city, every sword cultivator shall lose an arm. Turner's gaze swept the surroundings as he roared with a twisted visage. This is sheer bullying. Absolutely intolerable. The surrounding warriors, upon hearing his words, were filled with both shock and fury. The audacity of the Earth Dragon Empire was beyond comprehension. Their people had died, and yet they placed all the blame on the sword cultivators. Brothers, kill him. Several sword cultivators, their expressions drastically changing, could no longer endure the provocation and charged forward with their long swords drawn, seeking death. The Earth Dragon Empire members' expressions shifted as a hint of disdain curled at the corners of their mouths. Clang, 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 with the sound of metal clashing echoing, the warriors engaged in fierce combat with the Earth Dragon Empire members. Chapter 52. Strike first. The 3 warriors from the Earth Dragon Empire clearly possessed far greater strength than these sword cultivators. Before long, the sword cultivators were swiftly dispatched. The onlookers, though furious, were still gripped by fear. They were too powerful. These sword cultivators were simply no match for the trio from the Earth Dragon Empire. Some sword cultivators were hastily retreating, not wishing to have their arms severed by these 3 Earth Dragon men. Continue. Turner surveyed the surroundings, shaking the blood from the blade of his broadsword. His gaze fixed on the crowd. Upon meeting their eyes, the onlookers felt a chill run down their spines that moment. Some members of the City Master's office arrived and quickly dealt with the corpses. Witnessing this, the crowd sank deeper into despair. The City Master's office was utterly indifferent to their plight, treating them as if they were less than human. Soon, panic spread throughout the entire Star City. Some sword cultivators attempting to leave were intercepted by the city gate guards. For the next few days, entry was permitted, but exit was forbidden. A multitude of sword cultivators were now gripped by fear. They replaced their weapons, Daring not to wield their swords. 2 days later, Lin San returned to the blacksmith shop once more. During this time, he had been practicing in the courtyard of his rented residence, seldom venturing out. "Ha, young brother, the sword sheath you requested is ready." As Lin San stepped inside, the blacksmith's owner greeted him with a smile, handing over a pitch-black sword sheath. Lin San instinctively accepted the sheath, which was entirely black, adorned with unique patterns, and felt quite weighty. That it had been crafted from a special metal. "May I give it a try?" Lin San inquired, glancing at the blacksmith. "Of course." The blacksmith chuckled. Without hesitation, Lin San unsheathed the Demon Slayer's sword and slid it into the sheath that it fit just right. "This sheath is quite satisfactory," Lin San mused inwardly. Once the sword was sheathed, he could distinctly sense that his malevolent aura and the sword's eerie energy were entirely contained within the sheath. At first glance, it would be nearly impossible to discern the uniqueness of the Demon Slayer's sword. The exposed hilt made it appear to be an ordinary longsword. Excellent. Lin San was very pleased with this outcome. 20,000 gold coins. Please. He paid the sum without hesitation. The Demon Slayer's sword was exceptionally sharp, rendering other sheaths ineffective. However, this particular sheath concealed both its malevolence and eerie energy as long as the sword remained sheathed. Others would be oblivious to its potency. "Thank you." After counting the coins, the blacksmith expressed his satisfaction. "By the way, young man, you should refrain from carrying your sword outside these days," the blacksmith suddenly remarked, as if recalling something. "Why?" Lin San was taken aback and instinctively asked, "Are you not aware of the recent events?" The blacksmith glanced around before speaking in hushed tones. The Earth Dragon Empire's people had been exceedingly reckless, attacking any sword cultivators they encountered in their quest for vengeance. The warriors of Star City had become too fearful to carry their swords outside. Upon returning to his residence, Lin San furrowed his brow. He had been engrossed in practicing sword techniques and had paid little attention to current events. Moreover, any incidents that occurred were swiftly suppressed by the city master's office that he had not anticipated the Earth Dragon Empire's actions would be so unhinged. If this continued, would they not eventually come for him? The thought sent a chill down Lin San's spine that if they discovered that he was responsible for the deaths of their two comrades, they would undoubtedly seek revenge. The city master's office would likely be compelled to capture him and deliver him to the Earth Dragon Empire to face execution. With such thoughts consuming him, Lin San grew increasingly restless. "I must resolve this trouble," he decided after a moment of hesitation. Continuing down this path would be far too detrimental for him. Soon, evening fell. Compared to previous days, Star City was noticeably less vibrant. The Earth Dragon Empire's people were too rampant. Not only had they abducted women, but they also vented their frustrations on the local warriors. Many were too afraid to venture out at night, fearing encounters with these Earth Dragon men, who might cause them trouble. There is another man, also a sword cultivator, according to our intel, who returned to the city on the afternoon our companions were slain and has since rented a room, not having left in days. At that moment, in the courtyard of a large house, an Earth Dragon man spoke to Turner. "Are you suggesting that this individual might be the one who killed Guy and Atis?" Turner inquired. "Not definitively, but it is a possibility. Should we eliminate him?" The Earth Dragon man suggested, confident in Fu Xiaohu's protection, believing that no matter the chaos they stirred, they would face no repercussions. "Agreed. We have already caused considerable trouble for many sword cultivators in recent days, although they are mere commoners from the Tianbai Empire. If this continues, we risk inciting rebellion among them." Turner nodded in agreement that he decided to eliminate this sword cultivator first, and then consider the matter concluded. "They truly intend to kill me." Lin San, hiding behind the wall, felt a chill run down his spine upon overhearing the Earth Dragon men's conversation. He had never anticipated that they would discover his presence, while it seemed they were unaware of his identity as the slayer of their comrades. It was clear from their words that they intended to kill him. He did not wish to die. For self-preservation, he thought, gripping the hilt of the Demon Slayer's sword tightly. Initially, he had come merely to gather information. But now the Earth Dragon men were evidently intent on taking his life, leaving him with no reservations. Striking first was his only option. A good show is about to unfold, Yi Fan remarked with a smile. Lin San had become markedly more cautious. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped over the wall. Huh. Just as Lin San jumped over, they seemed to sense something and shouted in alarm, drawing their swords as Lin San landed. He immediately unsheathed his sword. With a flash of cold light and a terrifying aura, the Demon Slayer sword was swung toward Turner. At this moment, Turner's pupils constricted as he swiftly grabbed a long knife from the ground to block the incoming strike. Clang! The resounding clash of weapons erupted. Chapter 53. Lin San's proactive assault. A powerful shockwave surged forth, causing Turner to stagger back several steps. The long knife in his hand bore a substantial dent. Such a sharp, long sword. Turner glanced at the long knife in his hand, his expression shifting dramatically. Who is it? The other two dragonfolk, named Harris and Keith, immediately responded. Both were peak Tier 3 martial artists, while Turner stood as a peak Tier 4 warrior. The three pairs of eyes turned in unison to Lin San that moment. Lin San was clad in black attire, a black mask concealing his features, and with the darkness of night enveloping him. His figure was indistinguishable, yet an overwhelming aura of malevolence and an uncanny presence emanated from him, chilling the spine of anyone who dared to look. Who exactly are you? Turner demanded coldly, locking his gaze onto Lin San. Harris and Keith tightened their grips on their weapons, positioning themselves beside Turner, their eyes filled with wariness as they fixated on Lin San. Lin San surveyed them with a penetrating gaze, unleashing a terrifying wave of malevolence and otherworldly energy that surged towards them. I am a harbinger of justice, Lin San replied icily. In that instant, he moved, launching an attack towards them. The dragonfolk had committed heinous acts over the past few days, and the other sword cultivators had borne the brunt of their misdeeds. It was time to eliminate these three dragonfolk. This man radiates a powerful aura. He is indeed a master. Guy and Athos were slain by him. Turner suddenly connected the dots. Instantly, he channeled his formidable source energy into his long knife. With a swift motion, he charged forward to confront Lin San. After all, he was a peak Tier 4 martial artist, possessing considerable strength. Clang, clang, clang in a heartbeat. Lin San and Turner clashed in combat, their weapons colliding and sending sparks flying. As Turner infused his source energy into the long knife, its sharpness intensified. Yet compared to the Demon Slayer sword, it still fell short. The sword's blade, infused with both dark and light attributes, clashed with Turner's long knife, causing a shower of attribute energy to explode forth, inflicting numerous small wounds upon Turner's body. The stinging pain twisted his features into a grimace. Nevertheless, as a seasoned peak Tier 4 martial artist, he did not falter. Instead, he pressed forward, forcing Lin San to retreat. Impressive. Beneath the black mask, Lin San's expression darkened, that he had not anticipated the strength of this opponent to be so formidable. Now, with a low growl from Turner, Harris and Keith charged in tandem, intent on overwhelming Lin San. This was dire. Lin San was already struggling against Turner alone. With the addition of the two, the situation had become precarious. There was no alternative. Bloodthirsty rampage. In that moment, Lin San activated the ability of the Demon Slayer sword. As the bloodthirsty rampage skill took effect, blood oozed from his right hand, permeating the Demon Slayer sword. Soon, the sword radiated with a crimson energy that surged into Lin San's body. So the sword master can gain evolution points by using bloodthirsty rampage, Yi Fan observed closely. As the portion of Lin San's blood essence flowed into the sword, he noticed a slight increase in the energy points on the system interface. However, the increment seemed inconsequential, thus previously unnoticeable. What was happening? Turner sensed the shift in Lin San's aura, his expression shifting in alarm. This bizarre energy sent shivers down his spine. Harris and Keith, wielding their broad-bladed swords, charged from either side. But in that moment, they only saw a flash of cold light. Clang. The sound of weapons clashing rang out, and they were sent sprawling backward. Dragonfolk, today I shall be the instrument of justice. Lin San bellowed, his swordsmanship striking like a tempest towards Turner. You dare! Turner exclaimed, his face paling as he witnessed Lin San's relentless assault. Yet Lin San's speed was astonishingly rapid, too swift for Turner to keep pace. His eyes widened in shock as he concentrated fiercely, desperately swinging his long knife to parry the incoming Demon Slayer's sword. The ferocity of Lin San's onslaught had escalated dramatically, and the sword itself exuded an eerie energy, a fusion of dark and light. The collision of their weapons caused numerous gashes to appear on Turner's battle axe. Boom! In the next moment, as the Demon Slayer's sword lunged again, Turner's blade was penetrated. Horror filled his eyes. Reacting quickly, he abandoned his long knife and leaped back. "Quickly kill him," he shouted urgently. Harris and Keith, now fully aware, rushed in from both flanks to intercept Lin San, who aimed to pursue Turner. No. Lin San realized his power was still insufficient. He had to eliminate them swiftly, or the city lord's men would arrive, complicating matters further. With determination, he drew upon even more of his blood essence. The Demon Slayer's sword erupted with an even more terrifying energy. Boom! Lin San's body radiated a fearsome aura, the crimson energy intensifying. Lin San's blood essence is of exceptionally high quality, far exceeding that of previous sword masters. The power derived from his blood essence is at least 5 times greater than that of the last sword master, Yi Fan mused. Astonished, Lin San truly seemed the embodiment of a protagonist. Yet, one wonders how long he can sustain this. Yi Fan did mark it. Ah! The anguished cries echoed as their arms wielding weapons were severed. Blood sprayed forth. Yet the spattering did not reach the ground. Instead, it was absorbed by the Demon Slayer's sword, replenishing Lin San with a portion of blood essence. Chapter 54. The Light and Dark Attribute System officially activated. Lin San roared, wielding the blood-tinged Demon Slayer sword to press his advantage. Bang! The sword thrust out with terrifying force, crashing into Keith's body, piercing through him. Keith's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his features that he had been slain. "You will die," he managed to utter, his gaze fixed on Lin San as he breathed his last. Kill a Tier 3 martial artist, gain 300 evolution points, absorb Tier 3 martial artist's blood essence. Gain 0.3 ability points. As the system notifications chimed, the vast reservoir of blood essence energy from the martial artist was absorbed by the Demon Slayer's sword, feeling akin to sipping warm water. Yi Fan quipped. After absorbing the entirety of Keith's blood essence, the sword became even more otherworldly. Harris, witnessing this scene, was filled with dread, his body instinctively retreating. "I will not repeat past mistakes." Lin San, without hesitation, lunged at Harris with the Demon Slayer's sword. "You dare!" Turner shouted in alarm. Yet Lin San disregarded his words, continuing his assault on Harris. Fear etched on Harris's face. He turned to flee, however, empowered by the bloodthirsty rampage. Lin San's speed was terrifyingly swift. Whoosh! He was upon Harris in an instant, the Demon Slayer's sword cleaving through him, ending his life. Kill a Tier 3 martial artist. Gain 300 evolution points. Another 300 evolution points gained. But evolution is still a distant goal, Yi Fan lamented. The accumulated evolution points had reached 6,690. The journey to 100,000 seemed interminable. "I wonder if I can learn new skills now," Yi Fan pondered. Yet the system offered no prompt for new skills. Perhaps the evolution points must reach 10,000 first. I shall wait and see. At this moment, Lin San felt the Demon Slayer sword voraciously absorbing Harris's blood essence, revitalizing his pallid complexion to a slight rosy hue. However, he could not yet release the bloodthirsty rampage state. His gaze shifted back to Turner, who had drawn a broad-bladed sword, his eyes fixed intently on Lin San. Initially, he had sensed Lin San's strength to be around Tier 3, but now the power he unleashed was overwhelmingly potent. "Do you realize who you have slain?" A flicker of fear crept into Turner's heart. Yet his pride would not allow him to retreat. How dare this lowly peasant challenge the dragon folk? "You are merely the vermin of the Dragon Empire," Lin San replied coldly. "You seek death." Turner's expression darkened at Lin San's words. The source of power surged through his body, swiftly transferring into the broad-bladed longsword gripped in his hands. 4th tier martial art. Blade of the Wind. In that fleeting moment, he let out a low growl. The longsword he wielded, now brimming with an abundance of wind attribute energy, vibrated with ferocity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh around him. It was as if a tempest had erupted. As Turner swung the long sword through the air, terrifying blades of wind erupted forth, hurtling directly towards Lin San. Lin San felt a distinct sensation. His pupils constricted slightly. He executed his evasive maneuver, swiftly dodging the onslaught. In a state of bloodthirsty fury, it was not merely his strength that had increased, but his speed as well. Thus, in that instant, Lin San deftly evaded the attack. Boom! The dreadful wind blade struck the ground where Lin San had just stood, erupting with a resounding crash. Upon closer inspection, deep gashes marred the earth beneath. "This isn't over," Turner snarled, his expression twisted with rage as he beheld Lin San, who had narrowly escaped. He continued to swing the broad-bladed longsword with reckless abandon. Whoosh, 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 with each swing, more wind blades shot forth from the sword, relentlessly targeting Lin San. Left with little choice, Lin San could only continue to flicker away, evading the deadly projectiles. Bang, bang, bang. The wind blades collided with the ground, each strike resonating with tremendous force, carving deep furrows into the earth. However, in the moments of avoiding those wind blades, Lin San steadily closed the distance to Turner. In the next heartbeat, he found himself standing right before Turner, his Demon Slayer sword poised for a downward strike. Clang! Turner's pupils narrowed as he instinctively raised his broad-bladed longsword to block the attack. The clash of metal reverberated through the air, forcing Turner to stagger back several steps. "You seek death," he bellowed, an immense surge of source power erupting from within him. This unleashed energy transformed instantaneously into a torrent of wind attribute power. Fourth tier martial art, Gale of Madness. In an instant, the wind energy sliced through the air like a multitude of knives, crashing towards Lin San's form. In that moment, Lin San felt sharp pangs of pain coursing through his body as his clothing was shredded by the assault. His eyes widened. There was no time for contemplation. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he retaliated with the Demon Slayer's sword. Third tier martial art, Sword Split. With that strike, an overwhelming wave of sword energy erupted forth. Turner's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Lin San's reckless advance despite the multitude of wind blades he had unleashed. And this strike, there was no evasion. He could only raise his broad-bladed longsword to defend. Clang! But in that instant, Lin San's sword cleaved through Turner's weapon, severing it in two. No! Turner's eyes widened in horror, fully aware of the implications of his broken sword. It was over. Farewell! Lin San shouted, his Demon Slayer sword continuing its descent. Blood sprayed forth as Turner collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, reflecting a lingering sense of disbelief. Kill a 4th tier warrior. Gain 400 evolution points. Light and dark attribute system officially activated. What is this? At that moment, Yifan heard the system notification and was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 55. 2 sets of attributes. The Demon Slayer sword began to rapidly absorb Turner's blood. The essence of a 4th tier warrior replenished Lin San, restoring the vitality he had just expended. Exhaling deeply, Lin San released the bloodthirsty fury state and quickly departed the scene. What does it mean for the dark and light attributes to activate? Yifan entered the system interface, soon discovering the explanation. According to the host personality assessment, if evil exceeds 50%, it activates as dark attribute. If good exceeds 50%, it activates as light attribute. If both good and evil are at 50%, both attribute energies can be activated simultaneously. So that's how it's determined. Previously, the abilities of light and dark attributes had no distinct characteristics. It seems the system was not fully activated. Yifan mused quietly to himself. At this moment, the sword interface could switch between light and dark attributes. He glanced at the dark attribute interface. Sword name, Demon Slayer, dark, quality, A active skills. Phantom Dance, a grade, a dazzling dance of blades that inflicts significant damage on foes. Bloodthirsty Fury, a grade consumes own vitality to gain immense power, absorbing enemy blood upon killing to replenish oneself. Blood Explosion, a grade gathers all blood energy to create an extraordinarily powerful explosion. Requires being in Bloodthirsty Fury state. Passive skills. Bloodsucking, a grade, absorbs vitality to enhance sword sharpness and gain energy points. Devourer, a grade, automatically absorbs the blood energy of the Sword Master upon their demise. Dark attribute energy, a grade, when the Sword Master infuses energy into the sword. It carries attributes suited to the Master. All attribute amplification, a grade, enhances various abilities of the Sword Master based on their cultivation. Ominous sword, if the Sword Master is of low strength. It may attract misfortune. Malevolent aura, a grade. The sword emits an eerie aura that suppresses nearby beings. If the Sword Master is too weak, they will also be affected. Dark attribute form. Host's attack power increases by 20% and gradually enhances with the passage of combat time. Note, activation of this form requires the Sword Master to continuously infuse source power into the sword. Everything else remained largely the same. But the final details had changed. The dark attribute form increases attack power by 20%. Yi Fan's eyes widened in astonishment at this notification, and it continues to rise with the increase in level. This dark attribute Demon Slayer was terrifyingly powerful. Let us see the light attribute. With a mere thought, Yi Fan switched to the light attribute Demon Slayer sword interface. Sword name, Demon Slayer, light, quality, A active skills, Phantom Dance, a grade A dazzling dance of blades that inflicts significant damage on foes. Light Explosion, a grade gathers light attribute energy to create a powerful explosion. Healing Fury, a grade consumes own source power to enhance strength and gain some healing ability, absorbing energy from wounded or slain foes to heal and bolster oneself, while also gaining source power replenishment. Passive skills. Bloodsucking, a grade, absorbs vitality to enhance sword sharpness and gain energy points. Devourer, a grade, automatically absorbs the blood energy of the Sword Master upon their demise. Light attribute energy, a grade, when the Sword Master infuses energy into the sword. It carries attributes suited to the Master. All attribute amplification, a grade, enhances various abilities of the Sword Master based on their cultivation. Sword of Fortune, if the Sword Master is of low strength. It brings additional luck. Righteous Aura, a grade. The sword emits a noble aura that suppresses nearby beings, particularly effective against malevolent individuals. Light attribute form. Host attack speed increases by 20% and gradually enhances with the passage of combat time. Note, activation of this form requires the Sword Master to continuously infuse source power into the sword. This light attribute form has even undergone new changes in skills. Yet the fundamental bloodsucking skill remains intact. Let us see what form Lin Sen currently possesses. Soon, new information appeared. Sword Master, Lin Sen good. 62.1 evil. 37.9 inch. It seems he will only be able to wield the light attribute sword from now on, Yi Fan remarked. At this moment, Lin San had quickly returned to his dwelling, but he swiftly incinerated all remnants of the black clothing using flames. His body bore numerous wounds, inflicted by Turner's martial arts prowess. This is bad. If the City Lord's men arrive and discover my injuries. Lin San's expression darkened, that it was highly likely they would trace the deaths of the 3 individuals from the Dragon Empire back to him. That would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. Buzz, 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 at that moment. Lin San distinctly felt the Demon Slayer's sword, now sheathed, trembling slightly. What on earth is happening? Startled by the tremor, Lin San instinctively drew the Demon Slayer's sword. Almost immediately, a flood of information surged into his mind. This effect. As if awakened to something, Lin San's eyes widened. He channeled his source power into the longsword. The entire blade erupted in a blinding white radiance. Lin San continued to expend his source power. And soon, the brilliant light began to radiate outward, and he distinctly sensed the energy of light attributes and began to heal his own wounds. As he perceived all of this, Lin San's eyes widened. Filled with astonishment, he realized that his injuries were visibly mending at an astonishing pace. Continue. Witnessing this scene, Lin San was overwhelmed with joy. Meanwhile, he continued to channel source energy into the demon-slaying sword in his hand. What? The warriors of the Earth Dragon Empire are all dead. At that moment, Fu Xiaohu, within the City Lord's mansion, received the news and was utterly shocked. 2 Earth Dragon warriors had already been slain. And now the remaining 3 had also perished. Who could possibly be so audacious? Find out who is responsible for this, Fu Xiaohu said, his expression darkening. This was a grave predicament that if the envoy from the Earth Dragon Empire were to learn of this, the Imperial forces would undoubtedly not spare him. His position as City Lord would be at stake. Chapter 56. Return to the Celestial Sect, no leads. However, judging by their injuries, it appears to be the work of a sword cultivator. One man spoke, his voice trembling slightly, that a sword cultivator. Yet again. Moreover, their corpses bore no blood, as if all life had been drained from them. As he spoke, the man felt a chill creep over him. He had never encountered anything so eerie. The injuries are identical. Thus, we can ascertain that it was the same individual responsible. Fu Xiaohu solemnly declared. This sword cultivator must be a formidable expert, and a remarkably bold one at that. Any other discoveries? Fu Xiaohu pressed on. Indeed, we found traces of blood on the weapons used by the Earth Dragon warriors, indicating that this sword cultivator was also injured. The man continued. Upon hearing this, Fu Xiaohu narrowed his eyes. Continue to seal the city gates and conduct a thorough search for any warriors bearing sword wounds. The night swiftly passed that I in his chamber. Lin San was panting heavily, but he had been tirelessly infusing his source energy into the demon-slaying sword, allowing it to unleash copious amounts of light attribute energy to heal his body. The source energy consumed was considerable. Soon, Lin San sensed that the source energy within him had been entirely depleted. At that moment, the demon-slaying sword reverted to its original form. All healed, Lin San scrutinized his body. Miraculously, all the wounds that had once marred him had vanished beneath the healing light energy. It was truly astonishing. The power of this sword is incredible, Lin San murmured, gazing at the demon-slaying sword. Knock, knock, knock. Come out. At that moment, urgent knocks resonated from outside the door, accompanied by shouts from several warriors. Have I been discovered? Hearing that sound, Lin San's pupils constricted slightly. It shouldn't be so easy to uncover me. Right? Yi Fan remarked curiously upon hearing the commotion that in this world, there were no surveillance mechanisms that would be exceedingly difficult to ascertain who had slain the Earth Dragon warriors. Lin San swiftly sheathed the demon-slaying sword at his waist and hurriedly donned his clothing before stepping outside. Bang! The door was forcefully kicked open, and several individuals from the City Lord's mansion entered. People from the City Lord's mansion? Lin San's pupils constricted again, and a sense of trepidation filled him. Could it be that he had truly been discovered? Otherwise, why would they be here? What brings you here? Lin San inquired nonchalantly, maintaining his composure. The guards from the City Lord's mansion scanned him with their gazes before coldly stating, Kid, where were you last night? Of course, I was at home sleeping. What else could I be doing? Lin San replied innocently. Unbeknownst to him, hearing their words caused him to relax a little. Take off your shirt. We need to check you. One of the guards commanded. What do you want? I'm not fond of men. Lin San was taken aback by their words, a look of revulsion crossing his face. Bah, I just need to check if you're injured. Several Earth Dragon warriors were killed last night. And you being a sword cultivator, could it be that you were the one responsible? His gaze bore down on Lin San. Though Lin San appeared quite young, there was an inexplicable aura of intimidation about him. You must be joking. How could my strength possibly allow me to kill someone from the Earth Dragon Empire? If I could, I would have long since dispatched those insufferable Earth Dragon warriors, Lin San grumbled on, seemingly quite displeased with the Earth Dragon Empire. Enough with the chatter. I'll check if you're injured. And then we'll leave. One of the guards from the City Lord's mansion was growing increasingly impatient. Lin San was simply too verbose, rambling endlessly. All right. Lin San finally relented, stepping forward to remove his shirt. Is this sufficient? Their eyes shifted to Lin San's body, revealing not a single wound. All done. We'll take our leave. Soon, the guards from the City Lord's mansion departed. You broke my door and won't compensate for it. Lin San shouted after them. They ignored him completely, walking away. Humph. Watching them leave, Lin San scoffed quietly. It seemed they had not yet realized he was responsible. I truly owe you my gratitude. Lin San glanced at the demon-slaying sword sheathed at his side. Were it not for the sword's extraordinary abilities, he would likely have been discovered by now. It appears they should remain oblivious to my involvement. Tomorrow, I can return to the celestial sect. The news of the Earth Dragon Warriors' demise quickly spread throughout the entire Star City. For the warriors and common folk of Star City, this was immensely gratifying, as those Earth Dragon Warriors had committed countless atrocities. I've long been disgruntled by those Earth Dragon Warriors. Had they not perished, I would have gone after them myself. Indeed, such audacious Earth Dragon Warriors, seeking death. Many who had previously dared not approach the Earth Dragon Warriors now spoke of the incident with pride, although Fu Xiaohu ordered a thorough investigation. No leads emerged. Soon, an envoy from the Earth Dragon Empire became aware of the situation, exerting immense pressure on Fu Xiaohu, the city lord. Ultimately, the matter was left unresolved. Fu Xiaohu's title as city lord was stripped away, and he was demoted to the position of chief guard of Star City. Finally, I can return. On that morning, Lin San stretched lazily, preparing to leave Star City. After 2 days, the city was finally unsealed. Upon reaching the city gate, he noticed that the guards were still quite vigilant. Fu Xiaohu stood there, his face dark with anger. He had lost his position as city lord. This was infuriating. A sword cultivator? What is your purpose? Upon seeing Lin San emerge with a long sword in hand, Fu Xiaohu furrowed his brow. He harbored a deep resentment towards sword-wielding cultivators, for it was one of them who had slain the Earth Dragon Warriors, leading to his loss of the title of City Lord. Chapter 57. Ascend. I simply stepped out. Lin San replied, bewildered by Fu Xiaohu's words. Must he now justify even his exit from the city? Leaving the city, you didn't happen to have killed someone before departing, did you? Fu Xiaohu's gaze bore into Lin San as he spoke coldly. I did not. Lin San shook his head. Sword wielders are clearly not to be trusted. You shall not leave. Fu Xiaohu was seething with anger. His eyes locked on Lin San as he growled. I am from the Celestial Sect. We have a grand competition tomorrow, and I must return. Lin San persisted. It seemed Fu Xiaohu had become deranged after being demoted to chief guard. Now stopping him from merely exiting the city, Lin San was at his wit's end. I said you cannot leave, and that is final. Fu Xiaohu's gaze remained fixed on Lin San, and he shouted. He cared not for the grand competition. He was infuriated that Lin San dared to defy him. What do I care about your grand competition? He replied coldly. Heh. Lin San let out a cold laugh. Disregarding him and stepping outside. Trespassing the city gates is a death wish. Fu Xiaohu bellowed, drawing his long blade to strike at Lin San. Clang. Lin San's pupils constricted. Instinctively, he raised his sword sheath to block Fu Xiaohu's strike. The blade struck against Lin San's sword sheath, producing a resonant clang. Fu Xiaohu's power was formidable, a fourth-tier warrior, and the force behind his strike was considerable, causing Lin San to stagger back several paces. Fu Xiaohu, while the Earth Dragon people were in Star City, you acted as their accomplice. Now that the Earth Dragon people have been slain and reduced to the rank of Guardian Commander, you still harbor animosity towards us martial artists. The do you consider us, the martial artists of Star City, to be beneath the level of swine and dogs? Lin San shouted fervently. Fellow martial artists, let us seek justice. Is it merely because I wield a sword that he deliberately obstructs my departure? As Lin San's voice echoed, numerous martial artists gathered around. With Fu Xiaohu no longer wielding the authority of the city lord, many no longer feared him. Moreover, due to past grievances, a considerable number of martial artists held deep resentment towards Fu Xiaohu. Silence. You brat! Fu Xiaohu's face turned a shade of green as he bellowed. He had intended only to make things difficult for Lin San, never anticipating such a vehement reaction. Fu Xiaohu, when the Earth Dragon people were perpetrating atrocities against the innocent, you aided their malice. Now that they have been vanquished, do you still aspire to be their hound? Truly spineless, unable to stand tall. The surrounding martial artists voiced their righteous indignation. You, Fu Xiaohu's complexion darkened at their words. I am a disciple of the Heavenly Dome sect. If Commander Fu insists on preventing my return to the sect, I shall have no choice but to send a message to our sect leader. Lin San continued. Hearing Lin San's proclamation, Fu Xiaohu's expression grew even more grim. If this continued, he would find himself in serious trouble. Cursed be this situation. TSXK. I did not expect Lin San to possess such intellect. At this rate, Fu Xiaohu will be unable to obstruct his path, Yi Fan commented. The Heavenly Dome sect's great competition is tomorrow. I wonder what events will unfold. As a sword, life had indeed become rather mundane. He could only observe how Lin San would evolve from here on, hoping this sword master would endure long enough to slay more foes. Get out, Fu Xiao! Fixated on Lin San, growled lowly that he had initially sought to seize an easy target, never foreseeing that matters would escalate to this extent. The pent-up public outrage, now ignited by Lin San's words, demanded action. If he did not allow Lin San to depart now, further incendiary remarks would be inevitable, leading to even greater troubles for him. Lin San scoffed, striding directly towards the city gate. You have the audacity to say you will never return to Star City. Fu Xiaohu gritted his teeth as he glared at Lin San's retreating figure. Still hoping to make things difficult for me? Lin San couldn't help but sneer as he stepped outside. At last, I am free. Upon reaching the wilderness, he took a deep breath. These past few days felt longer than the 4 years that had preceded them. Ever since he acquired this sword that descended from the heavens, everything seemed to have changed. I shall rise. He tightened his grip on the Demon Slayer's sword, murmuring to himself. The humiliation of 4 years would be purged in tomorrow's sect competition. Roar! At that moment, as Lin San journeyed back to the Heavenly Dome sect, a beastly roar echoed through the air. Glancing around, he noticed a pack of black wolves approaching. Second-tier black-furred wolves? Are they seeking death? Lin San's eyes narrowed at the sight. These black-furred wolves were pack animals, often numbering more than 10, known for their speed and strength. However, for Lin San in his current state, dispatching these wolves was a trivial matter. Sword sheath in his left hand and sword hilt in his right. He drew his blade. As the sword emerged, a powerful sword aura erupted forth. The black-furred wolves seemed to sense the terrifying aura, trembling in fear under the effect of demonic aura. Their previously vicious intent vanished. Slay! The sword light flickered, and one by one, the black-furred wolves fell to the ground. Absorb 0.2 energy points from the blood of a second-tier black-furred wolf. Absorb 0.2 energy points from the blood of a second-tier black-furred wolf. Slayed a second-tier black-furred wolf, gained 200 evolution points. Slayed a second-tier black-furred wolf, gained 200 evolution points. The system notifications cascaded in. Killing over a dozen of these second-tier beasts has netted me over 2,000 evolution points. Quite satisfactory, Yi Fan remarked. Pleased with the outcome, Lin San, now aware that the Demon Slayer's sword absorbed blood, plunged the blade into the corpses of the slain beasts, allowing the sword to consume their lifeblood. A dozen second-tier beast crystals, not bad. Lin San willed these crystals into his storage ring. Such items are indeed valuable, Yi Fan thought to himself as he observed Lin San's actions. Once Lin San completed his task, he made his way back to the Heavenly Dome sect. Damn it, what are Zhang Shan and the others up to? They vanished. Qian Haowen busied himself at the foot of the Heavenly Dome sect's mountain. Following the recent demise of Zhang Xiaoming, Zhang Shan and his cohorts had also disappeared. Could it be that he is in search of that sword? Chapter 58? Pressure? At this moment, Qian Haowen recalled the sword wielded by Zhang Xiaoming. That sword was undoubtedly exceptional. However, he could not fathom the extraordinary effects of the Demon Slayer's sword. Greetings, senior brother Lin San. A young man approached, bowing respectfully. Hello, Lin San nodded slightly. The Heavenly Dome sect held great importance regarding hierarchy, even if the disparity in strength was significant. As an outer disciple, he could not speak disrespectfully to an inner disciple. Lin San proceeded up the lengthy stone staircase. What a pity, Lin San, Qian Haowen lamented, watching Lin San's retreating figure. The entire Heavenly Dome sect was aware of Lin San's situation. Once a prodigious talent, had he not faced obstacles in his training, he might have already ascended to a higher rank. What could he be up to? Qian Haowen observed Lin San's form as he ascended the staircase. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Lin San clutched a sword in his left hand. The scabbard was black with intricate patterns, suggesting it was no ordinary blade. Is it made of obsidian? It appears to be crafted from even more precious materials, Qian Haowen mused, envy flickering in his eyes. The disciples of the Heavenly Dome sect were renowned for their swordsmanship. Possessing a fine sword and scabbard was the aspiration of all. Tomorrow's sect competition. I suspect Lin San will embarrass himself once more, Qian Haowen thought ruefully as he resumed sweeping the ground. I must hasten to recruit new disciples. It is truly absurd for me, the senior brother, to be left sweeping. As Lin San ascended the stone staircase, everything felt different. He was no longer the person he once was. The humiliation of 4 years would finally be avenged tomorrow. He strode towards his quarters. Upon reaching the intersection, Lin San furrowed his brow. Lifting his gaze, he was met with the sight of all his belongings strewn about, cast out from his residence, littering the ground. Among them stood several men clad in the garb of the Heavenly Dome sect. "Why have you thrown my belongings?" Lin San approached, his expression darkening as he regarded them. "Oh, Lin San has returned." The onlookers turned their gazes towards him, their expressions gleeful, as if anticipating a spectacle. Though they were new inner disciples, they had heard tales of Lin San's exploits. After all, he was merely a second-tier peak waste. The disparity between outer and inner disciples was vast. Yet among inner disciples, they shared a common status, rendering distinctions moot. Boom! At that moment, a cabinet was hurled from the building, crashing loudly at the entrance, shattering into fragments. Such an old cabinet, and it breaks so easily. 2 figures emerged from the room, Feng Wutian and a larger, more robust man. Lin San's expression darkened as he beheld the shattered cabinet, but he had used that cabinet for many years, and now it lay in ruins. Feng Wuqiong. Lin San fixed his gaze on Feng Wutian's companion, his voice cold. "Ah, Lin San, you have returned." Feng Wuqiong replied nonchalantly, showing no sign of concern upon Lin San's return. Feng Wutian regarded Lin San with a hint of derision. Previously, he had been wary of Lin San's concealed power. But with his cousin Feng Wuqiong present, his fear dissipated. Feng Wuqiong was a 4th-tier martial artist. "What do you mean by that?" Lin San's eyes narrowed. "The sect competition is about to commence, and living quarters are being reassigned. This residence no longer belongs to you," Feng Wuqiong stated matter-of-factly, as if discussing a trivial matter. "No longer mine? The sect competition begins tomorrow, does it not? How is it that my residence has ceased to be mine already?" Lin San replied with a cold laugh. "It is often said that even a clay Buddha can exhibit a measure of wrath." And at this moment, Lin San felt a surge of anger within. "This is truly a pitiful state of being bullied," he lamented. "However, they are merely 4th-tier warriors. With my current presence, I should easily be able to dispatch them." Yi Fan interjected, "But given the circumstances, directly eliminating them may not be wise. Let us observe Lin San's actions." Yi Fan appeared to be watching them from a divine vantage point. "I am the senior brother. What I say goes," Feng Wuqiong remarked, dismissing Lin San's words with an air of indifference. "Also, pick up your belongings at once, or I shall have them all discarded." At Feng Wuqiong's command, Lin San chuckled. "The time is yet to come. Why should I move?" he retorted. "Furthermore, if you damage my possessions, will you compensate me?" "Lin San, do not overstep," Feng Wutian shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin San. "Do you think you are still formidable? You are nothing but a useless wretch. And who should be the one to leave?" Lin San challenged, gripping the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed intently on Feng Wu. As his hand clasped the sword's hilt, the effect of righteous qi manifested. Lin San's entire being seemed to emanate a powerful aura. An overwhelming sense of pressure directed squarely at Feng Wutian. The latter's body began to tremble slightly, and his vision blurred, as if he were not facing Lin San, but a terrifying deity beyond comprehension. His legs quaked, and with a resounding thud, Feng Wutian fell to his knees, his complexion paling. Pressure. Feng Wuqiong's pupils constricted at the sight. This pressure was a unique aura that only high-tier warriors could emit, capable of stunning or even killing lower-tier individuals. Lin San's display bore a striking resemblance to this pressure, yet it seemed impossible for one not of high rank to produce such an effect. How had Lin San achieved this? Could it be that he, too, was a high-tier warrior? The thought caused Feng Wuqiong's expression to shift in an instant. Feng Wuqiong activated her powerful perception, meticulously assessing Lin San's strength, yet found it unremarkable, seemingly unchanged from before. A mere charlatan, she scoffed, believing Lin San had merely learned some underhanded techniques, lacking any genuine enhancement in power. Truly, a waste of potential, resorting to tricks to deceive others into believing in his strength. "Rise," she commanded, glaring at Feng Wutian. Hearing her words, he snapped out of his stupor and slowly regained his footing. "You dare use sorcery upon me?" Feng Wuqian growled at Lin San, a mix of anger and shame in his voice. Yet he could still distinctly sense an unsettling aura emanating from Lin San, instilling fear within him. "How amusing," Lin San chuckled coldly. "Return my belongings, repair any damages, and you may leave." As he surveyed the crowd, his voice was calm yet firm. The onlookers' expressions shifted, recognizing his audacity. Arrogant, the first thought to cross their minds was simply this. "Lin San, it appears you have grown quite bold," Feng Wuqian observed, her gaze fixed on him. Did she believe he was still the prodigy of yore? Now, Lin San was merely a peak second-tier waste, a practitioner of dubious arts attempting to intimidate others. "My prowess has always been robust," Lin San replied nonchalantly. Pride radiating from his demeanor, that moment. Feng Wuqian paused, momentarily reminded of the Lin San of old, the one who had once shone with the brilliance of a genius. "Regrettably, you can never return to those days," she shook her head dismissively. "Begone." "No, it is you who should leave," Lin San asserted. "It seems you truly seek a lesson. Very well, I shall oblige." Feng Wuqian's fury ignited at his insolence, that in an instant. She sprang forward, poised to strike Lin San with a fierce punch. In that fleeting moment, Lin San unsheathed his sword, aimed to cleave through her incoming blow, that a chill ran down Feng Wuqian's spine as she instinctively withdrew her attack, retreating hastily. The sword's swing missed its mark. Yet the sound of slicing air sent a shiver through her. "You wish to sever my hand?" she exclaimed, her gaze fixed on Lin San. For reasons unknown, Lin San's aura had transformed significantly since drawing his sword, the oppressive force intensifying. "You initiated this confrontation," Lin San replied coolly. "Very well, let us engage in a display of skill. Sword, come forth," Feng Wuqian commanded, her eyes darting to Feng Wutian, who hastily presented his long sword to her. "You dare utter sword? Come forth?" Lin San scoffed at her actions. "You must truly be desperate for a lesson." Feng Wuqian was now utterly enraged, wielding the long sword as she charged at Lin San. The Heavenly Dome sect's sword techniques emphasized sword energy, and as she infused her own source power into the blade, a formidable surge of energy erupted. Lin San's pupils dilated as he, too, channeled his own source power into his sword. The blade transformed into a radiant weapon, bursting forth with even greater ferocity. The clash of their weapons resonated through the air. TSK, a B-tier weapon, soon to be shattered, Yi Fan observed, recognizing the inferiority of Feng Wuqian's weapon against his own A-tier blade. Now imbued with the essence of countless blood powers, in that instant, Feng Wuqian felt a sudden jolt as her long sword met Lin San's, the immense force causing her to instinctively recoil. Meanwhile, Lin San remained steadfast, unyielding. Had Lin San's strength truly increased? The realization dawned upon Feng Wuqian as she scrutinized the mesmerizing sword in Lin San's grasp. Its luminous aura was unlike any she had ever encountered. Without hesitation, Lin San lunged forward, his speed undiminished by his advancement to the third tier, bolstered by all attribute amplification, rivaling even fourth-tier warriors. The strike was swift beyond measure. Yet, Feng Wuqian, being a fourth-tier warrior, quickly regained her composure, parrying Lin San's thrust with her own long sword. The force of their clash sent her reeling backward, perilously close to the edge of the cliff. The onlookers gasped, their expressions transforming in disbelief. Lin San's power was formidable. Feng Wuqian could hardly withstand a single blow. Feng Wuqian roared in fury, having failed to counter Lin San's attack not once, but twice. With a primal scream, she unleashed her full strength, channeling her energy into the sword, invoking the fourth-tier martial technique, Xiaoxiang Sword Rain, Her form surged forward, the long sword slicing through the air like a viper, racing toward Lin San with terrifying speed. Lin San's eyes widened in alarm, his pupils narrowing as he prepared to defend himself. The sound of metal clashing echoed as their weapons danced in a frenzy of strikes. Lin San was forced to retreat, his backpedaling frantic. "D!" Feng Wuqiong bellowed, her rage boiling over. Lin San had humiliated her in front of their peers. Even if she could not slay him, she would ensure he paid dearly for his insolence.